look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the bodies on tap, put the body on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back.
Feeling like up to the front, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath ain't your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polar? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart feels
Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper out fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Push. Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Darnish, why you sad? I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I'm wrong when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up!
Like a gangster ball, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up! I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster you. Faster you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster you. I tell you the truth.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome everybody here to ESL 1 Thailand, powered by Intel. We are into our third day of ESL 1 Thailand, and welcome here to our Mercedes-Benz pre-show. We'll be able to break down all the action for you guys. My name is Fluke, and I'll be your host for this evening and for the next 16 days as well. We've got a long time ahead of us, but make sure you guys don't forget that you can join in the conversation on our social media platforms as well, over at Twitter and over at Facebook. Make sure you use the hashtag ESL1 and tell us why my panel are great, why I'm doing a great job, and why Divine Rapier needs to be nerfed in the next patch. But we have a new day, and that means we've got a new panel as well. Welcome my boys here onto the desk, Danog, as well as Pogman himself. Welcome here to the desk, buddy.
Thanks so much. I mean, you love to see my face on screen, but you love to hear my voice casting. We got to bounce back between the two of them, and I'm glad to be here today.
We got to take him down a notch, that's for sure.
Yeah, he has to come down to reality where, you know, on the panel, this is where the true stars are. But, you know, he gets the elevation today, so maybe we can see if he comes out with some good predictions. But, boys, we're into third day here for ESL 1 Thailand. We've still got a long way to go. Yesterday, we had some magical matches as well. We had full 6 maps out of our 2 series. Absolute barn burners. But, man, some of these teams are really starting to show up, aren't they, Matt?
They are. I mean, just have a look at this team fight here. I think it's the most important one that they had for Team Trust. They had this Morphling that just went off chops. He had that Divine Rapier in this play right at the end of the game to take down Makoto. If he had that BKB last for half a second less, he gets Scythe-Viced, he dies, and they probably take out that game in a clean 2-0 for Boom Esports, but wasn't to be the case. And there was just some great plays happening all around here with the clockwork from the off lane. Hits a 3, then there's a 4-man Sonic Wave coming through. And yeah, I mean, QO talked about it, wanting to play around your team a little bit more effectively. I think the Sven had the Stormhammer Dispels as opposed to the Lifesteal, so they couldn't effectively take the Roshan. And yeah, there was just so much action happening. We even saw the first of Abed standing in here for Geek Fam. And this time around, a little bit of a misplay, unfortunately, coming through from question mark means that they don't use the Chronosphere on the Nagasar, and they get that song off. And, well, they were just able to turn it around and clean up that game one in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, it felt like it was a game of comebacks all yesterday, and obviously probably you had the day off yesterday, but you're able to watch these and how they do go. After seeing Abed standing in, do you think that this is a good enough showing here for Geek Fam? Obviously, they went 2-1 yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's too early to tell. Abed obviously is one of the best players in Southeast Asia. He's played in Europe before. He's played in the Americas. I think it's way too early to look at him and be like, this is the final product. Obviously, you said we have 16 days. I will judge him at the end of the group stage because some of them are a bit questionable.
Some of them are a bit questionable, but I mean, this PA Divine Rapier, that's the real questionable thing at level 25 as well.
Yeah.
Even with a Grimstroke, didn't go for the triple dagger talent. He went for the 100% extra coup de grace damage, and that was enough to just rip that anti-mage apart.
Yeah, it was so disgusting, the fact that question mark were able to claw that game back from 32,000 net worth. I think that's one of the biggest games that I've seen in a long time, being able to come back into that. But, it's just one of those things where sometimes you just get a Divine Rapier on a PA, and sometimes that stuff works out. But we're going to have a quick look to see how our groups did pan out. Obviously, yesterday we finished off our first round of Group A, and we can see how the standings are going right now. Boom, Motivate, TNC, all sitting up the top, and Adroit, Fnatic, as well as Team Trust, looking to try and turn around for the rest of their group stage. And then heading over to Group B, we only had one of those series yesterday, so we do only have a few results here. So Geek Fam, we're able to clean that one out in a 2-1 fashion. So they're sitting at the top here, and obviously question mark, they're looking pretty good when they do get that PA Rapier, but they do want to try and get the rest of their Group B going. And obviously Neon, T1, SAG, as well as Aster Aries are a little bit later on in the tournament. But for now, we do have to just wait and see for more Group B action. But boys, who are we looking forward to in Group B here? We haven't seen too much of them. Who do you want to keep your eye out for, Matt?
I mean, Sparking Arrow, they're my boys, especially that God King. He plays the Animage so well. He really revolutionized the way that it's been played, but he hasn't actually picked it up yet on this patch. So a little bit surprising, and I'm going to see what they want to innovate with.
Yeah, I think with him, maybe he's been holding it out. He doesn't need the practice. The hero hasn't changed much, let's be real. Since Counterspell got released, I want to say about a year ago, the heroes felt the same. The items have changed a bit around him, but the playstyle is still the same. You always go the Battle Fury. You always go the Manta. And then normally you go that BKB or the Basher. So I think he's just been hiding it, waiting for a big tournament like this to pull it out. I'm hoping, because we're going to see him today, that he pulls it.
But that's the thing that was so innovative about him, right? Like, he went stuff like the Halberd instead. He goes S and Y and then switches it up and gets the Manta third item instead. So something a little bit different, but we'll see what he comes out with. I think there's definitely a lot of innovation there.
Yeah, well, speaking of the God King himself, we'll have a quick look at how our schedule will be rolling in for day 3 of us. We do have SAG going up against their brethren here, Aster Aries, and then our second series of the day will be Group A once again with TNC taking on the boys from Thailand in Motivate. SAG going up against Aries is our first showing of 2 Chinese teams playing against each other, so I'm super excited to see how that does pan out. And obviously, TNC are looking to come back with their winning ways. And then if Motivate can get a second upset in that group, man, it's going to look pretty scary for everybody else in that Group A. But starting out here with our schedule, Matt, who are we looking forward to first?
I want to see how Sparking Arrow perform again, because they've got a few roster changes that have happened recently. They've got a bit of a partnership arrangement with RNG, so Setsu and DD have been swapping who plays for who in that mid-roll. I think September's come over from RNG as well, but they've got that 3 core that are always there. God King in the safe lane, OP in the off lane, and then Red Panda in the position 5 role.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a bit of hot potato, like you said, with those 2 players, but I'm obviously looking forward to Motivate today. We didn't talk them down, but we definitely didn't talk them up the level we did for TNC day 1, and that upset was huge. Fearless's interview was absolutely fantastic. I got to sit in the background while I was there, and I want to see more of them. I want to see more Fearless interviews. As bad as it'll be if KP loses, I know he's our boy, but I actually do want to see Motivate today. I'm most keen for that team today.
Well, all of them are in the same team house, right?
Yeah.
So I'm actually, Fearless was a cool guy, but I want to see some other players. I want to see some Jackie, some other things coming through there.
Definitely. I mean, I'm happy with whoever we get. Masros as well. I reckon he'd be hilarious on stream. Obviously, we haven't met them before, but you could see in the background they were just partying, throwing stuff around. Like, they're a team that likes each other. They're a team that lives by their name as well. They clearly have a lot of trust in their teammates.
Yeah.
Motivate.Trust in their teammates. Hey? All right, that's my one bad pun for the day. But for those of you playing along at home, as a part of ESL 1 Thailand, we do have a wonderful, nice little series for you guys, and it is our pro tips here. So for today, we're going to have our first video from Jenkins, and it's going to be about turn rates. See you after this.
For the majority of spells in Dota 2, if you cast them directly behind you, your hero only has to turn 90 degrees in order to cast the spell, as opposed to having to turn all the way around. But using the directional move hotkey, you can change this behavior to only issue the command when your hero is turned directly towards the target. This may sound like a hindrance more than anything, and usually it is, but it's surprisingly useful on heroes that cast forward-facing abilities like Ursa and Shadowfiend. When you cast a spell in front of you, however, you always have to turn a minimum of 11.5 degrees before a spell is cast, unless the target is already within the 11.5 degree window. Knowing this is particularly useful on a hero like Puck, who often needs to use Blink Dagger immediately after Phase Shift or Yule Scepter, and 11.5 degrees of turning may be the difference between being alive and being dead. On top of this, if you S-cancel any targeted command, it, of course, cancels the command, but it does not cancel the turn. Turns in Dota can only be cancelled by other commands that cause you to turn. And this brings me to a question that you hear all the time in Dota. How do pros have such inhuman reaction times to things? Well, this S-canceling not canceling turns can be used in conjunction with the 11.5 degree window trick to preemptively turn your hero towards important locations for instant reaction times on blinking, saving your teammates with save spells, and so forth. All of these rules, however, are completely ignored for Io and Pangolier, who can use Blink and other abilities directly behind them without any punish whatsoever. Thanks for that, Ice Frog.
Oh boy, that is a lot of information to start to digest. That was probably one of the most intense things that we have, where it's just like one of those videos where you don't even notice that these numbers are so intricate. The 11.5 degrees to me was like ridiculously specific.
Yeah, ridiculously specific, and I feel like a lot of people are going to be taking advantage of that Pango trick because it's something that everyone seems to know about Io. Not everyone knows about Pango.
Yeah, I mean, I even got pranked, but I'll be the first one to admit you off stage were telling us 2 heroes. I was like, Pango roll, we're good to go. I know that. But just Pango in general, I just completely missed that. And it just goes to show how much knowledge comes into being an analyst sometimes, how much knowledge comes into these professional videos. Jenkins has obviously been littering YouTube with videos, it feels like every 3 days, honestly. And it's great to see he knows so much and we can have so much faith in him with all these really intricate spells, really intricate things in Dota that we don't think of.
It's some real five-head stuff happening, and it really goes back to what we've been seeing so far throughout the group stages, and I'm sure what we're going to expect to see throughout as well, because basically first phase every single time Batrider's been gotten rid of. You know, that turn rate slow is absolutely massive, and everyone seems to know about Batrider, but there's one other hero that I asked you guys about it and you didn't know. There's one other hero and one other ability that also has a turn rate slow. It's of 35%, and it's Medusa's Stone Gaze that also does it. So something that's a little bit out of the meta right now, a little bit of a 5-head for myself, but yeah, just a little bit of knowledge there.
I'll give you
trivia.
props for that. It should help you get back to Immortal though, so I'm definitely sure you're going to use that knowledge. The issue is though, how many people play Medusa these days?
True. I think since they changed Venge around a little bit, it's obviously not quite as viable. I think giving Stone Gaze the movement speed bonus actually brought a lot of it back. Yeah, but I just don't think it's right. I think there's still potential drafts where it could come out as a bit of a gotcha pick. You just don't want to pick it into certain lineups, but yeah, it's certainly fallen out of favor a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, we might see some Medusa, but that is it here for our Mercedes-Benz pre-show. We do have our first series of the boys from China. So Sparking Arrow Gaming going up against Team Aster Aries. After this short break, we'll see you with our first game.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Coming from the ether, all I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel. Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
It's almost time for us to get into our first game of our first series of day 3 here at ESL 1 Thailand. It's the Group B boys with Sparking Arrow Gaming going up against Team Asta Aries. And I am super excited to see how these two Chinese teams do stack up against each other. Obviously, they've got a few SEA teams out to play in their group as well. But welcome back here to our first game of today. We're going to come back onto the panel as well. Danog as well as Poglet, mate. Are you guys super excited to get into our first one?
I am. I got to see my boys, Sparking Arrow. They're the hidden juggernauts of China, in my opinion. You know, they've got really good recent history as well. Yes, they've made some roster changes, so they might change things up a little bit. And we've seen so far in this tournament, the teams that have changed up their roster have been a little bit shaky. You know, Adroit probably the biggest offender there.
Definitely. The other side of it is DD's a strong player. Like, we're talking about this rotation with Setsu obviously being removed and DD coming in. But they're both really good players, and that's why they're in arguably the top 3 or top 2 teams in Asia, or in China rather, right now. I have high faith and high trust that they're going to pull through a really solid draft. And I've been watching a lot of their replays. Even in the games they're shaky, their drafting style is very clear, very set. They know what they want. They know how they want to play. So they don't have to do that much more to win. They've already got the draft. They've already got the communication going. All they need is 1 or 2 more plays, I think, and they're a top-tier team.
Yeah, and I think they've got that set, unique style that they do as well. I'm really going to look out for the Tusk throughout these drafts because it's something that OP actually plays in that position 3 role, something that's quite rare across the pro scene. You know, you see it as the POS 4. Even a few Southeast Asian teams throw it into the 5. I think Kezcute's probably the one that does it the most for booms. So we'll see what they do. We'll see if Asta Aries have done their scouting for it because, you know, definitely they're both Chinese teams. I'm sure they would scrim or play against each other a fair amount as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you talked about the POS 3, the POS 4. I'm really keen to see their carry POS 5 combo. China at the moment, it's their best style. It's a lot of carry-centric heroes. We see so many bans in the mid phase just aimed at those carries. So if they can get 1 or 2 preferential carry picks, a lot of the time I'm seeing TBs, AMs, those type of heroes picked in the first phase. I think we're going to see a lot of that today, especially in this series. And I want to see a Shadow Demon Terrorblade combo. And I think this is the team to do it. I think Spark Arrow Gaming are the team to do it.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the drafts, though, boys. Oh, I dropped my pen. Speaking of the drafts, we're going into a China versus China match here. This is where I want to try and touch on the fact. Do you think that the drafting meta between these two teams from the same region is going to be different, whether it's going to be, you know, Southeast Asia versus Southeast Asia or even Southeast Asia versus these Chinese teams?
Maybe not necessarily the meta, but perhaps just because that they've had more times to play against each other, that they're going to know specifically what to look out for, those gotcha style picks. Because if you're just looking on the stats websites, sure, you can see the most 5 popular heroes for each position, but then you look into it a bit further and you see sometimes, I think DD especially, there's like 8 heroes that he's played once, and they're all these gotcha style of heroes like a Broodmother, a Visage, a Husker, and he wins every single time. So you mentioned that Sparking Arrow have that great drafting style where they can come out at you and say, look, we can do anything. We can play anything, kind of a wing style of drafting, and it can surprise you.
Yeah, it's definitely a throwback to what TI4, TI5 when we saw Wings absolutely clean up house, and you couldn't really do anything against them because they weren't stuck in the meta. And I think Spark Arrow Gaming are very good for that. Like you said, there's a couple of those gotcha heroes, and not just that, they'll pick those gotcha heroes third or fourth pick and not care. They're just like, you know what? We're comfortable with this. I want to see how you play against it. It's the best of 3. Maybe game 1's a bit shaky, but if we can clean up game 1, game 2 and 3, we can do whatever we want.
All right, well, you guys talking about Wings-esque type drafting. Does that mean we get to see Pudge Techies? Wings did it at TI.
And they lost in the grand finals.
Yeah, but they cleaned everything else up.
Because they didn't pick Budget Techies. That's why. Well, get it out.
Today's the day to do it, right? Like, I don't want to harp on too much, but the Toy Butcher did come out yesterday. Like I'm a huge fan
Put it
of
back
seeing.
in. It's not done yet.
Just put it back.
Yeah, like I'm a huge fan of seeing those wacky picks. I think Techies right now is actually playable as a POS 4. I don't think Techies and Pudge is playable because where the hell do you then play the Pudge? As a core, he is garbage right now. And if you're going to play him as a POS 5 Pudge, that carry is going to cry in his lane. He's going to be stuck under tower. He's going to get denied a lot. As much as I want to see it, as much as I want to see a meme, it's just too hard to do both.
Yeah, I mean, at least they buffed Rot a tiny bit in a recent patch. Like, it went from garbage to just bad. So we'll see.
It went from, like, you wouldn't even inspect it to you might have a look at it and then decide, maybe not. Maybe I don't want this.
But I guess Flesh Heap is also bad now as well, not having that the HP regen. It's gone back to the magic resistance, so he's like kind of in a bad spot right now. But I want to start touching on these carry heroes. You know, we were talking yesterday and even day one as well that it's kind of surprising that a lot of these teams really aren't having that first phase where they pick up their carry heroes. Do you think that across this tournament, I feel like, you know, it potentially could develop into that? Do you think coming into this third day that some of these teams are starting to cotton on that some of these drafts just kind of go by a wayside just because you can't round it out with a carry pick, right?
I think it's one of those things as well. We were talking about it the other day where you need to be ahead of the meta to really be successful. And again, we talked about how God King built his anti-mage and how that really influenced it. But they were also doing this style where they were first phase picking their carry because they were confident in it. You know, they've got a strategy around it. They say, look, we've got this way of playing. You can't beat that. And now everyone else is doing it. So they're kind of following behind that. And, you know, maybe they'll throw something else in there. They haven't played anti-mage at all on this patch, which is a little surprising. They don't play Spectre either. So there's these hyper carry style of heroes. And, well, you've already taken two of the best ones out of the pool.
Definitely. I mean, we hype on this anti-mage. If he doesn't pick it, we're going to look like fools. It may just be his most successful hero, his best hero. He's arguably most famous on that hero.
I think his Terrorblade is also up there as well.
I'd say it's his most famous, but his most played hero is actually Ember Spirit, which again, he hasn't played at all. So it's a little bit of perhaps they're asking him to expand his pool a little bit just because he has become so infamous about his style of play now that teams are like dedicating set strategies just to stop God King. By the way, what a name.
Yeah, potentially the best name in the tournament. I don't want to give him an early call because we haven't seen everyone yet. Obviously, we can see the names, but until you see them in a game, do they really count?
Yeah.
And obviously, God King, I think also with the last 2 months, we've been talking about his picks, his draft style. The last 2 months, there haven't been massive tournaments for them. There's been a couple small ones here and there, a couple in-country ones, like a lot of China v China, just those. We haven't seen them with a massive tournament like ESL 1, and we haven't seen them where they have to be tested. Like, I feel like they're playing almost in-houses for money.
I suppose, but you also have the fact that some of these other teams, not to flame them, but let's say your question marks that are perhaps a tier below, their records, if you look up through the stats, might be a little bit influenced because they're playing against other tier 3 teams, whereas Sparking Arrow, they're not like a household name just yet. I think they should be, but they're not just yet. And so people will consider them like maybe tier 2, but these tournaments that they have won, you know, CDA League, DPL, Beyond Epic China, they've beaten your Vichis, IGs, E-Hunts.
3-0 no less.
3-0, like convincing fashion. LGD as well. It's not like they're coming up against these minnows. They are beating the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, just to bring up on that Beyond Epic, I think they took out LGD and Vici Gaming, and in the middle there was another team.
IG or something along those lines?
I think it was like 3 of the top 4. It was RNG. So they took down all 3 of the top Chinese teams back to back to back, and they were clean games too. We're looking at 22 to 25-minute games sometimes. And you look at them, like you said, they're not a household name, but they really should be. And I think they're not because of the rotation instability. Like we were talking about DD Setsu. That happens quite a lot in the China region. There's a lot of teams that are paired almost, and they'll just bounce players between each other willy-nilly until a major tournament comes up. So I'm hoping they stay together a bit longer after this one.
Do you think that might put a little bit of extra pressure here on Sparking Arrow Gaming coming into this series, going up against ASA, where, you know, you guys were saying that they have quite a good record going up against Chinese teams. They've taken down some big juggernauts in their own region, and maybe that might put a little bit too much pressure on them to perform, especially against a fellow Chinese team. You know, I guess in their group, going up against the Southeast Asian team, there might be a little bit less expectations for them to get that done. But, you know, could this lead into this series, give them a little bit too much pressure?
I don't think so. I think they're going to be confident in their own abilities, and I mean that's the thing about the Chinese region right now. You mentioned that there's a lot of swapping and changing going on, and I mean this is the time to do it, right? This is around what would be on like losers final of TI would be happening today if it was back in normal, but
feels bad, man.
Yeah, this is usually like you'll cry and call your friends being like, we need to make a team right now. Guys, like we need to play together. But we're obviously not getting that yet. But I feel like it's that momentum. It wasn't just TI the reason it was happening. It's just like the DPC and there's a bit of a break usually. So I'd like to see it happen where they get some stability. Obviously no TI for another... Do I even want to say? Like, I have no idea.
Who knows?
But
Hopefully
boys,
soon.
we've got a draft. We've got a draft on our hands. So
Oh,
enough
boy.
about speculations because we've got some hard, solid facts in front of us. So we've got the Treant as well as Phoenix being picked up here for Ares, and then Sparking Arrow Gaming coming up with the Venomancer. Magnus again, not touched just yet, which is surprising.
It is a little surprising. I don't think it's something that either of these teams pick a ton. I think on Astra Ares they do a little bit for their mid-roll, but definitely I like the bans coming through from them. Tusk getting rid of just because it is one of those heroes, like we mentioned before, that OP plays so well. And of course, Tree Phoenix is a fantastic combination together.
Yeah, definitely. You see it so often. It's one of those things, I will harp on this until everyone does it. Do the basics first. Like, this is really... You press R twice on both the heroes, the supernova, the egg goes off, and then you just overgrowth them. You can't do anything. It's just such an easy combo, and I like to see it from teams. It's the first game of this tournament for them. You want to put your best foot forward. You want to be comfortable.
Yeah.
We're talking like maybe these teams will be out of place. They're worried how they're going to stand. They're worried about their group stage. Just play simple Dota and get into the swing of things. We're here for 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, easy to execute, essentially, at the very start. That's the big thing for them. And yeah, you mentioned it perfectly. Unless you've got that BKB, Manta, there's no way that you're going to get out of that and try and deal with the eggs. So.
Yeah, even sometimes you get that Manta off and you get stunned by any one of the other 3 heroes and you're like, oh boy, I'm copping this egg square to the head.
This is happening.
Well, again, you know, coming into these mid-phase bans, all carries one more time. Spec, PL, AM, Void, all gone. Still a few that are kicking around. You got your Terrorblades that are still there, the Naga Sirens, which we saw yesterday as well. I'm just trying to think of like what you want to try and pair up here with these.
Oh, there goes the TB.
Well, let's see where it does go here. What do you want to try and pair up against the Venomancer, right? Because obviously we saw it yesterday where sometimes you get into these drafting situations where the Venomancer can be flexed around. So you want to make sure that you have a good laner up against that Venomancer, right?
And I think having something either ranged or something that can rotate to the jungle, those are the big things that you want. Or something else on your team that's mobile, that's going to be able to reposition yourself quite well. So already, they probably can't pick up an IO just because of the heroes that they've gone so far. They can't pick up a Chen because of the heroes that they've gone so far. So they might have slightly drafted themselves into a corner, but I think they can manage. I think they can bring this back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be quite hard. I was just about to say they could flex the POS 3 Treant Protector. I saw Mind Control play out last night, but they obviously go for that Mars. They are really all in on teamfight. I said easy to execute. These are some big boy ultimates coming out.
And we've seen that from our series yesterday as well, right? The team that comes in as the underdog into this series tends to go towards these more team fight centric drafts, to trying to not execute their lanes as strong, but just trying to come into that mid game where all they have to do is hit all their 3 R buttons at once, and then they can start to win team fights. But I just want to see where Ares is going to go for. Okay, I was going to say where they want to go for their carry, but you're going to go for a Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, it's that range hero that we were talking about, right? One that can actually deal with a Venomancer reasonably well. I really like the Juggernaut coming out from Sparking Arrow, though. When you've got the Magnus with you to give you the Empower, to accelerate yourself a little well, he is one of those heroes that comes online perhaps a little earlier than some of your other ones. And that's what you really need when you're coming up against this heavy team fight from Astra Ares.
Yeah, definitely. And it's another hero that can actually get away from Mars. He can remove the Overgrowth himself, spin. We're talking about the Manta, but he can just use spin for that. And obviously
hit the egg
you can hit the egg, yeah. So it is a solid pickup. And like you said, Jug usually enables himself early. The problem being, everyone's been building Battle Fury on Jug lately because he needs that level advantage. You don't need a Battle Fury if you've got the Magman just sitting there being like, I'll help you overpower. Let's just, It's such a simple combo, and it makes every melee core viable in my mind.
I think the biggest thing is also the fact that this Ags is looking quite good on Juggernaut now, right? Just being able to give you that little bit of the extra jump range on the Omni Slash, allows you to have that little bit of initiation, can also finish off a few supports in the backside as well. Like, if you get to a strong point where you're a Juggernaut, you can Swift Slash as support, and that plus 5 is going to die in like 2 to 3 hits.
Yeah.
True, but do you really see a Treant or a Phoenix dying within a Swift Slash? I feel like they're always going to be able to get something off, or Treant's beefy enough that he's not going to die straight away.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would just view it, like you talked about the ability to jump. It's a free damage blink, really. Like, we look at some of these cores. Drow is another one I think of, where you actually build Blink, a no stats item just for a bit of maneuverability. Jug doesn't need that. He has a stats item that does it for him. You did say Trout's not going to die, but it'll piss off the Phoenix quite a lot.
Oh,
he'll have to use dive. He'll have to use an early egg. Because you don't really want to build a Yules on Phoenix to stop this Swift Slash.
No, absolutely not. And I feel like with their style as well on Ares, they tend to play it as the 4 with this Phoenix. I think picking it up in this first phase is a little surprising that it's actually gotten through to them, because it's something that September picks every single time if he can. But just at the moment for game 1, valuing the Venomancer and the Tiny ahead of that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those two heroes are getting absolutely overpicked right now in this tournament already. And just because they're both so easy to flex around, like you say core Tiny and no one really budges. They run like, that's normal. But it's a pos 4 right now. More often than not. It's a mid as well. You can play everything but the 3 comfortably, I would say. Just because right now pos 3s feel so important to be a lane dominator, and Tiny starts to struggle if he doesn't have a winning lane matchup.
Well, coming into this final pick here for Ares, obviously a lot of mid heroes get banned out. Sparking Arrow were able to get rid of that Void Spirit as well as the Queen of Pain. And it looks like our final pick will be coming through very, very shortly.
DP.
I like this. Push strat.
Yeah.
With a lot of ultimates
Team
to
fight.
force the fight. Yeah.
And not just something that's going to win you the team fight like an Omni Slash, something that can win you the team fight and then push beyond that. You know, Exorcism lasts for long enough that you're going to be able to use that momentum to really take some more objectives and take control of the map. And, you know, you could even just go this space creation with the Drow Ranger. You can run the risk of leaving her alone, perhaps, if you are aggressive enough.
Yeah, definitely. And we did see it on Thursday, obviously, when I was casting with MLP. Sometimes these massive these massive teamfight strats just lack that push. So double downing, having Drow obviously can auto attack the towers, and then DP is probably the best mid in the game right now for actually raw pushing with that Exorcism. It's just a great, well-rounded draft. You can see exactly what the game plan is, but you can't see exactly how to deal with that game plan.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're thinking, well, what are we going to run now? What are they lacking so far? I mean, it could be anything for Sparking Arrow. The way that they like to play the Venomancer is either mid or off lane. So it's not this this style that we've seen from other Southeast Asian teams where they're like, great, you know, you've tried to counter our Veno, let's just chuck it as the 5. It's not something that they're quite as comfortable with.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking at Spark Arrow Gaming. They don't need much, to tell you the truth. Right now, you can tell their draft is so hard centered around this Juggernaut pick. I want to see a fast tempo mid laner that can really annoy the Death Prophet. I'd like to see something like a DK, honestly, I'd be happy with. Can deal with ganks coming towards him. He doesn't need help. So you can really focus on this Jug and this Tiny rotating in the mid game, and this DK can do whatever the hell he wants.
And so we're thinking that it's like a mag offlane, right?
Yeah.
Potentially. But this is the area where maybe having DD instead of Setsu, which is the recent change that they had, because Setsu was very prominent as a Void Spirit, so something that can get out of the arena of blood, that can just move around, create a ton of space to enable this Juggernaut, really. DD doesn't play Void Spirit, at least not to the level that Setsu does.
I mean, they banned it. Clearly, they're not comfortable. They did see the Drow, the Mars, everything. They knew they were going to need something to get out of the Mars ult, and they banned it themselves, so it does show.
Shadow Demon.
Oh, okay. I was talking about wanting to see Shadow Demon TB. I got half the combo. I got the support side of it, so...
All right, so last pick in your support, you would assume. Yeah, Red Panda's going to be picking it up. God King Juggernaut, DD running mid with the Magnus. September playing that 4 Tiny, and it's going to be OP with the Venomancer.
So it looks like we're going to be having a very interesting draft here, boys. Where are we going for our game 1 here between SAG and
I got to
Ares?
stick with Sparking.
Sparking? What about you, Pog?
I think Sparking are the better team, but I prefer Asta's draft. So I'm going to have to stick with the fact that I was talking up their draft and go with Asta and most likely cop the point.
All right, so it looks like we're 50-50 here on the panel in our first game here between Sparking Arrow Gaming as well as Asta Ares. We're going to leave it with our casters, Must Love Ponies, because he's hiding the real reason behind his name, and QO Dota. We'll see you after this.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say darnish, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, Joe
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of group stages for ESL WEN Thailand. We are, of course, in day number 3. It is, of course, MLP, Dota, and QO casting for you today. QO, SAG versus Asta Aries. How are you feeling about this one?
I have to see how SD plays. Like the last pick SD, that seemed really interesting pick, just because he's versing against Draw Ranger and DP.
Could be rough. We'll see how it all does go down. Of course, SAG, they're probably looking to be the favorites in this matchup up against Asta Aries, but I wouldn't put it past Asta Aries to pull off this game 1 victory. I guess we'll see how it goes. The game has started. Asta Aries make their way to their respective lanes. The side of SAG will do the same. Q, you don't get to watch these teams very often, do you? The SAG and Aries boys?
Well, honestly, I haven't been following too much about the Chinese scene, but just from like yesterday, I kind of feel like they are doing similar style as like what Southeast Asian does. Like all the picks were pretty similar. Venom, Phoenix, Tree, Magnus. So I think it's just all about who plays better.
Okay. We'll see OP God. He's going to be there on the Venom. That's going to be a position 3 Venom. They'll have the pos for Tiny out in that off lane.
I really like how he's cutting all the trees. Like he's preparing like to verse against Tree, so he doesn't get any like kill opportunity. Like he doesn't want to give to them.
That's generally the smart way to do it, right? Just clear out the tree line, get rid of them before the laning stage even starts, and well, it will begin now. Bounty runes to spawn. Aries will get 2 down at the bot lane. SAG going for the top 2. Neither side really wanting to go for any kind of early scuttle with each other.
Yeah, they were both busy cutting down the trees. This meta is all about cutting the trees. So
darn trees, get them out of here. Of course, DD in the mid lane on the Magnus, up against the DP. We were talking about this a little bit in the drafting phase. I thought maybe they'd go for something a little bit different in this mid lane up against that Death Prophet, but they seem to be quite comfortable just running the mag anyway.
Yeah, as soon as like I saw like DP comes out, like there could be a potential, but Magnus, you just can never lose with this hero as well. Like, and especially in the first wave, he has like a lot of damage and denied like three of the waves already.
Good feeling. It's Phoenix. It's a bit hard for this DP this game as well, right? Because you can always just skewer away if he does get a nice siphon off. I suppose the silence can be a little bit annoying, but overall, he siphons, you just skewer out of there if you're in danger and you should be fine. Of course, looking up to the top lane, September, already having a look for this Treant Protector and does spot him out. You actually just going to chase him down on the Treant.
I really like how like September is playing aggressive in the lane instead of trying to pull, just like knowing his limit. He's just giving a lot of pressure to Draw Ranger just by standing around.
That's the beauty of the laning matchup, right? If you do catch out in fact, bot lane, they are going to make a chase onto this Mars with the spin out from God King, but Disruption is also going to be there to lock him down. He will be all right, just running back towards that T1 tower.
Very smart move from Mars, just like starting with the stick as soon as possible, just assuming that SD is like spamming a lot of skills. But like I think that like made like Mars to not get too much pressure about the spinning.
I think as well though, he's been kind of left with hardly any regen already. Like he's got 2 tangos left, no salves. Might have one coming out. Overall, I do agree the stick purchase is going to be nice, and oh, we do have some salves coming out. Well, that is nice.
Yeah, and like if the Juggernaut doesn't get enough out of in the safe lane, like he's gonna be the one who's gonna get whacked by the Mars soon. So he has to get some kills out of it or get the lanes back as soon as possible.
At what point do you think? Like level 3 maybe on the Mars, level 4? Is that when he starts dominating the lane here?
I think like right now, like he has to use, he's getting forced to use the spin defensively. Like that's what the beautiful thing about like laning with Mars.
Red Panda just going for the small camp pull here, just trying to get that creep equilibrium back towards the T1 tower, but a great pull out from the side of Asta Aries. Rico will take care of that on the Phoenix, and this is going to be even more annoying now for God King. So you just never really feel comfortable farming
He's
up.
not gonna die. Like it's really hard to die against those 2 heroes, but he's gonna lose a lot of CS because one mistake, it can actually force to die.
Rico being forced to Icarus dive out of there. DD in that mid lane. Looking pretty darn good in terms of CS. 17 and 5 at the moment. Not really struggling at all. I mean, that's the thing, right? We did see a Spirit Siphon earlier on from that DP, but he just skewered away. And you look at this, QO, top lane. This is going to be one of the most frustrating things about the current patch. These Venomans, they are hellish to lane against.
It hurts so much. Every time he attacks, like the W stacks together, every hit. So it does more damage apparently.
That's
It
doesn't sound very balanced. But OP God gonna chase down the Drow. Of course, Haru's been having already a challenging time, but Neutral's actually working against OP for a second. September will go in. Nature's Grasp not really going to land on September. He'll just be fine to walk out, but that is a lot of harass.
It looked like really great like kill opportunities. I'm not sure why they decided to change to get like a 2 creeps instead, but I think if they were like chasing a bit more, I think they could have got it.
Mid lane, Rico going to show himself on Phoenix, leaving the Mars alone down at the bot lane, which will allow God King to farm up a bit more comfortably. And speaking of God King, he hasn't slowed down too much. In terms of CS, he's doing okay so far.
I think that's the main reason why Phoenix is like playing less aggressive. Like let's just Juggernaut is already farming. We just have to let him do it.
Can't stop him. Just let him do it. Top lane LWW. Trying to hide from September. Does duke out the Avalanche and will be alright. I mean, in terms of farm, like you look at that Drow, he's just a little bit behind the Jug at the moment. You're looking at 6 CS. I guess it's not too big of a deal because you always have that comeback potential once you hit that level 6 timer. Bot lane, Red Panda. It's being chased down a little bit by Rico. Still going to go for this chase. Another Fire Spirit will land on Red Panda, but it's not going to do enough damage to take him out.
Bit scary to dive like when Juggernaut is around. Like he can just like roll on those like supports and just kill him if he missed position once. I really like how he's interrupting the Magnus's farm. Just going into jungle, don't jungle, like I'm gonna kick you out, I'm gonna share EXP with you. That's a big factor for Magnus.
I agree, and I like this as well from Phoenix, right? You hit the level 6, you don't hold on to that exorcism, you just get it out of the way as soon as possible, get it on cooldown, and he's gonna be able to get some decent tower damage here, I believe, even with that siege creep there. Forcing September to rotate back in on the Tiny to try and help DD defend, but that's a lot of damage on that tier 1 tower.
True. I think Red Panda has to be sticking a bit more in the mid tower and give Magnus a lot more like gold. But apparently it feels like DD is just not rotating from mid. I think he's gonna be lower net worth compared to what he's jungling if he plays this continually. So eventually I'm expecting the SD to take over the lane.
DD get back to that mid lane, but Rico's been sticking around on the Phoenix, and of course so has the SD, Red Panda. Looks back at God King. He did take his spear there from the Mars. So he'll be just fine. He had the healing ward out anyway. It's a bit of a concern for me here for Asta Ares. I realize you mentioned before they can't really stop this Jug from farming, but it's a Jug mag. Later on, once the Empower's online, this is going to be a real problem.
From like level 7, like he's gonna have all the like item needed. The Jug, the God King, he's gonna have like 3 important items, 3 2,000 gold items.
They called out the Drow. Nice toss back from September back into OP God. Haru will try to fight this one only. He actually gets the first blood. And now the rotation in from Phoenix. OP God also going to go down.
I'm surprised the first blood came out in 7 minutes.
It's a great rotations out from Asta Ares though. Not just letting SAG do whatever they want up at that top lane. And they kind of needed that. The Drow was falling behind. You got her a couple kills now. You got her a free lane. I think they're going to be feeling a bit better about this top lane. DD. Was that an RP being committed?
I think he actually did.
No, he did commit the RP. He does say sorry. I believe that was a mistake from DD, and Phoenix will be very happy about that one.
Yeah, DP, like on level 7, we include having like a lot of items. It's so tanky. It's not gonna die like much if he's on full HP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
WW.
attack.
Of course, his job on the train protector, just keep every tower alive for the side of Aster areas, right? Like that's just the train's job. Just make it hellish to try and get any objectives for this Radiant side.
It's different with like yesterday when we see Zephyr's game. I mean, Geekfam's game. Zephyr actually got QW. He never got the living armor.
Right.
So it can be used offensively, it can be used defensively, but in here he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to go more like offensive like spells. So I like to see that.
They got the tier 1 bot tower. OP God and God King gonna go up top. September. Nice avalanche out onto LWW, and now the Omni comes out from God King and he will get the kill. I didn't believe he had vision, but apparently they did, and the Omni.
And that was fastest Omni Slash I've ever seen. Like very fast decision, like great decision making from God King.
Okay. Phoenix is going to take that mid tier 1 tower while all this is happening, but up at top lane, DD does get another kill this time around onto the Phoenix. And they'll claim that tier 1 top tower. Only issue being, QO, they've lost their own mid tier 1.
Yeah, like I think that first push from the DP ulti, like it did too much damage over there. And Magnus got like zoned out by Phoenix, like that was another big factor. I think he had to just regen as soon as possible.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
DD will have that RP back up soon if he does wish to try and make a play with it. Of course, I was also talking to you about SAG, and they do tend to enjoy playing a 4 protect 1 style of draft here, where they'll just let God King have as much space as he wants, and the other 4 will just rotate as a team and try to just make havoc across the map and take the attention away from that Jug. So I do wonder whether SAG will continue that kind of play style here in this game number 1. For now, they've been just passive. We are just passing the 10-minute mark now, and it's about that time you will start to see those rotations happen. In fact, top lane, our Jug, God King, might get pincered here. We'll find him, the Mars. Skewer, no, Spear not going to connect. Great spin out from God King. Be just fine to get out. September running in to try and help him just in case, but he'll be fine.
I think SAG need to open more space. Like right now, Draw Ranger's the only core, but in the Radiant, they have Jug and Magnus. They both need to be farms, but right now, just map-wise, it's a bit too small. So
September. Arena going to be dropped. God King, he's going to spin his way into this arena. They can't do anything. It's just a nice toss away onto the Mars, and just not able to capitalize off that arena.
The more Arise like defend their like top side, like they're gonna be having more farm on the Draw Ranger. So I really like how they're not giving it up.
Haru having a decent enough time, just continuously farming up. Now, is there any particular skill build, or rather item builds you'd like to see on Haru this game? Like, he's clearly going for the Hurricane Pike, which is fairly standard. Is there any particular item you'd like to see him pick up after that Hurricane Pike?
I was more expecting about Manta first, because Manta always can make you farm faster. So if you're not gonna do too much about the Dragon Lance, like I'm expecting Yasha first item. Even like it can be another way. He can just farm. He can win a team fight and get a Manta style after.
Echo Saber now up on our mag. A lot more DPS output. Nice little power spike here for DD. We do see sometimes these mags. In fact, never mind that. Rico mid lane gonna get jumped, but he does get the egg out in time. Now September will be on the run. He'll try for the TP play, but will he make it in time? He does. Oh, that was a close call for September. He'll be just fine. While that was happening, top lane was being forced in by the Death Prophet, but DD will clear out that creep.
Arise know. I feel like Arise know how to play, like how to make them busy, just because of the like not letting Juggernaut and Magnus to keep up with the farms. So yeah, like I think if they continually play like this, eventually Joe's gonna have even farm with Jog.
That's problematic. You don't really have the most amazing gap closers either, right? Like you've got the Tiny who can blink, toss back the Drow, but
that's about it.
That's about it. Go after that T1 mid tower. It's going to be a little bit challenging here up against LWW, who is just going to living armor that tower every chance he gets, but God King is not backing off, and neither is the rest of their team. They've got the RP up if they want to take this fight. Spin out from God King, he'll focus it down, but now a great toss out from the tiny Rico, going to be in trouble, and does go down. And without the Phoenix, it looks like they are just going to let go of this tower.
I know Arise wanted to really want to defend that mid tower, like, because if they give them that, farming speed will start change. So they wanted to do that, but it wasn't ready. They were not prepared enough to make that happen.
Ares back to farming that Radiant side jungle now. Of course, SAG will take the Dire. I'm curious, I asked you about the Drow item build. What about God? On this jug, what would you expect him to go into for item build?
You first need Manta style, and then Battle Fury could be like one of the items that helps the Omni Slash a lot, because every Juggernaut these days, they buy Agate Scepter. So Battle Fury can actually help that a lot. That's 4 slashes matters a lot. So I would like to see, Manta style into Battle Fury if possible, even with the Empower.
It's not something you see very often.
Yeah.
But might happen. God King, we'll see what he does. DD. Looks like he's just working towards a BKB, while Haru does go for the Hurricane Pike still. Of course, he has the Dragon Lance, but it's going to take him a bit more time for the full Hurricane Pike.
I feel like God King will just build Diffusal here, like just because the Tiny and Magnus isn't enough to be frontline to open the map, and it's also good against Mars.
Could work out very nicely. Down Urins, gonna spawn up. Bottom ones will go to the way of Asta, Ares, and SAG. They will get the top, but now again invading that Dire jungle. This is one of the times where they're really strong, right, SAG? When you've got all these ultis up, you feel very confident fighting into the side of Asta Ares at this time of the game.
Yeah, they need to be smoking. Yeah, I think it is a really good move from Arise.
Can they take the team fight though? Like, you're fighting into Poison Nova RP.
If they don't, like, they are just gonna lose. There's a potential they can lose to a Roche freely too. So
they're making their way over. Not spotting out the mag yet. Now they will. Pings do come out, but how do you initiate? Hold on for now. They'll just hold their position. Arena gonna be out. God King, the spear does land, but they back off. They don't want to try and follow up with that Arena.
Sometimes over patience like gives this sort of angle, you know? You wasted 20 seconds, 30 seconds trying to do stuff, but they want to get a best angle to open.
They're going again, but OP, he does dodge out the spear. Now Exorcism, but the Omni is going to take out the Mars, and now Rico has to Icarus Dive and Egg and God King. He is very low, but the disruption will keep him alive for now. DD, he's going to skew around, but the Egg stun is there on God King. They do get the jug, and now with the Overgrowth, they'll go for more. Red Panda, he'll be the second to fall. OP got the third. September, he's on the run. He'll try for the TP play. Will he make it out? Not this time. 4 down for the side of SAG. Asta Ares, that was a great fight for him.
It was a great fight. Like I was expecting that Arise gonna get run over by SAG just because the Mars died in 3 seconds, and they somehow managed to just let's just fight it. We can't keep losing our heroes, and the Phoenix stun, that was pretty big.
Definitely was. Of course, it looked pretty bad once they missed that spear onto OP God. You saw the Mars go down so darn quick to God King, but it was really the egg usage, it feels like, of the Phoenix, just perfectly placed on that cliff. And obviously the spin, stun goes through with the Overgrowth out from the tree, and it was just perfect play. SAG had no answers to it. In fact, I can't remember, did we see an RP that team fight?
No, he didn't use it. You really want to use that in like good angle, otherwise it's just better not using it.
Okay. So he holds out for now. We'll have it available for the next fight if it does come anytime soon. Of course, Red Panda just trying to work towards that that Aether Lens, one of that added cast range, which is pretty important for a Shadow Demon, I'd argue. September, he does have enough gold for that blink now.
it's gonna look more scary for our eyes.
It's a big power spike for the Tiny. Are they going for a Roshan play?
The good part is they, even though the September has Blink Dagger, he can't burst many heroes from Dire. That's a good part about what our eyes have to deal.
Roshan slowly but surely going down. That's the Ares. Do they even know it's happening? They don't have any wards around the Roshan pit, so it seems like they have no idea. And no, they don't. They're just farming. It's a great opportunity here from SAG for a free Roshan play, and with this Aegis going the way of SAG, you'd imagine they start getting even more aggressive now.
I think they were just gonna continuously go to their towers. So maybe after this one, they're trying to open the tier 2 instead of farming too much.
The way to do it. Well, I'm not sure if you caught that, by the way, but God King's queued up an Eye of Skadi already on the jug, which is not something I was expecting, but OP God going to get arenaed up. Disruption is there for Red Panda. OP will commit the Poison Nova. Now God King coming in, no. He'll back off, but here comes September with an avalanche toss out on Phoenix, but he's still fine. No, the Omni is going to be there. God King, it'll bounce to the Mars. Now the spin, they find another. The egg falling, but not falling fast enough. God King will actually lose the Aegis. Now they'll also lose September. Still DD, he'll go for the RP, committing on only the Treant. Of course, he wanted the Drow Ranger, but it was just out of range of the RP. Still a decent team fight out for SAG.
I was expecting more disastrous situation for our eyes, just because the Phoenix Egg was meant to be dying that fight. But I don't know, I feel like he trusts the team pretty well. Every time he eggs, like all the team knows like what to do. So they managed to actually remove the Aegis from the Juggernaut, and I think that's a very good trade already.
God King, Spear does not connect. So he'll just run back the other way. Now this Eye of Skadi pickup. You were mentioning the Axe, the Diffusal Blade. Eye of Skadi, is that the way to play this cure?
He just wants to be tanky.
Right.
He's keep dying in the last tick, where it's not necessary. More HP, like when he gets it, I don't think he's gonna die too easily.
Fair enough. DD also has the blink up now, by the way, so you've got even more initiation now from this Radiant side. Still Ares doing a decent job.
I'm surprised how Death Prophet is just going straight Octarine Core.
September. Missed the Avalanche. Nice juke out from Rico. Still trying to juke out September. This Tiny having a look. He knows he's around here somewhere. And that range creep actually hitting the Phoenix. He'll go for the Icarus dive out, but Avalanche is going to be out to cancel the Sunray, and now DD also going to join in. Rico going to go for the TP play with the Fire Spirits, and it will work out. That's ballsy.
That was misplayed from, like, he could have like saved the toss, or he could have saved the score, but they both used the spell in the same time.
We'll go after the tier 2 tower anyway.
Top tower is under attack.
DD with that blink should be feeling confident to get a decent RP off this team fight once it is available. Just 5 seconds away.
They want to fight.
Even got a haste rune and a BKB for that matter on DD. Smoke up as to Ares. They're going to try and make something happen. Can they fight this one though? They want the surprise initiation. DD actually going to pop the haste rune and run straight into him. September goes for the avalanche toss on the Mars. Arena is dropped, but the Omni again from God King, and the skewer back in from DD right into the Omni Slash.
It's really hard game for our eyes to have an access, like can jump on the SAG. Like it's very, very hard just because of the Bano factor, but I feel like they still have to do it. Otherwise, they're just gonna get picked up and they're gonna give better opportunity to SAG.
We'll just go for the tier 3 tower. We're 22 minutes in. They just do not care. They do not respect the defense of Asta Ares. And that might be the first racks going. Of course, Ares going to try and defend, but September, toss, just going to be an illusion. Just dive in. Trying to defend. Haru going to get 4-star forward. God King does get on top of the Drow. Now there is DD as well. They'll use the egg up with the overgrowth. But can they really make this happen? The skew back from DD into 2. They'll get Haru, and it looks like LWW not going to be too safe, or maybe he is. DD needs to find his way out, but can he? He'll run the opposite way. DD, that is not your fountain, sir. That is not your fountain. He will end up going down. OP God also going down to Phoenix.
A noble sacrifice from my mid laner. Sometimes you just have to make that decision.
Well, they'll lose OP God as well, but I guess on the brighter side for SAGs, you got the Exorcism expended. You know that's going to be down for another 2 minutes or so. And
especially in this moment, like they were hesitating too much. They just had to go in, but once they see first, and they are the if SAG the one who's initiating, I don't know. I think it's gonna be continuously like this. So they have to talk about how they want to team fight.
Hesitation is killing Ares at the moment. There's that Eye of Skadi, by the way, out on God King now. So you've got even bigger problems. And by the way, QO, earlier on, before that last team fight, you were a bit surprised to see the Octarine rush on the DP. Not the way to play it, you think?
Well, because the Octarine got a lot cheaper, maybe it could be like a new meta. Just because DP needs a cooldown. Cooldown is everything on a DP. The shorter the exorcism is, his offline time is gonna be a lot lesser.
Here we go again. Another smoke out. SAG, they're heading towards that bot lane. No, they'll go for the dire triangle. What are we looking for? They do go back to the bot, and they just love picking on this Mars. They'll break the smoke. September instantly in with the avalanche toss. And that's what you love to see. No hesitation, just straight in, get the job done.
This is going to be another 2 towers here at the bottom.
Tier 1's gone, they'll go straight after the Tier 2 tower now. And all they've got to do is just living armor. I mean, they don't seem to be very confident going into a big team fight here up against the side of SAG. And mind you, QO, it's only a 2k net worth advantage. You know, they're not that far behind. It just seems as though they just can't fight into this Radiant side yet.
Net worth is just a number. You know, we know that. Like, it's just a number for some numbers.
Well, they'll go for the Tier 3 tower, forcing out a defense attempt. The Drow just tickling the side of SAG here.
But obviously, like, SAG have to be careful. Like, if they don't use the spells correctly or don't do enough DPS on a specific heroes, like, they are the one who can get turned out. The Draw Ranger is gonna do a lot of output.
Haru, you'll see he's just trying to go straight for a butterfly rush now after that Hurricane Pike, which seems like a decent idea, but Ares.
I really like that decision, and he's building butterfly.
Arena, gonna be dropped. It's OP God, but no September. He takes the spear. So OP, he'll be fine for now. September is falling low, does go down. They want that egg. They will get it in time, and now it's straight on that Mars with the Omni God King. Just rips him apart, going after the Phoenix. He just does not care about the Exorcism, or maybe now he does. God King going way too far. It's a 3 for 2 so far, and well, Phoenix, he's going to go for more. Silence out, the SD, Glimmer Cape TP out, we'll be fine.
This is what I needed to see. They just blink in, ulti, use everything, kill 2 heroes. Don't let them go on to Draw Ranger.
Just going to protect the Drow. That's all you need to do.
And Draw Ranger's going to do like 9,000 physical damage in the team fight just by herself. So
it feels good. Look at Haru's gold, it just escalated so quick. Just after one small engagement, he suddenly holds about 3k. So very close to that butterfly now. Saw they took out the egg, but it was really the overgrowth, and well, the Omni Slash was suspended, but just didn't work out. I think they do have to respect the fact that the DP Exorcism is going to do a lot of damage.
I feel like in this game, instead of eggs, like, I do feel like the butterfly could be a better decision from a Juggernaut, just because he wants to hit the egg every time, and what's stopping is those 3-end protectors and Mars.
Oh. Moonshot.
Moonshot. Maybe he wants to hit the egg too.
Right. That's fair enough. Hit the egg.
Hit the egg. Don't get too much damage from Draw Ranger. Just turn on him. Charge at him.
It's just a 1000 IQ play out from DD. find the Ground Ranger illusions, and of course you can just take them for yourself for Red Panda.
Look at these damages from illusion.
It's a very balanced hero, the Shadow Demon QO.
Yeah. I like how like SD is like keep ulting on Draw Ranger, so he can't use the 4 stuff as well. You get stopped. You can't go full like 400 range, so he can't reposition herself. So I think that's one of the big part.
Well, they're just gonna sit back and continue farming here on Ares. We'll see a Shadow Blade timing on the Tiny now, so just a nice way to kind of initiate without being scouted out. September, he has been quite influential on this Tiny, this game, just constantly jumping in with some great combos out, and it's one of the reasons why the Tiny is so popular, just being able to initiate for your team without really caring about your own life, getting that nice toss off to reposition their the opposing cores. Always going to be a good feeling. We'll see SAG, another smoke. Gotta say, I really appreciate how active they are as well on both sides. Like, they're not just sitting back and passively farming up. They want to constantly smoke up and try to get an objective.
That's the beautiful part about Dota. Like, I really like teams that are continuously looking something to do instead of just passively farms. So, but both teams, they know their timing, what they want to do at these specific items. I think they're doing both like really well.
They are. Roshan gonna go the way of SAG. There's the Aegis and God King, and DD going in for a skewer attempt. He will go on to the Phoenix, and with that silence, should die? No. He gets the egg off in time. They'll try to get the overgrowth, but the egg is already gone. Now the arena round, but is it gonna be enough? They're trying. God King still not committing the Omni either. He's holding on. Phoenix not going to be able to get much done on the Shadow Demon, and now the Omni is committed, but the Yules is going to cancel that off. No, never mind. It was not the Omni Slash, but rather the Swift Slash, and God King does get one. Now after the Mars, they should find another, and it looks like they just may. No, he blinks out. Blink in from DD, still chasing him down with a nice shockwave. Spear back will allow him to get out safely. And SAG, I mean, you're still going to be pretty satisfied with that. You lost 2 supports, but you got their mid laner, and you got an extra support on top.
Both 2 supports.
Never mind.
Dire's middle tower is under
Phoenix
attack.
and Tiny, I think they mispositioned. Like when they both blinking in, I think Tiny mispositioned himself and get burst down. I think Phoenix could have like waited a bit before he entered, but yeah.
This farm on the Jug starting to get a little bit concerning now. He's going for that basher into the Abyssal Blade. At that point, you start to question whether they have the tools to deal with this Juggernaut once that Abyssal Blade's up. He's just already so mobile with that Aghanim Scepter Swift Slash.
What do you think about that Aghanim on Juggernaut?
I love it personally.
Love it?
It's kind of nice, right? Because you can reposition with it, you can get some decent damage out with it. You know, you can kind of not really, you know, make them think you've committed the Omni, but sometimes you might be able to get away with a bit of a prank.
You never know.
You never know.
Until he clicks it.
He'll have a blink. Is that a blink up on the Jug? It's just skipping out on the basher altogether. I believe he just bought out a blink.
Maybe he just wants to jump on the Draw Ranger at this rate.
All right. No smoke yet. Just going to hold out for now. They'll do it the old-fashioned way. They're just going to run their way through the mid lane. No surprise reveal on the blink. He'll show it with that creep wave. Ares are posturing around the Jug. They're not really willing to commit yet. And at this rate, if you're Ares, you'd rather just go for the high ground defense, would you not?
I think it's better for them to just chill and hold in the high ground. But they can't do it for long, so once they have like some items ready, they're gonna try to smoke up. Are they just forcing because of the Aegis?
Yeah, seems like they might be. They'll send some Manta illusions in first.
Yeah, they're just backing off. Yeah, it's not a good decision.
not a good decision to force the high ground.
Especially when 5 heroes are alive, including buybacks. You don't know their buyback status.
Oh, Ares.
Yeah, Mars and Draw Ranger, Tree all had buyback, so they had to do 8v5 at some point.
Really painful though for this dire end. You can't really leave the base at the moment. Like you've got a couple jungle camps maybe you take here and there, but overall you're just stuck in that that lonely base. And
as soon as they see Juggernaut, they're gonna start coming out.
They'll run together in the mid lane.
Deward everything.
Those wards out ASAP.
Yep. What items are they looking for now?
For the drought?
Yeah.
I mean, he's still working towards that butterfly. It seems like he went for an Eye of Skadi instead of the butterfly rush. Do you think the Eye of Skadi was the way to play this? I mean, it tanks him up as well in the drought.
Eye of Skadi now has a heal reduction, so against a healing ward, it can be one of the good items. I'm not sure whether it stacks with the cold arrow.
That's a good question. Find that one out later. We'll ask the geniuses on the panel.
Oh yeah.
See what they have to say.
I heard they're like all 7Ks. I'm so jealous.
7Ks? Who told you that?
5Ks? I'm still jealous.
Yeah, they're 5Ks. You're jealous, are you?
Yeah.
It's been a long time since you've been at 5K QO.
I'm 3K. Yeah. Looks like they want to use the Aegis here.
Why not?
Although Aegis is gone.
God King shows himself some timber with the avalanche toss. Fun little Lotus interaction there, tossing him back. DD actually going to get a great skewer off onto this Mars, and he is just all alone.
That was such a game-changing skewer here. If he does one more time, I think it's really big.
He's got the buyback available. He may have to commit. It just depends on how important they deem this top ranks to be. Is it even worth buying back here?
Well, to be honest, I think buying back and just like force the fight is like right thing, but they like Ares really just want them to come to us, but they're not coming in. They're just pulling them out.
Silence out. God King going to be forced to spin away. There's the buyback. They do commit. They want to go and punish. Nice overgrowth out now with a 4-man arena. But where's the damage? The spear is there. DD's just controlling him, however. Now the exorcism from Phoenix. RP also committed from DD. And the Omni in the backlines. Haru, he's in trouble. God King will be forced to spin out. Still a triple kill out from Phoenix. And God King barely making it out with his life intact.
Maybe this is why his name is God King, because I thought he's gonna die there 100%.
Still, Ares, it's a great high ground defense. It was only a range rax taken, so I'd say you'd call that a successful defense. They're probably pretty happy with that.
And they got a lot out of it too, not just defense. They got like 3 return kills out of it. But I'm just saying, I think they're in a very good lead. So why didn't they do it before when they actually come in?
DD in this team fight. You heard the... Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure the RP did not land on anyone, and it was actually the God's Rebuke that whacked him away far enough that he couldn't get the RP off. Bit unfortunate for SAG in that team fight, but great plays out from Ares, and they're going to try and punish Phoenix, but he does have the spider legs, so he can run pretty fast. Still, God King is rushing towards him. They do catch him out. The avalanche toss is there, and Phoenix just a bit too far forward.
That was big mistakes. I think that was like totally unnecessary for DP to just push alone at bottom.
With that DP down, she does not have buyback. Is this time to try high ground again?
Well, like from SAG's perspective, you don't know about it, but while you're hitting it, you will be able to feel it. So why not? Like at least try to force buyback. And it seems like he has it now.
Oh, just got the gold up. SAG. They are still going to try for this, it seems. God King. No.
It's a bit scary for God King to just hitting on the towers, just because of how the team fights went like last for like couple of times.
Up to that high ground. Living armor gonna make it a little bit painful. Omni on Swift Slash rather onto the Phoenix. They do get one. Rico is down, but he'll buy back immediately. God King will spin out of the arena. September falling very low on the Tiny, should drop and does. The egg will be committed. Clumsy Net holding down the Jug. In fact, a great 4-star forward. He's in trouble, but an RP out from DD just holds them all down. And now God King with the Omni, or rather the Swift Slash going through. And now the Omni Slash comes through onto Haru. He cannot survive it. Blinking back away. God King, does he really get out of this? The spin TP, he does make it out.
He's the God King of escape.
You dare defy a god, he says. He does make his way out of there.
I was wondering what is he god at, you know? And he seems like he's a god of escape.
He really is. With that, they still don't get that tier 3 tower, mind you. So Aster Ares, as bad as that team fight looked for them, they are still holding that high ground. We have not seen a melee barracks go down yet.
But the difference with the other team fights and this team fight was very significant. This team fight, Draw Ranger was managed to die actually. So if they fight like this one more time, I feel like Ares is gonna be in like very bad position. But hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Going for an MKB now. There is a butterfly on the Drow Ranger, which is the reason why he is going towards the MKB. I wonder, QO, is the game going to get to a point where we might see some Divine Rapiers coming out? Because this, again, they're holding high ground really well right now.
I don't expect Divine Rapier in this game. Like,
okay.
It's not really good on Draw Ranger, and the God King's been in very dangerous spot, and he's in the winning side right now. He doesn't want to risk it.
Okay. 13k net worth lead. They'll go after the third Roshan of the game. Every Roshan this game has gone to SAG uncontested.
This time, they have Refresher. So he can Omni Slash, Swift Slash, like 4 times. He can just jump and like make them look scary.
You don't bother giving it to DD, just give him all the slashes.
Yeah, let him just slash. I think it's better.
Slashing is good. It's good.
It sounds good, and it looks cool
nice.
too.
Yeah.
One RP is just once, but like Omni Slash is like, you can see it for 3 seconds.
That's very, very true. It's like a really fun anime battle.
Yeah.
Not for Aster Ares though, naturally. They are holding out. Timeless Relic is on the Treant Protector. So that overgrowth is going to last just a little bit longer. September. Rico is going for that Aghanim Scepter on the Phoenix, and that could be quite game-changing this game. So assuming he commits the Omni Slash, you get an egg save off.
But like how he egged like past like team fights, he used it for open the team fight, and that was the main reason why he could get the eggs off. Like, I'm gonna use ulti first, so you guys save the spells for me. But if he gets eggs, he has to wait a bit more, and in that cases, like the egg might actually die because they use all their spells. So I was more expecting him to be like building different items, not eggs. For you personally, like if you have Egg Phoenix in your game, what do you ask for? You ask for help, right? You ask for him to save me.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the thing, right? Like, you're kind of removing the value of the Ags if you don't actually save anybody. But you could still use it just for the extra hits, I guess. But, you know, Q, I would never doubt you. I know you know exactly what's going on in this game.
Thank you, thank you. Prince Knife on Magnus.
Good item?
I mean, he has Abyssal already, so does he need it?
Unnecessary.
But if you hit him and he becomes a ship, I think it's still good.
God King back onto the high ground.
They want to do it.
Can they get it this time? All ultis are up for both teams. They're going to let this melee barracks go. That'll be the first one of the game. That'll be enough for SAG. They're not going to force anything more quite yet. I say that, maybe they will. They're looking towards that mid lane.
I think they have to be opening the team fights right now.
Spear is very, very nice. Onto that Jug. Can they burst him down in time? He's still got the Aegis available. God King gets the Swift Slash off in time. Now with the spin out, he does not make it out of this one. He does make it out of this one. DD gets a great skewer out onto the Drow Ranger with an RP, but the X-Save is going to be out there. Now with the Overgrowth, it might be enough. It looks like it will be. The egg will explode, and the Drow is back. Full HP, full mana. DD, here comes the Aegis out of the Jug with the Omni. Haru, he's falling low, but not quite low enough. He'll throw another Swift Slash, but he's not getting lucky. In fact, that is the Omni Slash he refreshes. But with the silence now, he'll man to dash it off. It is just God King bursting the world. And it is not going to be enough. As to Ares,
it will be completely different story if Magnus could like buff the Juggernaut before he Omni Slashes. But apparently, like he died first and he had to use the Aegis. That debuff, like the buff on the W, of the Magnus W, and yeah, I think he did like really less damage than what he expected.
The X-Save worked out as well,
Yeah,
apparently.
that too.
So, as to Ares, making it work. They're looking real good now. I mean, the net worth is still 13k the way of SAG. But like you said, net worth doesn't really matter anymore, right? It's all about skill, it's all about coordination.
It can matter for our Ares, but it doesn't matter for SAG.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not gonna value too much compared to Ares.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane, slowly going to be forced in. They'll just chill out, SAG. Without this Jug, they're not going to be confident enough to take a team fight. Disruption. Just out on some illusions of the Drow. That'll be enough for Ares, it seems like. They're just going to take their time and try to grow that net worth up. If I saw correctly, we are seeing a Satanic being built up now on our Drow Ranger.
I have a feeling September is gonna get pulled. Here.
September. Rico makes it obvious. Shadow Blade, Shiver's Guard forward. All stuff, September. Gonna go for the Avalanche on Rico. He has help coming in from his team on both sides. Rico gonna go for the Sunray out, but here comes God King. Can he find him? Yeah, he can. The Abyssal Blade out with the Swift Slash, and will be enough.
I'm surprised. The Ares was much more closer than SAG, and they managed to not follow him.
Could be that hesitation we were talking about a bit earlier on. They just kind of decided better of it, and that's a dieback on your Phoenix. He's gone for 2 minutes.
And they had to clear Creep's top with Mars, so he probably TP'd out. They're assuming the Phoenix doesn't have buyback just because of the Axe purchase.
Does have enough gold now to actually buy back on that Phoenix. Can make his way back into this team fight. Slow siege towards that tier 3 tower. LWW just delaying things. Now a spear comes out, but Abyssal is there from DD, and this Mars looks to be in danger. Does lose his life.
No buyback.
No buyback available on him. SAG, they don't want to fight into the Exorcism.
They still have everything. They should be just keep pressuring.
Maybe just wait out the DP ulti first and then go back upstairs. That's probably about to wear off anyway.
Yeah, SAG just didn't commit anything. It was on Mars.
It's a lot of damage from Haru. Get God King back out of there. backing yet, SAG.
I have a feeling that OP can just use his body here, to be honest. Like, they keep wasting time here. I think they have to do a lot more damage on the towers.
Jump
they're
in,
just going.
September. Avalanche toss is there, but Haru does force staff away. All right for now. Still, DD gets in there with the RP onto 2 and gets the RP off. It looks pretty good. Rico is going to die. No buyback. Haru. You're right, but September jumping back in, not able to find LWW, but here comes God King back on that drow. DD with the skewer back as well into the low ground, and now the Swift Slash will be expended. They don't even need the Omni. Buyback is there. Tier 3 tower is gone. Still trying September, again jumping in with the Avalanche.
I think Mars not having buyback is like a big part. I mean, he didn't have, like, even if he had gold, like, he won't be able to buy back anyway.
Jump in again. Arena is going to be the Phoenix with the Exorcism, trying his best to make this happen. They do get LWW, however, but OP God will go down on the Veno. Now September on the run. Where's our Jug? Swift Slash is going to go through. In fact, that's an Omni Slash going through all the heroes of Ares, but it bounces too much. So God King needs to spin TP out, but he will not make it in time. Haru does secure the kill, and now DD just going to be forced to BKB TP out on the mag.
Not this time, not this time. God King, you can't escape every time.
The Drow's just hitting too hard now. Like, the spin doesn't matter anymore. Speaking of hitting pretty hard, after that Satanic, I see a Daedalus queued up.
Oh, that's gonna do so much damage.
With a leveler? He's got a level in the backpack.
Is he gonna be using it? I think only for like leveler is only value for pushing. That 60 attack speed, I personally feel it doesn't do too much.
Let's run into it. Skewer is there onto the Death Prophet. September trying to help out. Yules is out, but DD, he's in big trouble. He's gone. Massive pick up there from Asta Ares. Do they have an opportunity to try and force a buyback out of this mag? Like, are they ready to go high ground here?
I think they're ready, but I don't think they will. Just about how the games are ran, they want to take more safer choice. So at this rate, they're gonna try to. Oh, but Roche came off.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
With an Aghanim Scepter
SAG
upgrade.
also like scouted out with the couriers.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Try for a steal attempt, but it'd be pretty tough. Nobody's really going to be around to give it a shot. Should be just a free Roshan for Ares. That Aghanim's Blessing, you give it to. On the Drown, on the Phoenix.
It's on Phoenix right now. They're giving it to Drow Ranger.
Okay.
Yep.
That Aghanim Scepter upgrade. I realize how much potential there is if everyone's grouped up and you can just split the shot like your auto attacks, but
it
it's
does
quite
so
hard.
much damage. Like if you don't notice it and if you ignore that factor that Drow Ranger has Aghanim, you're just gonna be dying in 2-3 seconds.
But the problem is that the range at which the second shot goes is so little. Like they really have to be together for it to actually matter. But you are right, it is a lot of damage.
I think all the team fights were like that though. Like they were grouping up just because when Magnus pull brings them out like to the thing, they were all grouped up. Brings one heroes, and if Drow Ranger just start hitting when they're grouped up, it's a disaster.
It is a disaster. The Aerial Blade on September could be quite detrimental for the Drow, just getting that shotgun off on the Drow and just allowing her to be disarmed for a few seconds. It's going to be quite effective. I don't think there's no BKB or anything like that on our Drow Ranger either. There's nothing really the.
Yeah, I mean, I technically feel like he doesn't need it. Like, all those annoying heroes were staying in backline. It's just Magnus and Juggernaut and Tiny who's coming in.
Right. Smoke up from Ares.
Radiant are scanning.
September up at that top lane. Looks like he'll be fine. Just trying to run towards the tree line. Ares still trying to close the gap here. September, he's sticking around. Be dangerous. They do get the Yules off. Phoenix with the plays, and now the spear back from the Mars. September trying to survive, but there's just no way. Does go down.
Great initiation from Phoenix. Doesn't want to give any angles for any angles for Tinys to blink out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
Usually, like mid laners wants to save the Yule as much as possible because you never know what's gonna happen after.
Radiant's
But
top tower
just straight up blinking Yule.
SAG. Things have slowed down
Radiant's
quite a bit
top
for
tower
them.
is under
They've got
attack.
2 Raxes down. They want that last Rax to get the Mega Creeps up, but it's just looking so hard to go high ground now up against this draft of Ares. And it really does seem to be all the DP and Drow, and of course you can give credit to the Phoenix as well with these eggs.
That was Q3 deny.
Hey?
That was 3 Q deny. It looks like this is gonna be the first game that we can see tier 5 items.
True. We are 6 minutes away from tier 5 items. You get to see them so rarely that I just forget about half of them. I don't, you know, it's like, what do they even do anymore? There are some big ones, however. Wonder who
What are
gets
you
lucky.
expecting for tier 5 items?
Sorry?
Any items that you're expecting to drop?
Like I said, I never have games long enough to really, you know, make it worth the... get to that point where we get tier 5 items up anyway.
I read abandoned. My cat's on fire.
It does get a bit crazy after that 60-minute mark. You know, it does get a bit luck-based after that. Still, SAG. So they're grouping up again.
Looks like Ares don't want to use Aegis. They want SAG to make mistakes. The Aegis is about to expire soon.
They don't seem to mind.
Maybe this could be it. Yep.
Smoke up. Haru, top net worth at the moment, has put his butterfly in the backpack. Of course, you want to just try and expend that Aegis first.
Spotted, they know.
Oh, God King, that's a big one. That's the real one they want. They'll get the silence, but he missiles straight away. Now the spear in. It is a great spear out from the Mars with the arena in, but he'll manta the silence off and just get out of there with the spin. Here comes the overgrowth from LWW, and God King is forced to use the Omni Slash. He does get it off in time and gets the kill, but it's not worth his own life. He'll buy back. DD is still trying to fight, but Rico actually ends up getting the cheese off on the Phoenix, and he will survive the damage up from DD. In fact, those Fire Spirits might have just killed him. They do. Buyback's out. They jump back in September with the Ethereal Blade, killing off the Mars by himself. Rico, very, very low. A toss in onto OP God, and they do get the Phoenix. Everyone else from Ares are just out of there, and they need to defend. Their tier 4s are under attack.
middle tower is under attack.
I think it could look a lot better. Like they were a bit disconnected. The SAG, Magnus were far away when God King initiated. They planned it out. I think they would have killed like 1 or 2 more heroes.
Here we go, they commit their buybacks. God King, he wants to go right here, right now. Once those buybacks were expended, it looks like they think better of it. Just get their way back out. It almost feels like both teams don't really want to wait for those tier 5 items either, right? Like, especially SAG, they don't want to allow that luck factor to come into play here for Ares. Can't wait to see what comes out. It's highly doubtful this game is over in the next 3 minutes, so we should see something special. QR, I guess I'll ask you again as well. I know you said the Divine Rapiers weren't good this game. Are you still sticking with that?
I mean, we have to expect it. Like, I never thought this game would go like 57 minutes, you know? They're all like full slotted, and like, there's not many items that you can swap it. That's a big issue, especially when you're playing Drow Ranger and Juggernaut too. Juggernaut, even if he has a Divine Rapier, damage output might be a bit low if you can't use Omni Slash properly.
Ares. You see the Ag's Blessing upgrade queued up for the DP, and I guess that's one thing you can do to free up slots here, at least on the Death Prophet, is just pick that up.
What can Draw Ranger drop here? Yes, he sells.
You can't get rid of the Manta. You've already gotten rid of your boots. What do you get rid of?
Yeah, let's just buy Moonshot first.
Sure, Moonshot's the way to go.
Moonshards. Think about that later.
You can afford it right now if he wants to.
I haven't seen this type of games for like while. Both teams like playing really passively.
We're so close. I mean, it just feels like any team that loses the next fight, this game could be over. They're going to jump in. Avalanche is out, but the Drow is going to be fine. In fact, a great silence from our DP. Phoenix just controlling things up. The SAG just kite out a bit. WW trying to get some D wards out. DD goes in for a nice skewer back onto that train protector, and they do get the kill. In fact, a great toss out onto Haru, but he'll be fine for now. DD just trying to deal with the Mars, never gets the RP off. He just held on. Red Panda disrupting himself up, will be able to blink out in time, but the Mars is on the chase. Still Gale out from OP God. Rico trying to go after, at least get Red Panda, and they do.
That's a jam drop as well.
So you've got no buyback available on the Magnus for another 4 minutes. September, he's going to go in anyway with the Nullifier out from God King, and now the Swift Slash, and that is a very unlucky bounce. Another very unlucky bounce out. He will just spin TP out of there. And poor old September has just been left behind.
One thing like there that like he got E-beat by his own teammates when God King using nullifiers on a DP, the effect didn't remove. So there was 2 seconds like of the time where he couldn't auto attack.
Is under attack.
Gold for me.
60 minutes, tier 5 items.
It looked really good when Tiny got back tossed. I mean the Draw Ranger got back tossed.
It's a great team fight, it looked like, but it was just no RP. Just things weren't going well. They never found the opening. SAG. We're at that point where even if you have 2 Raxes, this game could go either way, and Roshan is back up. Both teams just kind of ignoring tier 5 items for now. They'll go for another team fight onto the Tiny. September, he's on the run. He's getting very, very low, however. They'll get used up. Now the Ghost form, just trying to survive, but he will not. Phoenix does get the kill. Now the disruption out from the SD, and he will also go down. And that's 3 heroes without buyback, so God King does hit the T3 tower twice and just backs out. And that Roshan should definitely go the way of Asta Ares.
I'll take that as tribute.
Level 30 Draw Ranger. Having all talent activated.
That's a problem.
Looks scary.
That's a real problem. You'd love that Drow right now at the Roshan pit, though. You kind of need some damage here.
Alright, we see Woodland Striders for first item.
Divine Rapier as well, by the way, QO.
Let's go.
We do see a Ballista there in the backpack of the Jug to boot, but...
It really feels good that you're getting boots like for the tier 5 items just because of the... You can buy 6,000 gold, like, and I think that items are worth a lot more.
Oh, the Stygian Desolator, however. That's a big one.
Apex.
Apex.
A lot of 4 items are coming out.
Which one would you take, though? Like, do you just keep the boots here for the movement speed, or would you rather just keep going for damage up?
Oh, I think you need boots. You need to have boots. Like, if you get tier 5 boots, that's probably the best item that I can get. And Mirror Shield is another thing that I like. But obviously, I'm not a personality that can go 60-minute games. So I don't know too much about tier 5 items too.
Haru just going to start on the high ground, going after that tier 3, while 2 heroes are down here for SAG. Should be able to secure the tier 3 tower. It looks like SAG aren't interested in trying to defend without their full roster up. Now Mars is going behind G4s, and he has Omni.
Oh.
Not going to be great. The Lotus Orb was there. God King going to have to back out. back towards the mid-racks, but that Drow, he wants to go for T4s. T4s on the other side are under attack, however. So the creeps are trying to win this game for SAG. But now the real team fight starts. Everyone's up on both sides. There are very limited buybacks. September jumps in, but that is not the toss you're looking for, sir. Still, there goes God King, just jumping in by himself with a huge Omni Slash. He does get one. He might get a second. The Mars is low, but not low enough. No, he does go down, and now the RP out from DD onto 2. They'll get the Aegis. Can they get the DP? They do get the Treant Protector. Still trying to fight this one out. It's just the Drow and DP going at it. Phoenix still trying to survive with the Spirit Siphon, but your Drow's in trouble. Haru does die, but he'll buy back. Now the Death Prophet as well, also due to go. Only one buyback on the side of Asta Ares, and that is the Death Prophet. I don't see much of a chance of defending this, but they're going to give it a shot.
I think they'll definitely just run mid.
You
Maybe
have
because
to, right?
he had... Sorry?
You kind of just have to run mid now if you're SAG.
Yeah, they... I mean, it's a perfect opportunities and...
It's your buyback.
I feel like Haru played too manly. Just that fight, just because of the Aegis factor.
God King, he's hitting like an absolute truck with that Desolator as well as the Divine. That is not going to last very long. They do not have time to wait out respawns. They've got Initiate, but Red Panda, he'll be the one to go in with DD. Now September with the Avalanche onto Haru. He'll be alright for now. Back onto that Tiny, but the Ancient is just gone. God King, he's focusing it down. He does not care about heroes. He only cares about the Ancient. And with that, that'll be game 1 going to the way of SAG. What a game it was.
The power of Desolator.
Indeed.
Tier 5 items, like hitting the building like a truck.
It was fantastic play from the side of SAG. Of course, that was only game 1. This is a best of 3 series, and we'll be back after a short break for game number 2. We'll see you then.
Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? But face the same.
Yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you mad easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me. now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make you feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Feel good, sometimes make you feel good. Can't say why.
60-minute showdown here for our first series of China versus China, and boy, did it end in a spectacular fashion. Sparking Arrow Gaming were able to come out with the victory, and Asta Aries, they were so close to getting that game done, but unfortunately, Tier 5 items just don't get picked up, boys. Welcome back, Danog, as well as Poglet. I know Poglet is super excited about that game. He was very vocal there in the green room.
It went so hype. Like, I don't think I've ever screamed egg that much in my life. Rico played insane, though. If he doesn't get banned in every game I see from now on, when you see Asta Aries play, these teams weren't watching that game. Rico almost single-handedly won this game for them.
I mean, so many team fights. I'm surprised that production were able to choose the ones to go for.
Oh, look
what
at this.
an
Egg.
Invisible egg, essentially. No one can do it. And perfect setup as well with that Juggernaut, just being able to spin away but not do all that much. It was just, if we had to give an MVP of that game, even though they lost, I would have given it to Rico.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just insane watching a game where you have a Treon and a Phoenix, and they combo so perfectly. We didn't see enough production from the Mars. We did have a few comments about Shang Tsung. I think he can play a lot better than that. And you can see here, some of these ultimates, they really just baited his team more than anything.
I think the ones that were really successful, again, what a play, just putting him into the Omni-Slash range, fantastic. The ones that worked really well were the ones that were immediately comboed together with that Overgrowth, with the Supernova as well. Even that RP, so close to catching Rico, and they could have potentially closed it out at the 38-minute mark, but going all the way, all the distance to, what was it, 64 minutes or something like
64 minutes and one Tier 5 item. AA, what are you doing? Like, you can't just get to the 60-minute mark. You never see Tier 5 items as casters. You almost never get to see them as players. And you got a Seer Stone, and that's all you got. If you had got a Ballista, I think the game ends. I think you win off the Ballista pick.
Something like a Pirate Hat even, that insane attack range. I think Drow was holding on to something like a Spider Legs, and that could just be the difference in, you know, maybe the Tier 3 Chinese teams that Asta Aries have played up against a lot more. They give you that leeway to make these sorts of impatient plays, let's say, whereas Sparking Arrow, they baited out things a little bit. They saw that the Exorcism was used when they were pushing up onto that high ground right as those Tier 5 items were spawning. They backed up, they farmed them, then they made their push.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we were railing on AA just then, but Spark Arrow Gaming, they held it together. There was a time there I really thought they were going to lose. No buyback on Magnus, no buyback on God King Jug, and they held it together. They lost 2 Tier 2s, they lost a Tier 3 in the racks, but they didn't lose the game. And that's all it took for God King to get that Stygian Desolator and clean house with the Rapier pickup.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to just put a quick 1 there next to my name and a big goose egg next to his.
Well, it looks like Matt is starting to get in towards his predictions, but it looks like it is time here for our DHL drop quiz. For those of you that don't know what's going on, we've got a quick little video to explain it for you.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
So to be a part of our DHL drop quiz, you do have to use exclamation point drop, a DHL drop, and the corresponding letter to the question for today in Twitch chat. You can also check out the live leaderboard as well here. But let's go to Shiva for our question of the day here for day 3.
Welcome to the DHL Dota 2 quiz. Let's get going. Necrophos currently has the ability Heartstopper Aura, but which Dota hero used to have it before? Let's type your answers. Make sure to type exclamation mark DHL drop in the chat with the corresponding letter answer. And good luck on this one. Is it A, Pudge? Is it B, Venomancer? Is it C, Abaddon? Or is it D, Undying? And to make sure you're doing good compared to everybody else, there's a link below to the DHL Motion blog that allows you to log in via Twitch to see how you're doing.
Oh man, these DHL drop quiz questions are not getting any easier.
No.
This one is one that we have to drop back to hearken to the old days of Dota 2 and see who has Heartstopper Aura.
Is this even Dota 2? Or is it Dota 1?
I feel like it has to be Dota 1. As the boomer of the panel, I feel like I'm obliged to get this right, but I'm struggling.
Yeah, this is before my time. I'm showing my age. Like, I'm not even that young, but I really have no idea.
You were playing with Pokemon cards back when this was probably happening.
Dude, I was playing with toys. Like, as a child, it was probably 12 years ago.
Yeah, something crazy like that.
All right, what are we thinking, boys, here for the DHL drop quiz? What do we
I'm
got?
going to go Undying.
Undying?
I'm going to abandon all hope and go see Abaddon.
All right, so it looks like we've got an interesting spread here across the panel. But to be involved in that DHL drop quiz, do use exclamation point DHL drop and the corresponding letter here to try and see if you guys can get the answer for this. But we have game 2 of Sparking Arrow Gaming going up against Team Asta after this very, very short break.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I tracked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. 'Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Can't say why.
We asked you to hearken your minds back to the old days of Dota 1 here for our DHL drop quiz question. My boys here on the panel have been racking their brains, seeing if they can figure out the answer. Welcome back, Denog, as well as Pogot. Now, lads, you've had a few minutes to think about it. Do you guys want to change your answers before we go into it?
I don't think we're allowed to change our
Yeah.
answers. They're locked in. I should say lock it in, Lukey, but...
Oh.
I mean, I
I
also
hope you
looked
feel-
it up, so I definitely can't change my answer.
All right, so you're sticking with it. So you were
I went with Abaddon.
Abaddon, and
Undying.
you're the Dirge. All right, boys and girls, playing along at home here for our DHL drop quiz. Let's see what our answer is for day number 3. And it looks like it is the Dirge himself, Undying, coming out on top there with the DHL drop quiz. Are you going to gloat, Matt? I was expecting, like, you know, some flexing, so just like, I'm so good at all this prediction stuff, blah, blah, blah.
The results speak for themselves, all right? Like,
All right,
sometimes, you know, you can just be silent but deadly. You know?
Yeah.
So,
Nah, the real secret is when you guess, you really don't want to gloat. Because if you keep guessing and eventually you get it wrong, we'll turn it around on you and be like, you're wrong.
yeah, but that's not going to happen, so we'll see.
Just wait. Just wait.
Well, yeah, we're also looking in the break at some of the old abilities that some of these other heroes have had. There's been some crazy ones going around. Obviously, some crazy different ones with different names as well. So it's always nice to float back into the old days of Dota 1 and see how they do end up. But, boys, we're going to start to move into our second game here between SAG as well as Asta Ares. Moving forward, Matt, do you think that Ares needs to change anything going into this? Because that game was kind of on a thread for a lot of that for them.
Just thinking, what could they potentially change, right? Like, the Mars was probably the one weak point that they had in that game. The DP seemed to perform perfectly fine. Of course, the support duo did a fantastic job. Maybe something like a Darkseer instead of the Mars might work all right for him.
Yeah, I think the issue they were having with this Mars Ultimate, yes, it was distracting from the egg, but more often than not, he was getting stun-locked anyway. So if you're going to have a hero that's going to get stun-locked, just pick something tankier, pick something more aura-focused. Darkseer would be good. Wouldn't mind seeing a Centaur. Quite out of the meta right now, but the hero is solid when you have such a two core lineup and the supports just hit R and hope for the best.
Yeah, I feel like with the Phoenix, though, it's not going to be something, at least I don't think, that Sparking Arrow is going to let past again, because we saw how great Rico was on it, and it's September's most favored hero in that position 4 role for Sparking Arrows. So why not just pick it up for yourselves?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised whoever has first pick gets that hero. It's such an issue right now. It used to always be first pick was terrible. You never wanted it. You always wanted the double pick because it used to go 1, 2, 1. But now with the first pick going left, right, you almost always want it. And Core's getting banned out all left, right, and center. Take these OP broken heroes, whatever you want to call them, these tiny, the Veno, the Magnus that we're seeing.
Batrider.
Batrider. I don't think we're going to see a Batrider. I think that hero is 100% ban rate. I'm happy to be wrong because I find the hero hilarious to watch as long as I'm not in the game.
Yeah. I mean, both of these teams do heavily ban it. I think Sparking Arrow, when they pick it, they win every time. So they know when it's a Batrider game, or maybe they're just lucky enough that it slipped through and it's so busted that it's just going to win it for them.
Well, you could also, it's one of the few heroes that I would argue can play 4 roles. Like, obviously, as a carry Batrider, it's a bit weak, but every other position, he seems to just romp the lane.
Yeah.
Similar to a Doom right now. Doom can be played mid lane pretty comfortably. We've seen it POS 4 being flexed. Obviously, the Devour Gold is so insane. Scorched Earth is a free Radiance at level 7, which most people don't seem to realize when a Doom's running at you, that you die very quickly.
But what about this Venomancer? He's kind of in the same boat, right? Being able to be a hero that flexes quite a lot across all these positions. And a lot of these teams do try and go for that Venomancer very early on just because of how flexible it is. Do you think that any of these teams are going to start to prioritize that a little more coming into this next draft?
I think it's flexible with where you run it, but the thing that's not so flexible anymore is its build. I feel like it's the same cookie cutter every single time, you know. 1 point in Gale for the gank potential, Poison Sting, and then just max out those wards and the Poison Sting alternatively. Waiting for probably like level 9 minimum to get the Poison Nova.
Yeah, I think that's a normal skill build. I think you can obviously remove that cookie cutter mentality when it comes to item. We were talking off screen, obviously KP played it the other day, and he went this aura style.
He always goes auras.
Crimson Pipe E, yes, but it worked. So I think this Veno doesn't have to go Spirit Vessel every time, which is what we saw in the previous game. But yeah, you're right with the skill build, it almost entirely feels exactly the same. And the hero is quite boring, but I think it's going to still be a first phase pick every single time.
Winning is never boring, all right?
I mean, what about winning in a 60-minute slugfest against Asta Ares where, you know, tier 5 items felt like they were kind of the decider, right?
That's hype.
Yeah, that is hype. But we'll have to see how this second draft does go forward. How are you guys thinking about God King in that first game? Obviously, we hyped him up quite a lot being this star Chinese carry player. He came in playing a Juggernaut with the Magnus, so you're not really, you know, crazy amount of outplay potential on that kind of hero combination. Do you think that he was living up to his name and his standard in that first game?
I think so. I think if you had to make the MVP from their team, I would say it's God King. They did everything that they could to give him the best game possible, and I think he succeeded in that.
Yeah, definitely. And when it comes down to carries like that, Juggernaut is obviously just going to output damage, just naturally with the Omni Slash, with obviously the free one you get from the Ags and the Ward. It comes down to not making mistakes rather than doing flashy plays. And I think God King did that perfectly. There was no one point where I would say he single-handedly won a fight, but there was no point where he single-handedly lost a fight. And that's what a Jug is expected.
We got baited out a little bit of times just watching the games because the sounds for Omni Slash and Swift Slash are just so similar, right? And we saw Lotus Orbs go off, and a couple of times it was actually a Swift Slash that went into that, but never Omni Slash. He was always on point with that. A couple of times some unlucky bounces, but, you know, that's just how Dota is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm just going to remember Rico getting baited on the Yules, and he comes back down, gets hit by the Omni Slash, dies, and that was where they lost the second racks in the bot lane, just because Rico had no buyout, and God King did a perfect play to really annoy the Phoenix.
All right, moving forward a little bit here. The Magnus is the hero that's kind of glaring to me so far. A lot of these teams, in the first couple of series that we had on day 1 here of ESL 1 Thailand, Magnus was banned every single game. Now coming into day 2, it was barely touched until it was picked up and it won its game. And now coming into this first series here today, again, it wasn't banned out, gets picked up in that second phase and wins yet again. How many times does this hero have to win until these teams start to figure out that this hero is busted?
I think anything that's BKB piercing is just busted, right? Like Supernova, the stun, of course, Phoenix, Overgrowth, busted. Chronosphere, doesn't really care. You just think about all the heroes that are in the meta right now. Even something like Winter Wyvern, It's a great hero.
Yeah, definitely. I think the only reason it got through on the second phase is because AA had this plan with the Drow Ranger and the Death Prophet. Neither of those heroes care too much about the RP because they're range heroes. They're never close to each other. They've got these massive support ultimates behind them. But I think you're right. Like, Magnus itself is quite strong. Not many mid laners could do what he did. Enable his carry while farming himself. He was top net worth for 35 minutes of that game, roughly.
Yeah.
And not many cores could do that, like enable both himself and another, and also win these fights, and hit the egg, and push towers.
Repositioning with Skewer.
Reposition with Skewer. There's not many heroes that can do all of those well, and he does them all to pretty much the best ability he can.
Yeah, I'd say at least like an 8 out of 10 on every one of those.
Yeah, definitely.
Do we think DD was looking good in that first game there for SAG?
I think so. I think I couldn't fault really anything that he was doing.
First 7 minutes in lane, I'd say were a bit awkward, but you forget that in the 65-minute game. Because he was getting out-farmed by Death Prophet. Not often do I see that, obviously, range versus melee, but you hit for like 100 with Magnus with a Quelling Blade. So I would like to see him get a few more denies on the board, and obviously a few more last hits over the Death Prophet. But outside of that, I think you're right. He didn't make a single big error.
All right, well, we're starting to blaze through our second draft here between Asta Ares as well as Sparking Arrow Gaming. So, boys, let's see where we are standing. So, Tree as well as Doom picked up here from Asta Ares, and then obviously Sparking Arrow Gaming starting out with the Void here with the Phoenix.
First pick, Phoenix. It's like we predicted. It's just such a strong hero for both teams that you've got to take that out of the pool. And honestly, it's a little bit surprising from Ares that they didn't choose to remove it in that first phase of bans.
Yeah, just looking at their picks though, like we were talking about those OP close to broken heroes, I would put Treon and Doom in that list quite heavily. So they've like thought to themselves, we'll go 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
Obviously Void is also a very strong core. We see it a lot. It'll get picked a lot this tournament with how many carries are just getting sent to the abyss of the ban in the second phase. But I think Asta Ares planned this. They understood the Phoenix was coming. I wouldn't be surprised to see if they go another ranged carry though.
On Asta Ares?
Yeah.
Well, TB as well as Drow taken out of the pool, so I won't be having those types of rain carries. Mars gets taken out here from Asta Ares, so they're like, Shang-Chi, you're not playing that anymore, buddy.
Not today.
We're putting that on the ban list for you, mate. You can play Doom, you can sit around and play these farming cores, but another nice pick up here.
Dark Willow, funny thing about Asta Ares, another thing with the bans coming up for Sparking Arrows. So it's clear that Sparking Arrow have done their research. Broodmother, Asta Ares are one of the few teams that does play it to really good success. And then with the Dark Willow, I think they've got like a 92% win rate on this patch. So really strong, really confident with it. And it's something where, again, we talked about all the different things that someone like Mag is great at. Dark Willow is great at area denial. That's her big thing that she can really focus on.
Yeah, definitely. The other side of it is, we talked about, I said the range carry. This leads me to a Morphling pick so quickly with the Dark Willow combo.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, once you get Aghanims on Morphling, you turn into Morphling, turn into Dark Willow, turn back, and you've got like 1,000 ranged auto attacks that do 300 magic damage bonus.
Yeah.
And you're a Morphling that hits for 600.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And you can even get a little bit of invulnerability as well, right? So
yeah, definitely.
Super handy.
So I'd be curious to see what they pick, because Oracle is a solid counter to Morphling. Obviously a hero that stays such low HP. You can kind of clown him by sitting in the trees and hitting him with a Purifying Flames. I'd rather not say how many times I've seen this happen.
I guess that also kind of...
I'm the Oracle player, not the Morphling.
I guess that also kind of, if they do go for this Morphling build, with the Ags as well, you can mitigate a lot of that magic damage with the Disarm coming in from the Oracle. So a little bit of a solution there for Sparking Arrow Gaming. They're moving forward here for Asta Ares. So I'd imagine this is Rico, Dark Willow, and LWW taking out the Dream Protector again, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Man, it's so interesting to see these different styles of drafting strategy. With Ares, they're getting rid of all offlaners, essentially. And with Sparking Arrow, it's just these beefy carries because they've gone and picked up their Faceless Void in that first phase, and now we got a Bat Rider.
How did it get through? I didn't want to say anything in case people didn't realize it was not banned first phase, but the hero makes it through very late. It's super solid against the Doom. It obviously counters Tree quite comfortably because you just fly over the trees itself. And also against Sven, a hero that more often than not goes this Axe build. You can't dispel the the lasso once it's been put on you. So you're pretty much stuffed for that 3.5 seconds. You're just getting wailed on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that OP does play fairly well. I think it's something that's specific to that role. You're not going to see something like, DJ playing it from the 4. You're not going to see it as a Kezcute 5 that we see thrown around the Southeast Asian region. It's a much more set role that they do play it on Sparking Arrow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and look at their draft is just so crisp right now. I love this from Sparking. Even if they pick a terrible mid laner right now and put the bat in the off lane, I'm happy with their draft with 4 heroes.
Yeah. Trying to think, like the ones that they play mainly, they've gotten rid of the Queen of Pain on Astra Ares, so good research done there. And what DD tends to prefer is these more stable ones, like Alina, something that's never going to hard lose the lane, and it's still something that can get a lot done through a Chronosphere, for example.
Yeah, I do like the Lina pick quite a lot. We talked about it a bit in a different tournament, OD being comfortable, but the Lina comes out already, so I can't even talk about the OD too much. Maybe next game if they can't pull it through.
I don't know if you want to run an OD into a Doom though, right? Yeah. Like it's always a little bit risky.
I like it because if you Doom the OD, the Void gets a free game.
Yeah.
And you've got an Oracle to save the OD, hold the fight, delay it as much as you can. It's an awkward hero, but I need to see it played before I officially call it trash.
Yeah.
Well, final pick here for Astra Ares. They need a mid laner. A lot of the good ones are gone. Invoker, Quap, Void Spirit gone, Brew Mama gone as well. There's not really much cheese left over. Maybe if the Oracle was on the side of Astra Ares, I would have leaned something in towards a Huskar. Would have been quite nice for them.
Puck's still in the pool?
Puck's in the pool. Tiny's still in the pool if you choose to run it mid, but I would not want to.
Tiny's quite awkward.
Yeah.
It's Oracle and Batrider. You just get clowned around in these fights. I'm thinking Puck with Willow, Puck with Treant. They're both pretty solid combos.
Yeah, you get the Terrorize and the Coil Snap as well, right?
Yeah, if you get that Ags Coil Snap, all of a sudden half their team's stunned for 5 seconds. And most supports don't really have a way around it. You can't really build a BKB on supports and sit there for 10 seconds. You need to get these spells off. Oracle especially, he's going to have to choose which hero he wants to save, whether it's the Lina or the Void.
I've seen them go a Bloodseeker before as well and throw that to their mid lane.
Oh,
against a bat, it's not bad.
I haven't seen that hero picked pubs, professional scene. I haven't seen it picked at all since the change to Blood Rage.
All right, but it synergizes super well with Treant and Willow, right?
Surely you just get binned by Alina though, right? Like,
yeah.
I think
you can never
get
Blood
binned,
Rage in
like
that lane.
any melee core that they put against Lina is going to get binned. I'm curious though, because I think Bloodseeker is another put on the list of the OD list. It's probably terrible, but I need to see it be terrible.
You need to see it. You need that last little tick of approval or cross, probably.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can play it as much as I like, and they go with the Puck.
Yeah.
Do I get a point back from the DHL draw?
No.
Well, okay, I tried.
Give him a negative point for that, just for asking for it.
All right, negative.
Break out old red.
Oh, I can't wait to go so deep in the red you stop counting. Yeah. That's where we live.
I'll never stop counting. You go deep in the red. All right, boys. As the second draft starts rolling through and everyone gets their heroes all picked, where are we sitting for this one?
Man, again, I really like Astra's draft, but I just got to stick with my boys from Sparking Arrow.
I'm going to go the same thing I said last time. I think SAG are a better team, but AA's draft is better in my mind. I think it's, again, easier to execute.
Make a choice.
I'm going to go with AA.
All right, so we're going to go with AA. We're going to go with Sparking Arrow Gaming yet again here. We're split one more time here for our first series of ESL 1 Thailand. We're going to go into Game 2. And we're going to leave it with our casters. Mighty Long Pauses as well as QO Dota for a Game 2.
Miles a lot. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. And we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles a lot. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hand. Travel lightly, just your highway. Just a one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless.
And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Asta Aries and SAG. Here's MLP Dota and the lovely QO. QO, welcome back, sir. How are you feeling about this one?
Hope we don't go to 60 minutes and no more tier 5 items.
You don't like those tier 5 items?
I hate it.
All right. Hopefully we don't get any tier 5 items. Divine Rapiers, anything like that is still on the tables, though?
That's fine.
All right.
You know that like it's gonna finish in next 5-10 minutes with Divine Rapier.
With that, of course, we do go into the game. Asta Aries, they were close last game around, right? It was rather close, considering at the 20-30 minute mark, it looked like SAG were just going to go ahead and take the game. I imagine this game number 2 might even be closer, based on these drafts.
The game was sort of looking like one-sided, then it became like very close after. So I think this game, maybe SAG is gonna make like that differences again, but there is always a potential. It's a Chinese versus Chinese team, and those delays can happen.
Okay. Because you were mentioning to me while we were watching the draft just on the sidelines, Aries, you thought they might have just had a better draft. You were mentioning the fact that the side of SAG, they don't really have a solid kind of frontlining hero. You don't really want to see God King being that frontliner. You need someone else to try and maybe distract while he can get in for a nice chrono.
Yeah, even if like they have an Oracle, it doesn't matter if you get doomed. So I think like they really need to have good laning phase plus good openings.
Fair enough. Because that mid lane, we did assume it might have been the Doom mid, but they do go ahead and pick up the puck for themselves now. So the Puck versus Lina matchup, obviously not as one-sided as the Doom versus Lina would have been. But do you favor the Puck here, or do you think the Lina might still have the advantage?
I think Lina will just have like massive advantage. One surprising thing is like that the Puck start with the Quelling Blade. Phoenix, it gives 6 more damage with the range heroes, but like it's not about the creeps. It's all about like whacking enemy heroes too, so I'm not sure whether that will help it out.
That's fair. Top lane, Rico getting quite low here on the Dark Willow, but we'll be able to back off. I need to pop a salve. In fact, he doesn't even have one. He's going to have to rely on the Tangos. It's not a very easy laning phase right now for the Doom either, with that very low armor at level 1. It's a bit hard to try and contest CS up against God King and Red Panda.
Having great CS from Void, not missing a single CS now.
That's God King for you.
Oh yeah?
He doesn't like to miss, I'll tell you that. Courier actually going down bot lane, Haru, losing his Courier to the Phoenix of September. That's a pretty decent deal, right? Like, you can't ferry out any more regen, you can't get your items out, at least for the next minute or so. A bit more gold going to the way of SAG.
The only thing is the Bat Rider is not the... I mean, the Sven's not the right heroes to buy Magic Wand first anyways. Even if he gets so much stick charge, all he can do is stun, and he's not going to lose HP, so he doesn't want to use it too.
Fair enough.
We have to focus mid lane here.
The mid lane, you want to see the Puck versus Lina matchup. You think it's still going to be the Lina that should have the advantage, and currently, just based on CS, DD is having a much better time. Just over double the CS of the Phoenix.
Also, like, not just CS, in mid lane, like, denying is really important. So whoever gets faster level, each level you can do a lot of stuff at mid lane. So I'm saying, like, DD might get, like, really good opportunities to get some good spells off.
Potentially. For now, it looks like he is just having a very dominant kind of laning phase. Nice LSA to land. And that's the problem for Phoenix. You come close, you expend the phase shift trying to juke out the LSA, but if he doesn't use it like that, you're pretty much just going to have to cop it.
Just keep faking it. I really like it. I like to see that.
Way to do it. September bot lane could be in a spot of danger. Does have the Icarus dive available if he so wishes. But for now, he'll try to trade with LWW. Haru's going to come back in, try to threaten his life, but September being very, well, he's going to lose his courier for this perhaps. Haru, with those fire spirits, he can't actually get the attack off. He does finally get there. September will be forced to Icarus dive away.
I thought he also sent back his courier, but gave him the hurt.
Happens. Sometimes you forget. God King running back in. Even with the Shadow Realm of Rico, just didn't seem to mind it. God King. His CS still going fantastic, especially in comparison to Haru, who is just sitting at 12. But I guess that's the nice thing about the Sven as a hero is you can always just come back with the inbuilt cleave. You just go to the jungle, you take some stacks. Suddenly your CS doesn't really matter anymore.
We have to see whether the team plays around with the Sven too. Like I think what we saw like past games were like really early minute Midas, like and including clearing 3 stacks, 4 stacks, that team stack. But at the moment there is no stacks that I can see from the Radiant side.
Might have to start setting them up soon. Haru for now will just remain in the lane, of course. Now with that frontlining issue that SAG have, you don't have a frontliner, so who is going to start these team fights? Like, are we expecting the Batrider to jump in first? Are we going to expect God King to make the plays?
Well, I'm expecting Batrider and God Kings, like they both seems like they can do it. These days, not just like a hero like specs, whoever gets good lane can have better opportunity just with the items and levels.
Brambles being placed, God King just time walks through it, and Bounty does go the way of Rico. He does go into the Dark Realm, or rather the Shadow Realm, but Rico still trying to run. God King hoping for a lucky bash. He'll get one. Won't be enough to really hold down the Dark Willow anyway. Haru has been left alone, but Red Panda actually going to be able to get the first blood up at that top lane. Rico does go down on the Dark Will eventually, and that's something you have to worry about with these Oracles. They do tend to have a lot of burst damage, especially once you get to that level 3 mark.
It's similar level as CM. CM, Crystal Maiden, and Oracle, they both have really high burst. Like from level 3, like they can possibly do 500 themselves.
Right. It's a nice way to start things off for this Dire side. Looking back to that mid lane, look at the CS board. DD is putting an absolute clinic on Phoenix right now. It's not even close.
This could be like a real issue just because Sven won't be able to rotate this game. He needs to focus his farm. And if that happens and their mid laners also like low CS, they won't be able to make a lot of good moves.
Nice dive from September. Takes the Invis rune away from Phoenix, so he can't even get that for himself. That's a very, very nice play out of this this Phoenix here on the Dire side. And it's just going to make Phoenix's life much harder on the puck. Now, just don't have that bottle filled up. DD can just continue doing exactly what he's been doing the whole time. Just dominating the lane freely. Top lane, September will TP back up. Red Panda is going to be there with God King, and they'll jump in after the Doom.
It's got level 6. I think they might... didn't do enough damage. They were expecting the tree could TP, so just back up.
Bot lane, OP God, going to try for the TP play, and should be just fine. They have no way to cancel. Nice little TP out, but he does go all the way back to the fountain, which will mean the Sven just has an even freer time at this bot lane now. They have actually left the top lane altogether, SAG. Red Panda, the only one left. God King already getting started on the Dire jungle. Has
That's
the Mask of
very
Madness up.
impressive. Yeah, like just going, once I got Mask of Madness, like, Oracle, you take the lane, I'm gonna be jungling. I don't want to lane against level 6 Doom.
If only our pubs were like that, right, Kua? You know, us supports, we never get any love. I mean, not you, but me. You know, as support mate, we never get any love. Damn carries always want to take all the XP, all the gold.
But they need to carry you the game.
No, you know, Kua, I just want to have a bit of fun.
Okay.
You know, I want some brown boots, Kua. I've got nothing.
Whoever plays MMR, when they say, I want to have fun, they're all lying. Just keep that in mind.
LWW just going to be at the bot lane by himself now, also doing the same, just soaking XP, getting those levels up, but there are a lot of heroes coming in from SAG's end. Firefly has been used up, OP God going to make the chase, and LWW, he's a tree, he doesn't like fire. In fact, there's more fire now, he is surrounded. LWW needs to make a run, but there is no way out of this one. Not with that many sticky napalm stacks. He is gone.
It really feels bad if you secure a kill without forcing a lasso. I mean, if without using the lasso, then Bad Rider should feel really good just because no one can come bottom.
Oh.
Who can come bottom? He didn't use lasso for that kill.
It's a real problem here for Ares. They are just going to stay away from that bot lane. They'll focus at the top. The Doom trying to go after that T1. And SAG, of course, will try to trade T1s. DD going to join in with his team.
He can do whatever he wants. He got way too much at mid lane.
It's level 9, and is that a Yules he's working towards? I think he's got a Yules on.
Does he have it?
He bought a Void Stone. No, it can't be a Yules, it's too early.
Yeah.
Just the Void Stone. I was going to say, he's going well, but maybe that's a bit too well.
9-minute Yule. Yeah. OG's gonna pull him.
Could you imagine? Still, top tier 1 goes down, bot tier 1 also dropping.
I really like how God Kings are building very early items instead of Battle Fury or anything.
Yeah.
He knows that he has to continuously fight. Sven's not gonna fight. So once he has Power Tres and Mask of Madness, he's gonna start use the Chrono offensively, I think.
There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, he'll bring the treads out. Gotta keep an eye on this man. 1 minute he's just farming okay, and the next minute he just escalates out of control. But now though, Haru is gonna take the lead in terms of net worth, sitting at 5.1k at the 10-minute mark. And that's
a really good team. Like many people, when they play Sven, they always put it on strength tread, but agility tread gives you faster farm.
So there you go. Nice
really
little tip out there for the carry plays. Phoenix will just focus on just defending that mid-tier 1 tower for now. He's working straight towards the Blink Dagger. Just wanting to have that initiation on the puck. It's going to be relatively important just getting those big dream coils off this game.
Yeah, and at this rate, he has to admit that he didn't do too well at mid, and if he gets travel, then he's gonna be more useless anyways. So I really like how he's just trying to build the blink and then contributing to the team from behind.
11-minute Yules. Still pretty darn good. That is quick. OP God looking again for LWW, and Tree is on fire, but Dream Call does come in. They want to try and fight with the Terrorize out, breaking the coils. They'll get one in Red Panda, and they will also get OP God. A great rotation out from Ares.
He got really greedy. He didn't use Lasso just because it seemed like a free kill. Then I feel like they baited out perfectly there.
Mid lane, DD doesn't want to die like this. We'll try and walk out. God King jumps in with a 3-man chrono already, and there's the Laguna onto Haru. Still, Curse Crown going to be out now with the Doom. God King will have to trade his life away, or maybe not. DD, he gets the deny off. Oh, God King was surrounded, but DD making sure they get nothing out of that Sven death.
I think they should at least give EXP for people who deny it. Otherwise, Doom will feel so bad with that deny just now.
He's going to be feeling bad, all right. There's your tier 1 mid tower going down. This Lina, back to the top of the net worth board. It's not going to be a great feeling for Ares. What do you do about the Lina now? Do you just Do you try to gank her? Do you ignore her in a team fight? She just seems so important to try and deal with ASAP. But then you've got God King on the other hand, who's also farming way too quick.
They need to let Lina like overactive and try to get a pick off. Although like their movement, like, the Ares like movement is like too slow just because of the tree and Doom. But maybe Willow and Puck, they should be able to manage to punish him if he plays aggressive.
RNG, or rather, excuse me, SAG for now. Just gonna sit back, relax, just wait out that next chrono. Of course, you'll see OP God has the BOTs up. Gonna go into a Blink Dagger next. And speaking of Blink Daggers, our Doom now also has one. So you won't really have to worry about that Void being able to time walk away all the time. You should be able to just blink in and get that Doom off every single time.
When you're in bad game, you can never get a stomp. Normally Dooms wants to pick up the stomp once he gets the Centaur Creep.
Yeah.
But he managed to just get it.
There you go.
It's lucky.
Very lucky. OP God. Again, we've seen this one before.
There's a boost 3 times.
LWW gonna get caught out. And this time around, no help is gonna be there from Ares. They will let the tree burn. OP maybe getting away with murder a bit too often in that bot lane. Ares playing on the back foot. DD, he gets lucky with a power rune as well now, so he's got a haste rune up and he's going for that Shadow Blade.
It's a good item. No reason to not get it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So we'll see the Willow also going for a Yule Scepter. Ares, they do group up. I don't see any smokes available for Ares to really use here, so...
They want to use their first blink on Puck.
Smoke up from the Courier. They pop the God Strength. That's just the Sven farming. The other three will go ahead. Start roaming through that dire jungle. See if they can pick anyone off. But they seem to be very well aware that something is wrong.
This could be really big kill.
Well, God King, he went back to farm. Jump in with the stun, and now the Doom. Phoenix jumps in for the Dream Coil, and God King can't get denied this time. He does just go down. That's a great pickoff, but DD, he's going to try and punish. Misses the stun, gets the Laguna off, just chasing down Phoenix. There will be the fear coming out from the Willow. The TP out, he should be all right. He will be. That's a very, very nice pickoff for the side of Asta Ares. Haru should be getting pretty close now to some decent core items up. With the Sven, would you prefer to wait for a bit more, like perhaps the BKB Ags before you get involved here for the side of Asta Ares?
Yeah, I think I'll be waiting until next Doom at least, but I'm not sure after that one. I might join, I might not join depending on situation.
Right. Smoke up, SAG, gonna try and make a play of their own. They'll run straight into the Dark Willow, but she will go into the Shadow Realm. Now with the Bedlam and the Brambles, OP God, he's falling low, still being saved by Red Panda. Rico will die to the purifying flames of Red Panda. DD will join up with his team. They'll go after that top tier 1 tower. Ares, they don't seem to be able to really find a trade in terms of objectives at the moment.
Radiant's top tower is
Really like how Chinese teams are using trees for living armor.
Lasso, bot lane, they got a big one. That's Haru. They'll commit the egg immediately, but that egg might not be in range with the stun. Haru trying to run, but the flame break is going to be there. Still, Haru will be able to avoid the stun. Now, the Doom coming in. They do kill off the Sven. Dream Call there onto 2. Can they get their way out? Overgrowth is going to be there from LWW, and it looks like they at least lose September. OP God clicks into the tree line.
It's worth it. 100% worth it. Sven could possibly have 800, 900 gold GPM right now, but what can Phoenix get?
Very true. There's absolutely nothing. You take that trade anytime you can.
Wasn't expecting him to TP out though. They both didn't have any spell once the lasso was down. And I think as soon as he got out from the supernova area, maybe he could have blinked it out.
Do you think it was maybe the X stun that he was afraid of
Yeah,
here?
yeah, yeah. So like here, I was expecting him to TP out here instead of using ulti.
He was out of range regardless. But yeah, goes down. They could only really get a Phoenix trade for that. Not what you'd want. That'll mean a 2k net worth lead for SAG. It's going to be feeling pretty nice as well because you've got to spend Midas on the other end of things. So having that 2k net worth lead does kind of tell you a lot of what's happening in this game.
I want to see more Void action. He's actually going Echo Saber.
You don't like the build?
No, I feel like he's a king of changing the items. You were mentioning before, like Manta style. He first makes Engine Yasha and disassemble into Harbor, then Manta style after.
Correct. Lasso. Haru again getting caught out here on the spin. Sunray to follow up, and God King, he will not hesitate. Chrono straight away, and it is well worth it for SAG. Now the Doom blinking in, missing the stun, however. And SAG, they want to keep going. DD getting started onto Rico. Just bursts him down, and it's actually Red Panda that takes the kill. Now Phoenix will just have to jaunt his way out. They just don't seem to be able to fight back at the moment, Aries.
When Puck got the dagger at first, I was hoping that Sven to fight with the Puck together, but apparently they just let the timing go.
So it's,
yeah, like
it's too late now.
I was more thinking that they use after they killed top, killing the God King, and then move towards mid so they can take down their mid tower.
You think it's just a bit too late now? Because they've already seen the blink up, and it's just, yeah, there's no surprise reveal left for the side of Asta Aries.
It's so smart, like Mask of Madness, like take that quarter step out from that piece and make the Echo Saber and try to make it Satanic later.
Oh, God King? Yeah. He's clever. He's already got that SNY queued up as well.
It looks so fat.
He does.
19 minutes looks so beautiful, the items.
Well, there you go. Huo, you sound like you're a bit of a God King fan now, mate.
I transferred over from the Trust carry the Shifu guy yesterday.
Speaking of, we're going to see them later still in the die triangle. Red Panda get caught out. He'll use the false promise on himself. He'll be fine, it looks like. Hopefully they've done enough damage, and they haven't. In fact, they might reinitiate. Doom is going to be out onto OP God. Be alright for now. The Bedlam will be there. Still God King coming in with the time lock. They do get Red Panda. They find anyone else. They're just trying to get out. OP God does go down, and so does the Doom, however, and Rico for that matter. So it's still a 2-for-2 trade. DD.
That was close, you.
He tried. And apparently LWW also getting caught out by God King. So a 2-for-3 this time. Still better than any other fight Aries have had so far, but it still seems to be very positive for SAG.
That fight, like, I think Aries is a bit overextended over there. Like, even God King didn't think of like TPing in, like, oh, it's already over. And OP went in, and they gave like opportunities, but he didn't have Chrono. He had no reason to come over. But now he has a Chrono, and he got the 3 kills, and they're opening the Rosh.
Why not? With these smaller core items on God King, you could just kind of hit that Rosh a lot quicker and a lot harder. That's exactly what he's doing. Aries. Got vision. Egg actually going to be committed very, very early on. There will be a Stormhammer out from the Sven. The Egg is actually going to explode, and the Chrono's down. He caught 2 of them. Now the Sven just going to have to run out. He'll pop the BKB and the God Strength. The Lasso is going to be out through the BKB, however, and DD trying to get some damage out. OP God, he does go down, but how much more can Haru take? He's on the run. God King just fighting back. He does not care about your God Strength. He goes down on the Sven, and now the Doom also going. And it's back to the Roshan pit.
This game's different from last game too. If they actually continuously dying, like their carry just can't carry the game. Sven is not the hero that's like built that way, but Draw Ranger is. That's the difference. So I think at some point they have to start group up and take a proper team fight. and burst like some people in short amount of time.
This is getting really out of hand now. 10k net worth lead, 22 minutes in for the side of SAG. Aries just falling behind, not catching a break. Even with this Treant Protector, they've just lost so many tier 1 towers. It's only getting worse. DD now has a BKB up on the Lina. It's going to be much harder to deal with. Bot lane. SAG do get spotted there for a second by the puck. Looks like they are not interested in this kind of fight. They are just going to back off, back to safety.
All their spells down. Just have to wait. SAG, just be patient, and once the Chrono's ready, Lasso's ready, go tier 2 at bottom, easy team fight.
Easy team fight. Manta up now on the Void, going straight into a Lincoln Sphere next, so arguably just trying to deal with the Doom. They don't exactly have many ways of going through that Lincoln Sphere, which is going to be a bit problematic here for Aries.
Lincoln's also really good against Sven too. So.
True. Especially once he has that Ags up, it's going to be a bit more problematic. WW going to be on defense duty, but September, again, no hesitation, goes straight into that tree line. God King does find the Treant.
That was greedy. LWW, he knew there was going to be 5 people.
TP's back out. That tier 2 tower going to go down fairly simply, and it's back into the mid lane for this Void, because OP God is after Phoenix on the puck. That cleave damage being dealt to Phoenix, but he'll be all right. God King, he is by himself, sort of. His team has now joined him. Almost all of them, for that matter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They won't jump in. You think SAG would probably be the ones who want to keep fighting because they do still have that Aegis active. In fact, they're going to smoke up, but God King will break the smoke of Rico, and this is just something they don't want to deal with.
Yeah, even though SAG is leading like pretty hard, they can't cross the line. The Radiant, like Doom and Tree, they all like scary factors. So they don't want to make like same mistake as like last game.
It's very true.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Haru just continuing to work towards that Aghanim Scepter. It's about 2k away from that. Once he has that up, he should feel a bit more confident to try and get into these team fights. It's just a bit more of a slower process than you would like to see here from Asta Aries.
I'm surprised what will Zaptor gonna do. He has to either jump on a Lina or Oracle or... Yeah, but like highly likely it's not gonna make any differences. So I think I was mentioning about in the panel yesterday too. Like if you get Aghanim when you're in behind, you're just positioning yourself to just bad spot.
Done. Oh, nice BKB out from OP God. Great reactions there, and the Doom now gonna be in danger. Forced to pop his own BKB. OP still on the chase there with DD. They catch him. That BKB gonna wear off soon, but they'll commit the Dream Coil. Meanwhile, Terrorize was committed by Rico to allow him to TP out. Everybody on Asta Aries will survive. SAG back to the drawing board for them. Still holding on to that 13k net worth lead at 26 minutes. Once that Aegis expires for SAG, is that the time where Asta Aries say, okay, let's smoke up again, let's go? Or do you still just avoid them?
That's like 50-50 in my opinion. They could do that, or they probably have to just farm. Assuming that I saw the first game and like the player's perspective, I feel like they're just gonna chill.
He's got that Daedalus queued up. There's that Ags on our Sven. Daedalus straight after, just wanting that damage. Have a Dagon as well on the puck. There's a bit of magic burst damage there. Everyone at SAG seems so tanky. You question how much effect that that Dagon is going to have on this game. They smoke up on SAG's end.
They still don't want to commit too much. Want to give like enough time for Void to get his Lincoln ready before they group up together. Almost there.
P-God looking for a lasso attempt. He's actually going for an Acronym Scepter on the Bat Rider. So double lasso. Once that's up.
If it's Meeple, it's reasonable, but
you don't think it's worthwhile this game?
Yeah. I was more expecting like him to have BKB Yule and then stay a bit more frontline.
I mean, he's got a BKB. Just no Yules yet. In fact, speaking of, he might need to use that BKB. He does not, however, and the Cursed Crown just stuns him up. Now the Dream Coil. They knew the Phoenix was up on the high ground. He has no chance but to just accept his own death. Haru on a double. In fact, maybe even a triple. Red Panda getting caught out. A triple kill out for the Sven.
What I'm noticing is I'm not sure whether they're intending. Where SAG is intending all this stuff. Like they have their spells. Let's go after the spells. I feel like that's what the communication they're making. Instead of let's go, we have everything. Let's do this together.
Right. It's working out. At least for Ares anyway. DD. Split push in the bot lane for now. God King focusing on his farm, and it looks like he wants an Eye of Skadi. He's also got that Orb of Destruction in the stash. Just be careful here on this Lina. They are having a look. It's OP God trying to find the puck, but they've already missed out on their opportunity. Maybe LWW. He's invis. So now I'm going to go for that Shrine just prior to the 30-minute mark, and that will deny quite a bit of XP away from this Radiant end. They can't really, well, they can take the top outpost, but it might be too late. There's only 10 seconds left. Speaking of top, DD. Focus on Haru. He does cancel the TP with the Laguna, and now the lasso out from OP. They even use up the Dark Willow, cancelling off that Terrorize. He'll try for the TP, but oh my. Flame Break into LSA does not work out very well for the side of SAG. They still got the spin, however.
That's still a big deal. I was wondering, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? And he did it.
I wish the crowd could have seen your face. You look disgusted at what you just saw.
No. But anyways, I really like what Lina builds the Phoenix. I mean Phoenix player. Oh, this DD does so much damage as a Lina. Like people underestimate what the aura gives about. Like what right clicker can it be? But I think he can potentially be like character post 1 as well.
Does hit fast with that Fiery Soul.
Yeah, fast farm, good damage output. They're gonna get a lot easier with the Roshan too. Once this up.
To mid.
Well, I like how God King's building, you know, MKB instead of Scotty.
Oh, he switched up again, huh?
Yeah.
No, it's a Satanic now. He does this a lot. He likes to switch up the quick buy.
Well, he was not Scotty at least. Like I really don't like Scotty this game. They're winning so much.
Just a bit unnecessary.
Yeah.
No Silver Edge, apparently. Okay.
Okay.
You see much of a reason for the break this game?
What do you mean?
Like, is there value for the Silver Edge on the Faceless Void?
Not really.
No?
Not gonna change anything. What is this Silver Edge on a Void? Canceling Cleave?
Yeah.
Canceling Sven's Cleave? Is that what it is?
I didn't know that was such a important thing to do, but
maybe he just doesn't want to get doomed.
Let's
conclude it that way. But he has Manta and Lincoln Sphere.
You'd think he'd be safe, right? You can never be too safe, Kyo.
Yeah, he's a god king of escape, so I'll give him that.
We can't question that.
Yeah, can't question it.
Smoke in. They are aware on Asta Ares, it seems, and they do back off again. Roshan is looking to be up quite soon. 28 seconds. If you're Asta Ares, do you take the Roshan fight?
You have to.
You have to. They should
be. Unless if they're like really behind. If you're behind, you have to just wait for their mistakes. But I don't think they're that behind. That's the thing that I'm feeling weird about these Chinese games. In Southeast Asia, when I see their like games, they hit a lot of times. Like for example, in 5 minutes, if there is like 3 clashes in Chinese game, there's only 1 clashes.
Right.
From like 25 minutes, they wanna just wait for the bigger like objective rather than these small skirmishes.
God King's gonna get started on the Roshan. They can get relatively quick. Here comes DD and he takes it way faster.
Give Vegas to Lina, please. Give Vegas to Lina.
They said, oh, that's gonna be a nice terrorize. No, he cancels it off. Aegis will go to God King.
That's my Aegis.
It's always the position 1 that has to take it. On the brighter side, you've now got an Aghanim Scepter available on your park. And that might make things a little bit more challenging for SAG. That Aghanim Scepter Dream Call, a lot more valuable.
Only the bats will know we're still here.
Still, they are waiting for a mistake to be made here from SAG before they do initiate. They might not have a choice. God King wants to go high ground. Phoenix gets the silence off with the take on.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
trying. They wanna commit.
Daedalus is also available on the Sven. Has a lot of damage. King. He's frontlining. That tier 3 tower. Media Hammer. Gonna drop. He won't really react. He doesn't care for it. They know the Pat Rider's waiting on the side somewhere, but they just... It's hard, you can't jump in. In fact, there you go. The lasso's out on the park with the Doom flying out on the Oracle. So they get rid of that false promise. The Oracle is down. The Dream Core being expended September. Comes out of the egg. They'll buy back on Red Panda. But can he make it back in time? He's going to run the wrong way. LWW just getting bursted by DD from a mile away.
I'm very sure Doom used Doom and Sven used ulti for just 1 Oracle. They have nothing to afraid about. They can just get it. They pull their spells down soon.
They go in again with the stun and the Stormhammer, but they just don't have the damage. And now the Chrono! God King finding 3 of them in the Chrono, and DD looks to clean up. The Flame Break, the LSA, it's all landing. Phoenix on the puck might survive this. God King, he doesn't even lose the Aegis. And that's it, they've called it. GG is called, and SAG taking a much more dominating game number 1. Oh, excuse me, a game number 2. 2-0 series for the side of SAG.
Impressive.
How do you feel about God King? How do you feel about the side of SAG? Are they looking strong going into ESL 1 Thailand?
I really want to see SAG versus Southeast Asia team. I'm not sure what's better, because in my head, maybe because I was playing a lot of Southeast Asia, I feel like there could be like a lot of more skirmishes, but nothing's happening.
We'll find out soon. Our next series is going to be an interesting one. We are going to go to a break, and we'll be back with our next series of the night. See you then.
My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can.
searching for. If we cannot be that, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think to come back fast. 'Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances, fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me 'cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose. I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me 'cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose. I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up.
Welcome back, everyone, here to ESL 1 Thailand, and a much more convincing victory there for Sparking Arrow Gaming, being able to take it out. And now we do get to delve into our Game Fuel post-match, where we do get to break down that wonderful series with our first two Chinese teams going up against each other in Group B. I'm Fluke. I'm joined again by my boys on the desk, Dan, as well as Polgert. Boys, that was far more better from Sparking Arrow Gaming in that second one.
I don't think it was necessarily better. I think perhaps Astro's underperformed a little bit more. You know, they had that great combos that they were able to get off in game number one to bring it to 64 minutes. They just didn't seem to have the firepower that time, and it felt like it was really centered around that mid lane and how that went.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree with you. Obviously, game one, you had Rico, you had LWW with massive AoE ultis. And then they went for the Willow, which I still think was a good pick, but again, they just didn't have the firepower to survive these mid-game fights. We saw in game one there were a couple of mistakes, but in game two, LWW had a really rough time. Like, we saw that exact situation happen where he almost gets caught out. They got lucky on this one, but outside of that, LWW just got caught in the trees 3-4 times, I want to say.
And there was a little bit of like, wow, how did they do that? Because there was no vision at certain times. They might have even wasted a little bit of sentry detection just to make sure that they didn't have any sort of deep observer wards. But yeah, these great Chronospheres coming out from God King. They didn't always get the kill at the very start. You can see he had a rough time even forcing the rotations through from the top side. But still, it was just a foregone conclusion eventually with his weird item build again. Like, he is the innovator. He's going these odd things that we didn't seem to think would work at the very beginning, but we saw the result.
Yeah, definitely. I was with him for that whole build. I don't know if the Silver Edge did anything, to tell you the truth. You're not really removing any massive passives on anyone from AA, and you already had the best part of it. You had the Echo Saber. You already have a Shadow Blade on the Lina. It's a bit of an odd build, but it works. And until it fails, I'm happy to let God King do whatever he wants.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, well, I think the biggest thing about that build was, he went from the Mask of Madness, disassembled that into the components there for the Echo Saber. He was able to keep those stats running for him and was able to pull it into a build where it felt like he was so far ahead most of that time, and there really wasn't much coming out from Asta Ares that, he could have basically built whatever he wanted. Obviously, the Lina was doing a lot of work as well, and they had a Batrider on their team. And it's always pretty easy to get these pickoffs with a Batrider in your team. But, I mean, that one, it's just kind of hard to see Asta Ares looking a little bit stronger in this Group B when they have such a strong game one, and then they come into that second game and it just didn't look as clean from them, right?
I think potentially that just centers around the Phoenix, right? Like, Rico played it amazingly in game one, and then SAG was suddenly like, look, why didn't we just go ahead and ban or pick the Phoenix for ourselves in game one? And you saw they opened up the draft like that, and it just felt like they were so much more comfortable.
Yeah, and just to double down, like, you open up the draft with a Phoenix Void, another really easy execute. You hit the purple egg, and then you put the egg on top. I was shouting once again, and it's just so good to see two fantastic Phoenix players back to back. I can't even tell which one was better between Rico and September.
I would say Rico was better at the use of the egg, but perhaps more of the overall map execution. You'd have to give it to September. It just seemed like he rotated at the exact perfect time. But it is God King that's going to get it. Oh, he's looking angry today. But look at that kill participation. 100% of kills he had an involvement in, which is just nuts.
Yeah, every time that we do come into these player spotlights after these series, it always does feel like these kill participation numbers are so high. Like, God King, he's one of those players that seems to get quite active. Usually his GPM is extremely high as well, but just seems every single time that he plays his core role, he always does a lot of work for Sparking Arrow Gaming. And you just see here with the stats this man is putting up that he is, a force to be reckoned with, especially in this Group B, because Sparking Arrow Gaming, it seems like if they give God King a good game, then he's going to be able to carry them quite easily, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the other side of it is you talk about these stats being so particularly strong. He only had 12k hero damage, which shows that the team only took selective fights with him, and obviously they took fights only with him. So he played it perfectly, but like you said, they're making a game for him. They're delaying as much as they can just by avoiding fights, and it pays off. 5-2 and 10 is not a massive scoreline, but if you get that W, that's all you need, really.
I think it just comes back to the draft at the end of the day, because if you had to ask me, like, what do Sparking Arrow want in their draft? They want Void on God King, they want September to have Phoenix, and they want Lina or Queen of Pain on DD. Those are like the three main things that they got, and they got it. Right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they got the bonus. They got OP God getting the Batrider. We will harp on every single game it gets picked.
Yeah, it does feel like that Batrider here is a little bit strong. But moving forward here for both these teams, I want to highlight Asta Ares a little bit more here. Do you think that they need to try and get themselves more Phoenix action, or is there anything that you want to see changing in their draft moving forward here for the groups?
Potentially the carry that they picked, because we saw that GeekFam, when they were going up against Question Mark, they had that game where they were playing and then they had the Phoenix Void opener, and they countered it with a Naga Siren so that you could have that direct counter to the combinations that were happening. But they chose to go for the Sven. Didn't work out for them, especially given the fact that you had a Batrider that was up against you as well. So you've got that additional layer of pick-off potential that Naga isn't quite as susceptible to.
Yeah, definitely. I do want to harp on the carry, but I'm have to going to go with the offlane. I think Shang-Chi has to do a lot more with his picks. We said the Mars was a bit lackluster. He gets Doom, arguably a top 5 hero right now, and it still felt incredibly lackluster. They didn't dominate the lane. They didn't really dominate the mid game. I think if you're going to focus on something, the carry is great, but I think Shang-Chi has to have a better game, or at least somewhat of an average game.
Yeah, well, that is our first series done and dusted here for Day 3 of ESL 1 Thailand. Sparking Arrow Gaming being able to get a 2-0. But up next, we are circling back to Group A, where TNC Predator will be taking on the boys from Thailand and Motivate.Trust. Make sure you join us after this short break for our second series of the day.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
To define will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly curse. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Welcome back, everyone, here to ESL 1 Thailand. Our Group B match of the day was done with the Sparking Arrow Gaming coming out with a 2-0 victory. But now we do get to move into our second series of the day, where we circle back to our Group A match with TNC going up against the boys from Thailand and Motivate.Trust. They were able to get the upset in against Fnatic in their first day, but now let's see if they can get an upset again here against TNC. Welcome my boys back here on the panel, Danok as well as Polglet. That was going to be an exciting series here between TNC and Motivate, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've taken out arguably the top team within Southeast Asia so far. Yes, there've been some roster shuffles and, you know, some teething issues potentially.
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Game style changes, you know, especially in that off lane with the way that Ice plays versus Forev, but it's still a really good victory to be able to take that one out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, now it comes down to, was it luck? Was it just a one-off? Did they just have a really good day? Because obviously, like we said, Fnatic, TNC, they are the top dogs right now. They are the most well-known team, and that's for a reason. Coming in as favorites, obviously they've been quite solid as a roster. You talked about rotations, but that's only one player. We've seen some of these teams have 2 or 3 player rotations and still look solid. So I'm looking forward to Motivate.Trust because they excited me when I watched them on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to think as well from the TNC side, you know, their series, it was pretty convincing, you know, 2 30-ish minute stomps, and they were just very reserved about how they wanted to push forward, when they wanted to take their team fights. They just wanted to make it like not a 90%, they wanted a 100% victory with no chance of any sort of missteps taking place. But that was against Adroit, and I love those boys, but they're just underperforming right now. So we'll see how they perform against a slightly more informed opponent.
Yeah, it does feel like that Motivate, especially getting a lot of confidence boost after beating that Fnatic team. We saw in that series where Fnatic was taking a little bit slower up against Motivate, and that's when they were able to press their advantage, especially in that second game where Jackie was able to really start to get stuff done on that Phantom Assassin. So coming to this next one, I think TNC might have to try and up the tempo a little bit, try and put it to Motivate, because the one thing that I did notice in that Motivate series is their laning phase might not be as strong as everybody else's. You know, they still have very strong mid games. They've got very strong players in Jackie as well as Fearless, but you're going up against people like Armel and Gabby, who are insane laners in their own rights. Armel is a guy who always dominates his lane. So going into this first series, I think it's going to be a kind of telltale sign between both these teams of whether or not Fearless can get on top of Armel.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable. You know, he has got a lot of MMR for himself. He's a 10k player. Everyone likes to highlight that, and you don't get that without having a solid laning stage. You know, you need to be able to just bully out your opponents in pub games, but this is a different beast. You know, this is coming up in a team composition where you're much more likely to have people rotating through, helping you out all throughout, and an overall strategy rather than what works best, what feels good today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're talking about Gabby Armel, you're talking about Fearless Jackie. Where's the love for my boy Massaros?
True.
The offlane god, he picked up the Queen of Pain and honestly played it to a ridiculous level. I'm not sure if you guys missed the games, but he was more farmed than all of the pos 2s in the map. He was more farmed than one of the carries. He had a ridiculous game. His Tidehunter was awkward, game 1, but he picked it up for the game 2 and 3. And I think that's the wow factor for this team right now.
Well, the wow factor for me is that they could have technically taken that series 2-0, right?
Definitely, yeah.
There were a few misplays coming through there. You know, you talk about that Ravage, not necessarily misuse of it or not using it. It's just using it, buying back, and then having nothing to contribute to a team fight. And then we saw that fight in the Roche pit as well, where Faceless Void Chronos doesn't hit the egg, and then he loses the team fight, had used his BKB already, had no juice left in the tank.
You guys thought I was stupid.
Well, I still do.
TNC banned techies. I'm validated!
Not only did they ban techies, they first banned it. They're like, you know what? We're going to make sure this hero doesn't exist. And the worst part is there's no hero next to techies that's like first bannable. Like I'm thinking Terrorblade would be the next to it. So you don't accidentally hit.
What if we're sleeping on these techies and maybe Motivate have a techies player?
They don't.
There's got to be something in the wheelhouse here for TNC, unless this is basically like...
They just want to play actual Dota.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I did review the last 6 tournaments for Motivate.Trust, which is pretty much all of their tournaments. They're quite a new team. I saw a 0 techies pickup rate. And usually, if you're a newly formed team, you get the cheese picks out of the way to annoy people, to force these type of bans. They got it for free. TNC are just like, nah, I don't want to deal with it.
But, I mean, we're talking about these cheese bands getting it in for free, but TNC were able to start out with Magnus. This is a hero that, you know, a team like TNC who usually does play on these international tournaments, they are very well structured. They're a team that's been together for such a long time. You give them a hero like Magnus that is going absolutely rampant in the meta right now. I think that's a worrying sign for Motivate.
I think that just goes to show TNC's strength, right? That, in my eyes, that's their big thing that they've got going for them. You can't ban them out. There's always going to be heroes that they pick. Like, they would have picked a Venomancer 100% if you let that through. They would have picked a Doom 100% if you let that through. So that's, to me, though, even though I'm a Winter Wyvern spammer, it's not a first pick in this current meta, considering the opponent that you're up against. Because Tim's now, with his 2 previous wins in that series against Adroit, he's at like 90% win rate when he plays this Mirana.
Yeah, I remember you talked it up. I was obviously casting that day, but you talked about it as 86, I think it was, for game 1, and then
you got another win. Yeah.
It's hard to look at a hero like that and be like, we'll leave that through. And also we'll leave the Magnus through.
Yeah.
I understand Doom and Veno are very strong, but it's just, you got to get rid of something. You got to pick your poison, and Tim's Mirana, I think, is the poison you don't want to be drinking.
No, absolutely not.
But that's the hardest part about these double bans, right? It seems like TNC just come in and they're like, all right, Motivate, we're just going to get rid of Q's Tiny, because in that series that they did play up against Fnatic, that's where he was looking his strongest, was on that Tiny. And they just get out this other cheese ban. I guess the techies is kind of just like, I don't want to say like a wasted ban, but it's a ban that you're just going to use and go, okay, I try and leave all these strong heroes in the pool. Motivate have to ban the other 2 strong ones that we've shown time and time again, the Veno and the Doom. And then they get another free one, you know, the Mirana or the Magnus, whenever they want it.
It's kind of ironic because it's a strategy that came from a player that's sitting out in this tournament in Ice, just waiting for that DPC season to restart again. But back at TI2, he was on Zenith, I believe, and he was like, you know what? Let's not ban anything. Force them to ban out stuff, and then there's still going to be plenty for us to choose from. And I think effectively a techies ban is exactly the same.
Yeah, and I still remember that because it showed really clearly what people are scared of for that team. Obviously, it was quite a while ago, so I don't remember the exact bans. But it shows a team, if they've done the research, if they know the players they're up against, and it shows exactly what they value. And I think maybe similar to this ban, it shows that Motivate.Trust, they're not really scared of certain heroes. They want to see how Motivate play, and obviously the Mirana is the one that they're not scared of.
All these carries just gone again, and well, that indicates a Morphling to me that's coming through. If they're getting that with their last ban right before the phase, no, it's a Death Prophet. Okay, something a little bit more sustainable. It's not something that they pick all the time, and another hero that's actually still in the pool is that Bat Rider that got all the way through.
It'll be a POS 5 Bat Rider or a mid Magnus though. So
Armel loves playing Magnus, from what I've seen. He does love playing that Magnus in mid lane.
Obviously okay with the Magnus mid. It's quite solid. We've seen it today. It does work. It kept the game going. But I don't know if you want to reveal at the 3rd pick, because obviously you've seen Legion, you've seen Death Prophet, you've seen Winter Wyvern. Picking Bat with that makes that lineup really weird to play around.
Especially going into the Legion, right? You've always got that pressy attack to get rid of the lasso. So it's not the strongest hero right now. They've already got a purge for it. It's not really a good lane matchup. You know, Motivate.Trust, they're more than happy to switch their lanes around a little bit, giving Masseris a lane that is good for him. So going Bat right up against Legion Commander is a little bit hard for TNC.
They still might do it though. Don't get us wrong.
I mean, they banned techies first, so I don't even know what TNC is doing anymore. They're just like, all right, we're just going to do whatever we want. We're just going to get rid of Q's Tiny, because that's the one scary thing coming out of Motivate, and everything else is up to chance, I guess.
You had a little bit of a gasp there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to come up. I've just seen Undying get picked. I know it's an early call.
What's wrong with the Undying?
I love Undying as a hero.
So
I find it hilarious to watch in the lane. He's just the ultimate bop king. He just walks in. What are you going to do? I'm just going to decay, steal your strength, walk in with 980 health at level 1, and just slap you. And his auto attack as well, it's just like a slap, almost like a backhand.
Flash Golem
Oh.
is slept on so much as well. Like insane damage amplification and slow super early on. Like I think it's lasts for 6 seconds as well. So you can just, similar to how you play a Wyvern, you pop your Q, you get one right click onto everyone, and suddenly everyone's lost about 30% of their max HP. It's insane.
I think it's slept on because it keeps changing. So every patch it seems like Flesh Golem has a different buff, different debuff, different health, different effect that it gives, and people just stop paying attention to it. Like there was a huge window, it was about a 1.5 year window where Dirge just doesn't get picked. Now he's coming back into the meta, the game's slowed down a bit, strength cores, strength offlanes are crucial again, but no one really keeps up with those stats, so they don't feel it as that strong until you realize it's a 2,500 health Dirge at 20 minutes, and you have to commit almost all of your spell kit to kill him.
And I guess that's the thing, right? Where, you know, you touched on it a little bit before, Poglet, about the fact that Dirge's ulti does get changed quite a lot. And a lot of people, you're not picking it for the Flesh Golem, right? You're picking it for the Tombstone and the Decay in the lane. And obviously, Soul Rip is always really good as well. So being able to utilize the rest of his kit is probably the better part about Dirge. But now the fact that he has that 30% amplification of damage whenever he hits anybody, obviously he's just a great hero to be running around in these team fights. But does this lean more towards TNC wanting to go for a little bit of aggression coming out with this Dirge, and a few snap picks coming in through here on our draft as well?
You said aggression. We do have the cheat code, and that is they've already picked PA, so I'm going to go with yes, they do like aggression.
They do like aggression, but so to Motivate. Look at that Skywrath Legion. That is just the 1-2 punch that you need. And honestly, it's why I do like the Undying, right? Because Legion is one of those heroes that very rarely loses to the lane. Just so sustainable. It's got a good attack animation. It's got good movement speed. It's got good everything. You're going to get a lot of harass coming out with the Skywrath, sure. But with that Decay, you're actually able to bully the Legion a decent amount.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, Legion, you can't actually go wrong with the leveling either. All 3 of his spells are good for the lane in one way or the other.
Probably don't level the E past 1, I don't think.
I've seen it quite often when it's double melee. You actually end up maxing the E. I don't fully agree with it. I understand it. But the fact it works in games proves to me that you can just do whatever you want for that hero.
Sure. And we're going to wind it up with an Armel Queen of Pain.
So a hero that he can dominate the lane with quite easily, going up against that Death Prophet, should allow him to have a little bit more laning prowess. Obviously with the Magnus there as well, they can put that into the off lane for KP. I wonder how he's going to be playing something like that, a little bit more of a skill shot hero, playing on a little bit of ping as well.
The problem with Magnus PA is you don't need to land any skill shots if the PA gets a crit with his dagger. So you give him the Empower, and honestly, PA can just run this game. So KP might just have to hit the R button with the skewer missing everyone, and you still win the fights.
The range is actually so misleading with RP. It hits a lot bigger than you might think.
It also hits like the sides of him as well. People don't realize when you see these Magnus spin RPs. I know that was the huge thing in TI4, TI5 range. People just realize you can spin and turn around while RPing and then skewer them into the goddamn abyss that is the rest of your team. It's a massive, massive area, and it's pretty user-friendly.
Terrorblade, that is not a friendly hero to play when you're playing as a PA, right? Like you kind of feel a little bit vulnerable, I would say. You know, you don't want to always be throwing your body in there first. You want a little bit of sustain alongside you. Sure, you've got the Soul Rip a little bit, but it's going to put a lot of pressure onto this Magnus to get a lot of stuff done.
Yeah, definitely. The other side of it is obviously PA's evasion. You can't build rapiers for illusions, so it's just going to be the main hero coming from Jackie to hit the PA.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he does want to go in towards that MKB build for the Terrorblade, as we finally do see it come out through in the draft here. So Motivate, they're going to go and rest on Jackie Mao's laurels, see if he can come in. Well, not Jackie Mao, I can't believe I just call him Jackie Mao.
No, but I
Sorry,
mean,
Jackie.
EE is known exactly for Terrorblade, so it fits.
That is true. All right, boys, before we head into game number 1 here for TNC versus Motivate, who we got? Denog? Prediction God?
I'm going to go Motivate for this one.
Motivate. All right,
Well,
you Poggy. You want to get on the board for this one, mate?
I hope I'm actually wrong, but I think TNC's draft is better, and I think they're the stronger team. But I have been loving to see Motivate win games. I will be happy to be wrong with a TNC prediction.
All right, so it looks like my panel is split once again here. I'm going to have to go with TNC as well here. Magnus PA, you can't go too far away from it. This is TNC going up against Motivate.Trust. Your casters will be Must Love PA as well as QO Dota after this.
Girl, you max easy.
told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild, wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild, wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second best of 3 of the day, and of course we have gone back to the SEA region. It is TNC Predator versus Motivate.Trust Gaming, and it is of course MLP Dota and QO. The panel seemed to think Motivate.Trust had the better draft. What do you think?
I agree with the panels. Just
Really?
because of if the Terrorblade gets way too farmed, they have so many things to cover the TB. But meanwhile, in the Radiant, they have to kill someone in the middle of the team fight.
I see.
That's the biggest difference, I think.
Right, so you're saying Motivate don't really need to go for those big team fights anytime soon. They can kind of just sit back, keep farming up and relax. But TNC, they need to be the aggressors. They need to get in there and make things happen.
Pretty much, like they have to keep snowballing, and I feel like at some point if they kind of mess it up, like in the team fight, they're not going to be able to kill Terrorblade, is my opinion.
All right, that's fair enough. Because we are going to go into the game very, very soon. Motivate, they were looking pretty darn good the other day, I've got to say, QO. Very, very surprising performances from them. And up against a team like TNC, it's not going to be too easy, but we'll see if they can pull it off. So, into the game.
There will be screaming.
Tims and KP, they'll be up at the top lane together. I thought this was potentially going to be a mid Magnus, but it turns out we are going to have the off-lane Magnus mid-Quap coming out from TNC.
They don't want to use too many rotation towards mid. That's why they're just like letting Magnus to go top. If Magnus was mid in this game, I think the DP plus Skyrise Mage will be able to just kick out the Mag plus 1 support in the middle lane.
Of course, Jackie going to be on that Terrorblade up at the top lane. Shouldn't be too rough of a laning stage for him up against that Mirana Mag. Should be okay for this TB. Doesn't really have a support with him at the moment. They're all down bot, just trying to secure those bottom bounty runes up against the side of TNC, and March won't go for anything special. He'll just let them take it and back off. It'll be a 2-for-2 trade to start us off. Who is going up top lane to support? It should be the Wyvern.
I think we have to see how KPN teams play. If they play very aggressively and get a lot out of it, then Jackie will have to go to jungle, like very early stage, which what TNC will want. Meanwhile, if Gabby and March like does a lot of damage to Master Royals, like they're winning 3 lanes.
It's a bit problematic for TNC. See how it all pans out. Of course, the mid lane, Armel and Fearless, going to be up against each other. Now, Armel really shouldn't have too many problems here up against the DP, I assume, because you can always just blink away from the Spirit Siphon. of the DP.
I always think DP can lay better than Kino Pain just because of the little bit more base damage that DP has.
Of course, top lane, Tims and Boombill going to be going at it. Boombill does not want a bar of it with Tims.
This was a really good damage trade that he didn't lose a single HP from Tims.
Sort of arrow out from Tims as well. Of course, Jackie just committing the Metamorphosis very, very early on, but now that you don't have the Metamorphosis available...
Normally you should keep a Metamorphosis for 2 waves, but I think that was like around like 5 creeps that he used the Metamorphosis for.
Not as much value here for Jackie. Another nice range creep secure there from Tims. Apparently Rico, by the way, has a 100% win rate on Treant. Very nice to see.
Gab is not behind with his CS too. I think normally when PA gets this sort of a high CS, he can get 2 rage ban really early, which will enable him to do good damage trade with the LC.
Courier, Masaros does manage to take it, but he's going to take a bit of harass here. Just fine. Just pops the salve. No, Gabby cancels the salve off. Masaros going to be in a bit of danger. He's going to try and fight back up against Gabby. Gabby, can he finish him off? The Fairy Fire was eaten by Masaros, and now Gabby's in trouble, but no, Marge gets in there and does get the decay off in time. Nice little play from the Undying.
That was a disaster, like, for TNC. Because Gabby was about to die by LC's Q. It was 0.5 seconds away, and then March DK'd him after. I think that was a really big play here from TNC.
Very, very good to see. Gabby will be very happy about that one. He's the one that survived through it. Back into the mid lane. Fearless, he has been having a rather nice time, and it kind of goes back to what you were talking about. He has the higher base damage, and it's going to allow him to CS a lot better. Armel actually just slightly falling behind for now. Overall, though, a very, very even matchup between these two. It doesn't seem like any one of them are going to die anytime soon.
Yep. This bottom lane, I think this will determine a lot of factors. If TNC gets what they want in here, they're gonna have that like off-lane side enabled really quickly. So Marsh can just leave him alone.
Gabby gonna jump. Q is gonna fall very, very low. Gabby now gonna decide better of it and does back off. Looks like the side of Motivate.Trust might be having a few lag issues, but I'm sure we'll unpause very, very soon. Still Gabby obviously looking to be super aggressive already on that PO. He's not allowing this Skywrath mage to have a good time, not allowing him to feel safe. He just wants to jump every time he gets a chance. It's good to see as well, because when you've got the Undying, you've got the Decay, the strength's being removed, so Gabby naturally gets more damage out anyway. He's actually got 20 Decay, 20 strength stolen.
You have to think about just hitting 2-man DK every time. I feel like if he managed to have that, he should be able to win bottom lane pretty easily. But we're versing against MG Trust, like, you know, they're a pretty good team.
Yeah. Gabby, he'll be fine to just walk out. March wants to keep fighting.
You hurt the ones you love.
Mel starting with the voice lines already. Did you ever play these mini games, by the way, QO?
When I'm bored.
Yeah.
I hope that got updated. I think it's been a long time.
Well, look, at least our observer is trying to get involved, but unfortunately, observers are not allowed to play, which is a bit upsetting.
Why?
Well, we can't be included, QO. I don't know why they did that. Only players are allowed to play the minigames, apparently. Very, very upsetting.
It could be good, like having a fast reaction time by clicking people fast.
Yeah.
You can be ready.
Yeah, I'd say so. So Armel very, very low in that mid lane up against Fearless. And well, Fearless is also pretty super low. Bottle coming out for Armel. Bit later than the DP bottle, which was out pretty early on.
Oh, it's a bit... He doesn't have any regen left.
4-minute power runes though.
I don't think he can get it. The armor once he gets to it, he's gonna drink 3 sips and gonna have like full control of the rune. I feel
it's too risky for him to for Fearless to try and swipe it away.
He needs like one support's help like in this kind of situation, but there is no supports available to help him out.
No.
Chill, baby.
Jackie.
He's back.
He is back. Have that metamorphosis up. Go ahead again.
March has 9 stick charge too, so maybe he can bait it out if they turn. Nah, they're not turning.
Well, they'll think better of it. Fearless. Gonna get a salve. So perhaps now he could try, and he is going to try. Armel looking for the blink. Does want to go top, but Boombell will be the one to take the arcane rune. Tim's just a bit late to the party. Won't really matter either way. Fearless, I believe, is still sitting with an empty bottle. Now so is Armel. Do you expect Tims to start making some rotations to that mid lane, trying to look for an arrow onto Fearless, or is there really just no point?
I think that's no point. Like, they're doing pretty well in the offlane side anyways, and even though he goes to mid, there's no guarantee that he can arrow.
Boombell, that's a lot of damage being dealt. We'll salve up.
I like how Boombell have so many salve. He's just salve DP, TP mid, and salve him at top. A lot of situation he's solving it out.
The life of a support QO. That's what we do. We just buy regen and spam it. It's a sad life, but someone needs to do it.
Guess that's how it works.
Radiant are scanning.
March gonna be able to swipe 1 bounty rune away from Motivate.Trust, so it'll be a 3-for-1 at the 5-minute mark. Both teams just taking it fairly easy. They might try onto Gabby, but he just seems a bit too difficult to catch at the moment, especially without that jewel being up and available yet.
I really like how Masaros is playing. Like this guy's really strong laner. He doesn't want to give a good position for carries to have free access to the creep, and he doesn't have to. But even though like carries get farmed a lot these days, but if you see it, Gabby just have to aim to get the CS with a lot of daggers.
I suppose there's not really much March can do about it anymore, especially considering the levels of these heroes now. He can't really help out Gabby that much in this laning phase at this point. Masaros, yeah, just going at it with Gabby. Very, very aggressive positioning. Gabby's still trying to get stuff done. Of course, KP up at that top lane of the mag. Getting some decent CS, about to hit that level 6 mark. She went for the Soul Ring build on the mag. Arrow. Oh, Fearless. Tims lands the arrow, and with that, Armel gonna have plenty of damage out. A fantastic arrow from Tims.
That was very unexpected angle. Normally, Miranas are arrowing on the right side from the reverse, but who thought about it? Just coming out from the tier my tower.
That's what I love about Tims though. He always makes the unexpected play. He'll make his way perhaps back down to the bot lane now. Might even go mid once again, but there'll be 3 heroes now. Fearless gonna TP into the bot lane. He does have that exorcism available. You imagine he just pops and tries to go for a tier 1 and maybe a kill. Gabby, not going to have any of it. He'll just get out of there with the TP. Fearless, he'll pop the exorcism.
I really like how TNC read it. As soon as DP is missing and the Winter Wyvern got the keep laning mid, you can kind of tell that DP is about to come bottom.
Gabby, he can just start taking stacks for himself. Nothing to really stop him. Still, they are going to take the fight down at bot lane. Onto Armel with the silence, but he does blink out. Tims, a bit low. You're right for now. He'll use the wand charges. They want to deny that tier 1, and looks like they'll get it. So,
Radiant's bottom tower has been
Golden Knight, Massaros has the jewel. Tim's trying to leap away, but that attack is following. Boompill got him in time. You still have that jewel available, so March might just be the target they go after, and they will. They should have plenty of damage for him, or maybe not.
Oh, that feels bad.
That is a feels bad. Very
Well,
unfortunate.
I thought teams were gonna die regardless. So using 3 charges of the lead, is it worth it? It could be. Yeah.
I suppose maybe he just didn't see the. Perhaps he didn't see the attack coming. Just didn't get away.
I was about to mention why March picked Undying. With the DP, if Undying tombs it, like if you tomb when DP ulti, the tomb can absorb a little bit of the DP ghost damage. So they have to, they're gonna put like less damage as like every team fight compared to the regular DP game.
I didn't know that. Thank you for that, QO. It's gonna be quite effective here from March. See it into play a bit later on. Of course, another thing, of course, you've got this Empower and PA combination on TNC, and it's going to really allow Gabby to escalate in farm. Speaking of farm, however, Jackie has been left uncontested for quite a while now on this Terrorblade, and he's just farming.
It's just free farming. I mean, with the thing with the Motivate.Trust, like we have to be, I mean, TNC have to be careful about the next Exorcism, and they're gonna try to aim mid tower. But meanwhile, I think TNC has to open somewhere, but they just don't get any angles to open top or open mid tower. So we have to see how he's
Boombill gonna get RP'd and skewered back by KP. A nice easy kill onto Boombill.
With this advantage now, like Gabby's like coming over to help pushing tower. But I think it took sort of time as Fearless ulti, Exorcism is up.
It is. So if you're Armel now, you can't really rotate up top because Fearless can always just use Exorcism and go through the mid lane.
But they got it pretty fast. So.
True.
I was more expecting about the trading angle when the mid tower is about to die, the top tower is gonna down from Motivate, from TNC.
Tim's gonna run into Massaros. They still want to try and apply this pressure in the mid lane, Motivate.Trust. Arrow.
They want to commit.
Nice siege creep taken down, but there's the Exorcism.
There's 2 towers now.
There is 2 towers. And I guess that's one way to defend. Like, for KB, he doesn't have the RP at the moment, and they may not want to fight, although is that an arrow onto that LC? Fearless
bottom tower is under attack.
gets a lot of damage out, but not quite enough to take out that tier 1.
Now Motivate.Trust have to be careful. They don't have any Exorcism ready. I think TNC can make one more move.
Bot lane. Tim's. Boombill.
Dire's top tower.
Moves in, gets the Winter's Curse, and that'll be a nice setup for the duel. Massaros will commit the duel with the Skywrath Mage ulti, and it was a very, very easy duel to get. Let's pick up there from the side of Motivate.Trust.
I mean, at this phase, I feel like Jackie's gonna feel so good. He's just AFKing jungle, like he only have to think about how to pull in the right time, how to stack it up and use the metamorphosis to farm fast, and it's now top of the network.
TNC haven't really shown any signs of trying to deal with Jackie as of yet. They have been very, very busy with the rest of Motivate.Trust. Even now, they'll pop the Moonlight. Armel gonna get spotted. Arrow in from Tim's onto that LC, but Massaros is just forcing himself forward onto Armel. Sonic Wave forced down, but no, he gets the jewel off in time, and that means Armel should drop, or maybe not. The jewel's not gonna be enough. They don't have the damage. Everyone is basically still alive, apart from that Skywrath, but he will buy back. Gabby on the run. Jackie with that Metamorphosis trying to chase, but Gabby is still okay. They get Boombill on the Wyvern. Now Tim's does also go down to Q. But Massaros, he just chased way too far and does lose his life. March even if he does die on the Undying, probably wouldn't care. TNC, they'll get out with their lives intact.
Big victory. They successfully kited like one by one. Literally the best angle they could potentially get. They didn't lose any heroes. They might lose teams, but besides that, forced buyback as well from Skyrise Mage.
It's a good feeling for TNC. And if you're Jackie in that team fight, you would have rather just been farming rather than getting involved there. I mean, it just did not pan out.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to do things where it's just inefficient. The Motivate.Trust, like, okay, like the mid tower is important, but it doesn't mean you have to use full resource to just have to take that tower.
Be a 6-5, 2k net worth lead already for TNC at 14 minutes in. Armel is going for the standard Yules build up here, just trying to build more utility on the Quap. There might be I think I just saw a bit of a smoke here from Motivate.Trust running through their own jungle.
Gabby's not building Battle Fury. Building Deso.
Oh. They won't get Armel. You seem very concerned about that QO. You think he should still go Battle Fury even though he has the Empower from the mag?
If you are versing Terrorblade and you're going Deso, if you get your buff debuffed or KP just died or he couldn't manage to buff him, then he's gonna do no damage to Terrorblade. And that's what they have to look for. And they have enough like heroes to actually hold the Terrorblade from PA's damage by Winter Wyvern. Either locking him down or just kill the Terrorblade. And there's not much like damage output coming up from TNC.
Okay. They must have quite a bit of trust in each other. Just ensure that that Empower is always there onto Gabby. There's that Deso you talked about. It is now available. It's a pretty nice time for Gabby, so item timings are going well. You've also got the Yules up on Armel.
I feel like TNC have to start aiming for the Roshan, but before the lifesteal, it's very hard to do it.
Yeah, let's gonna show himself the KB mid lane. Tims. Just hiding down a body, wants to snipe the siege creep. We'll actually run into Jackie. Masaros is around, but doesn't really have a blink yet, so Tims will be okay to just leap into the tree line and TP out of there. Masaros still having a look, but not be able to get him. And they have started the Roshan. So even without the lifesteal, they just don't mind it.
So I was expecting the PA to get level 15 and Rosh, but instead March used the tomb, so he doesn't get any damage because zombies keep getting summoned.
Nice little
big frame play, big frame.
March, but the idea is it's a very early Roshan for TNC, and at this rate, I mean, they're really starting to snowball out of control, right? Like, you've got an Aegis, you've got the Deso up, Gabby might even go for a BKB up next, and then it's... You start to get a little worry about Motivate.Trust. Winter's Curse. Gonna be out, Tims. Gonna get jeweled there. Another nice setup from Boombell.
TNC needs to get a lot out of it, like with this Aegis timing. Otherwise, like, I do actually feel that Terrorblade is gonna outcarry, but I think Motivate.Trust like traded really good. One Mirana, one tier 2 tower. Now they both sides just have to farm and feels good.
Just very surgical play here from Motivate. They don't seem very concerned. Sticking to the game plan, so is TNC. SNY up on the TB now, so a bit more fight potential, a bit more farming potential on that Terrorblade. What he goes for next here?
I feel like just rushing Satanic could be good too, but I think his next item is coming.
Jackie just back to the drawing board. Just mangoes.
It was a cute mango.
Mid lane, Jewel is going to be out onto March. They do get another nice, easy Jewel victory, and that is going to be the third of the game. So Masaros now 30 bonus Jewel damage.
Playing very solid. I think Masaros in this game doing like a lot of work.
He's very consistently good, isn't he, Masaros?
Yeah. Like all this like movement wise and the kill angle wise, like what he's aiming for is all effect relates to the game, not just personal reason.
This Terrorblade, like you said, eventually might just... Oh, Gabby's actually got a double damage bottled up. I mean, if there's time to go now, like you've got the Deso. I believe the BKB... No, it's not there yet, but there's still a bit more to go for that. But if you could get that BKB and have the double damage rune active, you'd definitely be looking for a fight if you were TNC. Probably won't make it in time, however.
I want to see if he waits for the BKB or just try to abuse Aegis now. I think they'll just wait BKB.
Oh, Halberd up on the TB, so he split the S and Y.
It's a God King thing.
That's a God King thing to do. That is true. And so maybe now just go Manta.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Yep, they're not waiting for BKB. They just wanna damage as much as possible.
Gabby. T1 tower is gonna go. Oh, this could be a nice curse from Boombill, but he can't quite reach.
Oh, I love it. I was about to say maybe it could be a really good smoke angle right now.
They are gonna smoke. Wrap around the back side through the river. Scan is going to be on point. TNC, they know exactly where they are, but MG.Trust, they're ready for it. Still, Winter's Curse going to be out from Boombill. Stopping Gabby, but Boombill is still in massive danger, and he does also Cold Embrace, but Motivate.Trust seem to be very uninterested in fighting this PA at the moment, and you can't blame him. She has a DD active. It is not a good idea.
They both saw each other and then, why is he here? And then there was like 2-second hesitation about what should I do?
Jewel, Masaros jumps in. They are not going to get the PA. They do get the Aegis, but Masaros does die. Tips come out from Gabby. He can't believe what he's seeing.
I think he got damage.
He got Jewel damage as well, right?
Yeah.
He did. Nice.
The reason why like those 10 damage matters for PA just because it has a chance to create up to 300-400%, which means it's gonna do 30 damage.
It's value. Armel gonna end up catching Fearless, but Arrow won't land. He uses himself up. KP gonna come in. They don't even need to disable him. Fearless, he just can't run away. Some nice body blocks out from KP.
These were like what I'm like expecting to see, like but before in the previous series when we were seeing both Chinese teams, they were both farming, and this game every situation they want to try to abuse things. Pretty impressive from TNC. Yeah.
Classic SEA Dota for you. Just run at each other. Still Gabby. He's getting a little bit out of control here. He's going for the Basher next. We saw in the last team fighters, they just do not want to deal with the PA at the moment. And at what point does the Terrorblade start to outscale this PA?
Once he has MKB, he needs MKB in order to actually make PA feel scared. But like to that process, it requires a lot of items. He needs Scotty, he needs Manta style. All these items matters. So he can never fall behind. And Terrorblade is like not like built up to fall behind just because of a lot of illusion splitting factors. But we're not seeing that right now. Like at this point, Gabby's too fat.
He's definitely too fat. Lincoln Sphere up on Armel. TNC just remain grouped up, but Motivate.Trust are around. Just by their T2, they're going to jump in with the blink out from Masaros. Straight on to the mag, but KP, he survived so far, eventually going down. Couldn't keep him alive. March, still just trying to bait them forward. Does use the Flesh Golem. Gabby, looking for a target to jump on. Fearless, has he gone too far? No, In fact, they jump on Boombill. The curse was out, but Armel just blew him up, and now Fearless is very, very low. But it's on March still. Gabby just jumping back in on this PA with the BKB, but they disarmed him up. Jackie trying to control Gabby, but Gabby onto Fearless, gets one, gets another. Gabby now on the run. Can he get himself out of this? He does blink the other way. All hits are just missing him. He's just so lucky. They just can't kill him. Tims will go down. But Gabby, he was the main target. He's out of there.
Somehow evacuated. I think the 10 hits were missed. Just over there. He didn't even level that 35% talent.
Oh, Gabby should go visit a casino after this, I think.
He used too many locks here, so he shouldn't.
Jackie is being watched right now by Gabby.
I thought the team fight would have gone a lot better for TNC, to be honest. Like, they had the clean kills and like DP was very low. Here, the DP not dying with like 100 HP, 50 HP was, I think that was very huge.
Just look at that, Gabby getting 4-star forward, killing off Q at the end, and just the blink back the other way. That'll give TNC an 8k net worth lead 23.5 minutes into this game. Everything's still just going swimmingly. Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, they're going again. They just want to keep on pressuring TNC.
How do they get in there though?
The scary part about Terrorblade is you like, it's only scary if you can split to push the wave in towards your tower. But TNC, I think they're cutting it pretty well.
I'd say so. Oh, just invade that dire jungle. Take the outpost here, KP. Just taking more map control away from Motivate.Trust. Fearless gets bashed on the dagger. Of course he does.
Kind of tells, oh, PA have dagger now. PA have basher now.
That is true. They still spot him out, Tims. Arrow? It's gonna land perfectly from Tims. But there's gonna be no follow-up.
It's so cute how Fearless is just keep getting bashed and like arrowed and
can't catch a break, this poor guy. TNC, they're waiting. They're waiting for the next target. They don't want to back off. They don't want to give any space over to Motivate.Trust.
And like holding this high ground is not enough when you're versing Terrorblade. Like you eventually have to back off just to deal with the bottom waves.
Do you think they need to get more aggressive? Like, do they need to just go in onto that?
Well, that was what I was expecting, just because they're versing against Terrorblade, but it seems like they wanna see how it goes, you know. If the Motivated.Trust come to their high ground, then it's better for them. They're gambling on that part, I think.
Smoke up.
Yep, they're doing it.
Want to take the fight. Blade Mail now on the LC. Tims will break the smoke. Now Moonlight Shadow going to be popped. They know he's there. Arrow. Winter's Curse going to be committed. A counter from TNC. They are coming in. Tims, he's going to be all right. Who do they jump on first? They want Boombill, but no, they'll go on Q instead. Now the duel up at the RP. KP gets in there, gets 3 with the RP, and now Gabby just jumping in after Jackie. He's trying to run. He'll get asunder on to the Undying, but Gabby, he's just slaughtering them in the behind. Masaros trying to run. He can't. It's just Jackie and Boombill left, and Jackie, he's just man fighting by himself, but it's not going to be enough. They give him the Sonic Wave. And Boombill probably regrets buying back right about this moment. He's the only man left, and that'll be a dieback. TNC, a full team wipe. They did not drop one hero.
Teams Mirana. There's a reason why team has such a high win rate with this hero.
Ironically enough, I was asking you why they keep drafting Tims Mirana, but there you go. They answered the question for me.
He literally got 5-man's vision, dewarding their ward, and like tanked the Winter Curse. That's more than enough. Like what else does he have to do?
That's it. It was just a fantastic moment. I mean, it looked kind of bad for a second. You obviously have the curse that was just expended to try and catch out Tims, but...
And that made Amir like position himself in a really great position.
This RP from KP was just pretty darn fantastic. You can't ask for much better than that.
Only problem was he used a blink strike for killing the Skyrise mage. So there was like 2 to 3 seconds, 2 seconds delay after RP.
Fabulous play from TNC and Motivate.Trust. I mean, considering the circumstances, Jackie was still fighting all 5 at once. He looked like he wanted to just keep going, but fortunately for him, not able to pick up 1 kill. You look at Gabby now. He's got another Aegis. He's got an Abyssal Blade up. It's go time, right? You don't slow down if you're TNC.
I think with this one, they should definitely be more aggressive rather than just camping in the high ground. I think they can actually invade their high ground.
I love the way you think, QO.
Thanks.
KP.
Slowly.
Well, the split push at the bot lane is going to make it a little bit hard for this Radiant side to try and make something happen. But they do pop the Moonlight Shadow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trust seems to be aware something is wrong. Mel underneath the sentry for a second.
I really want to see Jackie's to TP top. Yep.
Mel, Q, gonna get the concussive shot. There is an LC around. Q just gonna go Scepter and TP. Nice TP play out.
Waited for you and TP.
You hurt the ones you know.
Mel just with the voice lines continuing.
They want to shut down this Terrorblade movement. Immediately after get what they want.
Oh, Fearless. Oh, it just happened so quick.
Now they're locked. Like Terrorblade has no way to send the illusions to push out like deeper. So which means like they won't be able to force their TNC's reaction to defend. Look at TNC. Like whole teams are just moving back and forward.
Yeah. It's just a game of cat and mouse right now. TNC back in. They found Boom Bell on the Wyvern. Lincoln's has been broken by Q, but the Sonic Wave committed. Now the duel, however, and KP jumping in again with another RP, stopping that duel victory from happening, and Masaros will die. Q, the only man left, and he's definitely just gone. Oh, KP on the Magnus.
That was great decision. Just RP straight, tank the Skyrise Mage ulti together, Mac, and cheese after. Great decision from KP.
Still got plenty of outer towers to go for. Like there's still 2 tier 2 towers to aim down for TNC at the moment, so they don't have the option for the high ground unless you do go top lane. TNC, they don't seem very phased by it. They are still just focusing on their farm. KP, or rather Gabby, will go after the bottom tier 2 now.
I think with this chance, they're gonna try to get the tier 2 bottom and then gonna go high ground.
Maybe the tier 2 bot gone. Let's just control that dyed triangle.
Yep. Oh, they wanna go step by step.
Nothing wrong with that. Gabby. Boombell, he does have a blink now on the Wyvern, but he just gets deleted by Gabby. Oh, Gabby. Gabby is going to be rooted up, but they have bound Masaros on the LC, and he just gets deleted as well. Gabby gets another on Q, and Jackie, he just needs to run, but there is nowhere to run. Gabby back on top. Yasunder means nothing. Fearless. The lone survivor. Gonna Ghost Form, but now skewered back away from his base. Spirit Siphons, not gonna do much. They'll try to buy back onto Q, but now Gabby looking for a fountain dive. He may have gone a bit too far. He'll be right to just walk out of there.
They got too happy. Look at Marsh. Marsh was just hitting tier 2 tower alone when everyone was diving.
Marsh is a businessman. He just wants to get this game over and done with. He's not interested in playing these fountain diving games.
Tournament is tournament, guys.
Aegis will expire. Gabby Onto the tier 3 tower. RP out from KP onto Boombill. And this is one thing they have really focused on this game, number one, is consistently aiming down the Wyvern every chance they get.
All the plays they made, they will keep focusing how Wyvern will react. They keep...
Jewel, that is not a very safe Jewel target right now. Masaros, he ends up losing. Gabby's still alive. KP does go down. In fact, Gabby did go down, excuse me. And now Fearless actually gets March.
I think the last hit created? Last hit...
That might have been it.
Yeah, and then late mail was open.
Both of them just disappeared on the spot.
Yep.
Fearless still chasing Tims. Won't quite be able to catch up with the Mirana. But a nice defense out from Motivate.Trust, unless Armel does get Q. They seem kind of... They're not demoralized by that high ground defense from the side of Motivate.Trust. They still want to just keep chasing kills here. And was it the crit on the last hit? Yeah, it was. He did indeed crit for 1.5k. Oh, it's rough. Nice play out from Masaros.
Impressive.
TNC still do hold a 22k net worth lead at 33 minutes, however. Like, it is still a very, very tough game here for Motivate. But QO, if you were in this game and you're on the side of Motivate.Trust, what would your plan be? Like, what would you need to do to get back into this game?
First, wait for Terrorblade's item. They need more item on Terrorblade in order to, like, in order for Jackie to just right-click him without thinking too much. And if you have to move around, that's the damage, like getting lost, reduced anyways. So he needs to farm a bit more. Both sides, they're going for Satanic outside.
Standard stuff.
Anyways, like to mention it before, I think TNC are just completely playing for like a deal with the Winter Wyvern. I've never seen like the cursed target is dead by someone.
That is true. It's just been a consistent thing this game. Just Boombill has to die at the start of the fight every time for TNC.
It's not like they're not prepared, right? They have Ghoul Scepters, they're positioning really far behind.
It's just Gabby though, he just doesn't care. He just keeps jumping in. MG.Trust, they're kind of forced to just stick as a team now. Smoke up, or rather Moonlight Shadow from TNC, running back into that die triangle. Jackie's going to get spotted, but Gabby jumping in again onto Boombill, and Jackie going to get RP'd by KP. Sonic Wave is out. Jackie, there is no chance of survival. The Wyvern, Boombill, he did buy back. But it's going to mean nothing. They just cannot re-engage into this fight.
Pretty cool time. They like invaded the jungle. First target KPC was a terrible.
TNC, is this the time to go high ground now? They'll try anyway. KP. Well, that creep wave at the bot lane needs to be dealt with. Azeroth getting the jewel off he wanted. Not quite yet, but a great Winter's Curse on to 2. Holding down March, and now they will commit the jewel off onto KP. Gabby, though, jumping back in on DLC, does burst down Masaros, but March will also go down on the Undying. Another nice high ground defense. MG.Trust still going after the Mirana. Tims will be the third to go down for TNC, and, well, it's starting to look the way you kind of said it would. This Terrorblade's becoming a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but like it looked completely fine. Like Winter Wyvern was like dieback at first. Like they killed one hero, they made everyone low, but somehow I don't know how KP died that fight. KP and teams were evacuating, but I think they got caught unnecessarily over there.
Nice DD rune down the bot rune spot right now for anybody that wants it.
Ooh, it's
a game changer.
Big in this situation.
Have a look at what happened. The curse came out, did land on KP, then the duel right after.
Yeah.
As Gabby tried to fight back, did get Masaros. They just lost too many bodies at that point. Motivate, you can't underestimate these guys. They are very, very good at this. Back, another pickoff. Masaros and Boombell going down. Gabby, another double kill. And by the way, that is his 15th kill of the game on this PA.
Do you feel the difference with previous game?
I mean, I definitely can tell there's a difference going on for sure, yeah.
But we never know which one's better until they verse each other.
That is true. We'll find out soon, QO. Gabby gets the Roshan, third Roshan of the game.
Oh, PA with free blow.
Aghanim's blessing. Let's see what Gabby can do with it.
I think Gavin needs his last item with MKB. Oh, he's just going Divine, actually. Just needs something to deal with evasion.
Nothing like a Divine Rapier. You're 34k ahead, but you still need a Divine to pull off the win. Nothing wrong with that. Jackie gonna TP back towards his base. They'll get ready to defend again. Gotta be careful about that Lincoln Sphere on Gabby. He has the multiple daggers as well to make matters worse. Arrow, Masaros, he gets caught with the arrow from Tim's. Still alive with the cold embrace, but not for long. He does end up dying. Still KP getting caught out and also going down before this team fight really starts. Now Gabby back onto Q. Sonic Wave, not going to be that great, but Jackie will fight back onto the Cop. Sunder is going to be there onto March. They do get the Undying. Everyone from TNC just trying to get out. In fact, never mind, Gabby is back in. He gets one. Can he get Jackie? No crit out. Fearless will use him up on the DP, and now the silence. Gabby, he may have gone too far. That'll be the Aegis. Armel sticking around to help out his teammate. Gabby being jeweled up now with the Blade Mail. Does he get a crit? He does at the end, but he will still survive. A triple kill out for Gabby. But he wants the Blink Strike out of there now. He is just way too low in HP.
That was a bit scary, right?
It was.
Gabby almost fell, fall down.
Very close call. Fearless getting jumped on, gets bashed straight away by Gabby. Still Cold Embrace will save. Rain tracks down, but no, Sunder is going to be out now from Jackie. Winter's Curse as well, onto Gabby, just holding him down. Don't let him go anywhere, but he still wants to go after that Curse. In fact, Armel does kill off Fearless, and now Boombell will die again on the Wyvern. Back to the racks. That'll be the second racks of the game.
They don't have anything to worry about again. Winter Wyvern's dead. Terrorblade doesn't have meta. I think they have to play Mega Creeps.
Final racks. It'll be Megas. Gabby has a Divine Rapier up. Do they just call it now?
If somehow Jackie obtained that Divine Rapier, I feel like Motivate.Trust can win. Let's see how it goes.
Is that the only win condition here for Motivate.Trust now? You've got to.
It is.
Okay. TNC. Just gonna back off a bit, let Motivate enjoy some Megas. Gotta love that triple stifling dagger to fly out with a Divine. Some painful stuff.
Just dancing around in the throne.
You just encircle the throne. If we just circle around it, they can't kill it off. That's the idea.
Do you know whether the throne gives regen and armor?
I thought it was only towers.
It's only towers, right? Oh, but there is a towers.
True. Still T4's there. Armel gets started. Of course, with that Solar Crest on Tim's, it makes it a lot easier to burst through these towers. The added attack speed. There's a smoke from Motivate.Trust. Arrow. Gonna connect. They jump in again onto Q, but there is going to be a duel out onto Armel. Do they have the follow-up, however? It doesn't look like it. They will lose Boomba, they'll lose Q. It's looking bad already. Fearless on the run. Masaroff slow. He does go down. It's just Jackie and Fearless trying to fight back. Q will also fight back, but it's looking really, really bad. Fearless, he will also go down with no buyback available, and Gabby just jumps back in with a triple, maybe an ultra kill, but KP will skewer away that ultra. Still, the GG has been called. And TNC, I'd say they took a very dominant game number 1.
I mean, Motivated.Trust resists pretty well compared to the situation. I felt like it was a lot more disastrous than what the current situation would be, but I think Fearless played like really great too, just by holding the team fights, not letting it like try to turn it around as much as possible.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in game number 2. We will be coming back very, very soon for that second game, hopefully just a few minutes. See you then.
Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I'm the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gate. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not here to lose, just fast at you. Look into my eyes.
Game 1 is in the books here between TNC and Motivate.Trust, and TNC were lucky enough to come out on top with that one. Fortunately, the boys from Thailand were not able to get on top of the Magnus and the PA. Boys, back on the desk. Welcome here to our analysis of Game 1. So, Matt, you're wrong.
Well, he's dancing because it's the first time he's been right, but I
1 and 3, baby!
I won't pick with my heart anymore. I said from the very start, right, like, you give Tim's Marana, they're probably going to win. And now it's over 90% win rate. They've played it 3 games so far, and they've won every single time. You just got to ban it.
I can't believe they've only won 3 games this tournament. And it's been Tim's, Marana. At what point do you learn if you're an opposing team? It doesn't matter who
When will you
it
learn
is.
that your actions have consequences? That is the story here. But it was
now
a
I just want
display.
Matt to wear a backpack and just pace up and down on the panel. When will you learn? But I want to circle back to what we were saying at the start of that first draft, where the power of TNC is the fact that they can play pretty much everything, right? They ban the Doom, they ban the Venomancer, but now you've got Tim's Marana. Now you've got the Magnus you have to play around with. Now you have to think about this Gabby PA. I mean, I'm sure Kyo is jumping up and down and seeing the massive amount of PA that's going to be played over this tournament, but I think the thing coming in against TNC is you have to be so mindful that they can play everything, and as you said, Poglet, the fact that you have to pick your poison. You have to try and give them something and then try and figure out a way to beat that and try and draft that way.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think more than ever against TNC, you really need to use the block pick strategy. Not only do you need to ban things out that you might not have full confidence in, like your own Marana, I think that just has to be a ban in the first phase.
Yeah, definitely.
You can play the Doom. Like, if you can't play Doom, there's some difficulties.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those heroes, it's literally a one-trick pony, right? The spell you need to use is the hero's name. So if you can't put 2 and 2 together, go back to the drawing board, go back to Year 2 English class and figure something out.
And this isn't like, God King's crazy style of, what item build am I going to go? It's the exact same thing for Doom every single time. Phase, drums, blink, ags. That's it. And then anything beyond that is a luxury.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we did just see some replays. We didn't actually talk about them much, but
the game spoke for itself.
Honestly, looking at the game, though, Motivate didn't look too terrible.
No.
I think they just got outpicked. They didn't really get outclassed to an insane degree. It's just having that Magnus PA and then the Tim's Marana. That was enough to just drag them over the edge. Everything else could have gone wrong, but they had those 3 heroes and they just cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, when we finished up, we were taking our headsets off and walking back. You were saying, man, that Winter Wyvern's going to get one shot by PA. And next minute, it happens.
Yeah. I mean, I know you're a Winter Wyvern spammer, but you have to be used to that when you see a Mag PA.
You have to preemptively Glimmer Cape everything, essentially. And it's still got quite a long cooldown. And Luke doesn't want a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, he also
I'm
doesn't
just having a
want to
tantrum
write
over
notes.
here. I just, it's just like you see Magnus wins the game. Obviously, TNC seem to have this Tim's Marana as well in their back pocket that's got their 100% win rate. So at this point, it just feels like, what are you even supposed to do up against TNC? I think I really like what you were saying a little bit before, Matt, about how you have to go for these block picks, right? Like maybe you ban out the Marana, maybe you ban out the Doom, and then you try and pick the Venomancer or something like that. And even just looking at the man here, we've been talking about him for the last couple of minutes.
That is the face of a stone cold killer. Look, there is nothing. There's nothing behind those eyes. It's just death. He's like, I'm gonna pick this Marana and I'm gonna win the game.
They actually did my boy dirty there. Like that is not a great photo. He's usually like quite
That's his
happy.
war face.
That's his. I've just played Marana 3 games in a row, and I've just won every single one of those games. Face.
It could be like after a BO5. It's like, how do you feel playing 4.5 hours of Marana in one day?
Love
no
it.
words.
Love it. I mean, his item usage, it wasn't even just the arrows, right? Like, his positioning to be able to block smokes. He used his Moonlight Shadow to great effectiveness. He de-warded in the middle of team fights. He force-staffed heroes away so they wouldn't get clipped by the things that could kill them. And even towards the end, that Solar Crest is so effective with the PA.
Yeah, I think it saved him twice or 3 times in that ridiculous tier 4 dives they were doing. And I think you brought it up quite well. We were wondering between us, are they being too aggressive? Are they being too confident was the word. We didn't want to say arrogant, but confident. And that's what I'm worried for TNC. They've had 3 clean games, 3 Marana games. Now that if it gets banned, because let's be real, it should, are they going to be overconfident and are they going to make mistakes here and drop the series?
There's plenty of stuff that Tim's can play, though. He's not just a Mirana spammer.
Yeah, true.
There's so much left in the pool, which is perfect for him. You know, he plays a great Rubik. His Earth Spirit is really phenomenal. So there's all these things that are currently in the meta that he can definitely still go for.
Definitely.
Well, it does seem like Motivate.Trust have the work cut out for them. Can they get over the Juggernauts in TNC, or will we see another 2-0 sweep here for day 3? We'll be back with a short break, and then after that, game 2 of TNC versus Motivate.Trust.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done is why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
ESL One Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
TNC are looking to eject themselves to the top echelon of their group here by being able to take a 2-0 up against Motivate.Trust. But Motivate.Trust, they don't want that to happen. They want to go to a full 3-game series here. My boys are back on the desk, Danog as well as Poglet. I was going to call you Puke. I don't know why. I looked at you and I thought Puke, so maybe that's just like my inherent reaction when I look across the desk.
I mean, your name does rhyme with that, and that's probably more how you play Dota, so I think it's more apt for you, Fluke.
Yes, unfortunately. But, boys, we're going to get into Game 2 very, very shortly here between TNC and Motivate.Trust. We were talking a little bit beforehand, before we went to this break, about potentially going for some block picks here. What do you think TNC will want to prioritize more? Is it this Tim's Marana? Is it going to be the Doom? Is it going to be the Venomancer? Magnus, PA? There seems to be just too many heroes for me to rattle off.
I think it's too hard to call at the very start, right? I think this game is going to be left up to Motivate to decide the outcome, really, because it felt like they lost it in the draft that time.
Yeah, definitely. I don't have the benefit of seeing who has first pick, obviously, but I think it doesn't really matter what TNC get. They're comfortable with anything. Marana has to be the focal point for Motivate, though. Whether it's a band, whether it's a counter pick, it's got to be something because, like we said, TNC have so many different options, but if you're going to give them a 90% option, they're probably going to take it until they start losing. I don't know how many times you have to say it.
Just ban it. Just look up on YouTube, like, EE Terrorblade, just ban it. It's the exact same situation. Just ban it.
I reckon if you looked up teams, it would come up with a picture of Marana.
Probably would, yeah. But, you know, it's also in that same boat where it's like, even if they do start losing with it, I'd imagine TNC are still going to rely on this Tim's Marana. You know, 90%, even if it loses, it's still going to be hovering around that 90%, even somewhere in towards the 80%. And that's still an insane win rate to have on a hero, especially starting off a tournament like this as well. So it still does feel like Motivate, maybe they can try and get this second game going in their favor if they do just try and put TNC out of their comfort zone. Obviously, we were talking a little bit earlier about TNC not really... It's pretty hard to stretch them outside of their comfort zone, but still at the same time, nobody's done that just yet. Adroit didn't do it in their first draft, and in their first draft here up against Motivate, they didn't really do it either.
Well, you talk about that comfort, and that's the thing that I keep harping on about, right? Like, just take teams out of their comfort zone. Like, there are certain heroes... For me, it's Wyvern. For you, it's like Spirit Breaker and the like.
Yeah, it is.
That you just play and you have a good time because you just understand the little intricacies of the hero slightly more than the average player or even the top tier of players, right? Whereas if you make them play something that they're not quite as familiar with, they're still obviously very good with it, but they're not their top hero, they're not their favorite hero, then you take that little bit of an edge away from people.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's why Venomancer's a pick right now. It's not because the hero is fantastic, which it is. It annoys the opposition. And it's one of those things, mental games are so huge, which is, we will obviously talk about OG, Anna. No one gets in his head anymore. He just doesn't care, and he wins games because of that. Getting inside of someone's mental space, annoying them, making them think, how am I going to play against this, rather than how can I play to best push myself forward, is huge. And no one's done that to TNC yet. Motivate needs to be the one. We were talking about how they're a top 4 team. They could really upset some of the big dogs in the playoff. They need to show it right now. Game 2, they need to prove that TNC can be agitated and they can slip up.
Yeah, and I think Q mentioned on the panel the other day when Motivate were playing that Fearless, like, he's obviously a fantastic player, really mechanically skilled, 10k MMR, But if you get inside of his head, he could start second-guessing himself, and that's the sort of thing that you don't want to seep into this game. They dropped the first game in their previous series as well, and then they came back for the reverse sweep. So it's not out of the question, but they do need to fix up that draft.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fearless came in angry, what felt like game 2 on Thursday. So I'm hoping he has that same level of emotion. Hopefully he's not blaming himself going inward, like you said. But it's going to be crucial, and it's going to show up in the draft in the first 3 picks, in my mind.
Well, we saw that in the first draft as well, getting that Void Spirit ban, right? And you said that in that second game, Fearless did look like he came in with a bit of a vengeance, and that was the hero that he was able to dominate on. And that's a hero that we've seen time and time again in this region specifically, where, you know, you hit that level 7 mark, you're able to run around the map, you get your position 4 coming with you get a kill on that position 1, and then you can start to snowball. And I think Fearless needs to be on something that can, you know, get a little bit more active early on. You know, Death Prophet, to me, felt like he was kind of just having to sit there in that mid lane trying to get that tier 1 tower, and then Armel was able to make those rotations on the Queen of Pain. So maybe if Fearless switches it up to maybe the Queen of Pain himself, or, you know, something along those lines, that's where it might be nice for him, right?
I want to see Q go back to his Tiny as well. I thought he was fantastic on that previous series where he was just styling upon everyone, really, from the position 4 role, creating a ton of space and even pushing out waves and taking a lot of the pressure off their carries.
Yeah, definitely. The only downside is TNC might come in overconfident, a bit arrogant maybe, but they did ban the Tiny in game 1, which means they did watch how they played on Thursday, which is really worrying because TNC obviously have so many games to look back on. It's almost impossible to see what they want to play, where Motivate being quite a new team is a lot easier to look at and a lot easier to clown.
Why is that hero here? Why is the Mirana there, man?
All right, so everyone at home, we are jumping in quite deep into the draft here, but as we can see, Mirana and Magnus, it's the same team. It's literally exactly the same, basically the same start of this draft. Motivate.Trust, they want to go for this Winter Wyvern. They changed it up with Faceless Void rather than going for the Legion Commander second, but is the Faceless Void enough to beat out this Magnus Mirana? I don't think it is. Like, Tim's... We were talking about that in the green room, right, Poggle? The fact that Mirana was just... Tim's was constantly auto-attacking everyone in that lane.
Yeah, we actually wanted a stat to see if Tim's is the most auto-attacks in lane as a POS 4 player. He does have the advantage. He plays a lot of ranged heroes, and he seems to just know where to stand. He might actually have that stat under his belt. I'm not sure if anyone can feed it to us in chat, or just let us know on eyesight test for this game if he does it again.
He will, guaranteed. I mean, it's a Void, right? It's a melee carry, and you're up against a Wyvern. Once he uses that Q, you're worse than a range creep, at least until you get that level 3, and you can get some decent harass going with that Splinter Blast. But I think his positioning is good enough that he's not going to really be in range to take that harass damage.
Yeah, definitely. We have noticed as well, he plays off the lane and just whacks the POS 5.
Whacks the POS 5, arrows the range creep every single time, so Boombell's going to need to make sure that he's in place to tank that with his body. I think there was actually even a couple of times in the later stages of that game where he could have potentially thrown his body in the way, stopped either a siege creep or one of his cores from getting connected by that arrow.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it first, the tier 1 mid lane. We talked about them being stuck with the Death Prophet, Fearless being stuck in the mid lane. And I think that was because Icardi sniped twice. The 5-minute and the 10-minute catapult got sniped by Tim's. And all of a sudden, you don't really want to commit to these fights. Ooh, okay.
A little bit more Spectre. We've also got a Pangolier picked up here from Motivate, so it looks like it's going to be a Q Pangolier, I want to say.
Yeah, they are one of those teams within Southeast Asia that plays it in that support role because essentially they just need to get the mobility, they need to get the area denial happening, and against something like a Magnus who just wants to run in and get that Blink RP off, it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the other side of it is I'm looking at this draft. Yes, Pango got rolls going to go around. Legion's going to try to jump in. But how do you deal with if Spectre gets the false promise on top of himself, taking that dispersion damage while the ultimate's going? It's going to be very hard for them to fight unless they find this Oracle pick, let alone having if KP plays this Magnus once more.
The thing I'm most concerned about right now is, sure, Chronosphere is great, you know, against a Mirana, relatively squishy if you can get on top of the Oracle, which I doubt March is pretty good with his positioning. Where else is the damage coming from? It's basically just the Void that's going to be able to do damage within that Chronosphere. So they need to round this out with a mid laner, in my opinion, that's ranged or at least has some sort of ranged damage potential.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier today, the Lena pick. It very much could look like a Lena game, helps with the Jewel, helps with the Chrono. Quite nice with the Winter Wyvern as well. If you get the Curse off, you can follow up with the Light Strike Array. And because you have the last pick, you will get to see the Clown, the kind of gotcha picks we talked about, I'm looking to see if Motivate has one up their sleeve.
Weirdly enough,
KP Ogre.
Motivate banned out the Necrophos themselves, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought that might be something that they go for themselves. I suppose just being mindful of the fact that, there's an Oracle. If you're in the right range, you can stop a lot of that damage from coming through.
Yeah, pretty much all of it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. And again, it's just this KP style of hero, right? He's just going to build up, be a beefy boy, got a lot of auras, get that Midas, and then stand on the front lines, and then when Spectre wants to initiate with the Haunt, she will.
Yeah, definitely. The only issue is now, this pretty much showcases to us it has to be Magnus Smith. Like,
yeah,
they can't really rotate their lanes
They can always
ridiculous.
I want to see a Bat Rider. Right? I want Bat Rider right now on Motivate.
It's
Into an
actually
Oracle?
gone through the whole list.
Into an Oracle?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't think that's all you need to focus on. You need to just bully the Magnus out of lane as much as you can, slow down that timing, and then rather than playing from a disadvantage, you need to try and roam over the top of them, because it's a good amount of burst that you can get done with the Legion Commander. Pangolier, if you get an early Javelin, maybe go for a slightly greedier style of build, because Wyvern, of course, is very defensive. You can get those early kills happening, and maybe snowball that into some objectives. It gives you some decent tower taking potential as well.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be curious, though, because they're taking a lot of time for this pick. And
Storm, okay.
Ooh, okay.
They only really have slow lockdown. So obviously, we see teams with the Mirana, Armel in the mid lane with the RP, and then KP is the only one with a solid stun in the Fire Blast.
At least they have a stun this time on Motivate, because they didn't previously. They had the Jewel, they had the Winter's Curse, and basically not much else.
Yeah, these are still not as large. Obviously, Rolling Thunder they've got now. They've got the Pool, the Electric Vortex on Storm. Neither of those are fantastic stuns when you think about it. It's better than nothing, because as soon as that draft ended last time, I was like, oh, they've got 2 stuns. They're both ultimates. And we saw what happened in the bot lane.
Yeah.
They went to take the tier 1. They had no stuns. Everyone just TP'd out. It was a max Exodus. They just wanted to jump off the boat, and you couldn't stop them.
Yeah, exactly. All right, boys, before we head into a game 2, where are we standing?
Tim's Mirana, TNC.
Tim's Mirana, TNC.
TNC, man.
Poglets are the same. All right, I'm going to sit in the exact same boat as well. You can't go past men with 100% win rate on a hero. So TNC going up against Motivate.Trust. TNC want to clean this out 2-0. Motivate obviously want to take this to a game 3. We've got MLP as well as QO in this game 2.
A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime again, can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between TNC and Motivate.Trust Gaming. It is MLP Dota and QO. QO, welcome back, sir.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
That's fantastic to hear. QO, The panel's been harping on about this Tim's Marana. You've been saying you've got to ban this Tim's Marana. It's made it back into the next game. Is that going to be a problem here for the side of Motivate.Trust?
It's not just Mirana, obviously. There's a Magnus.
There is a Magnus.
Especially with Spectre. Magnus Spectre. It's the best 2 combo, I say.
Really?
Yeah, just because Spectre is naturally really tanky, but it has the disadvantage of the farming speed. But with Magnus, you can farm same as a Battlefield carry.
It's very true.
And especially, like, I really like how like Oracle and Spectres are laning together. Just because, like, once the Spectre learns Dispersion, and if Oracle heals, you get less damage from Oracle, but you still heal same amount. So like those factors, like March really thinks about those synergies.
Ooh. Jackie,
that was close.
Feeling the wind on the backside there, the arrow barely missing, and had that landed, that would have been a very early first blood from TNC, but it does not. So they will back off, back to set up for those bottom bounty runes, and of course Motivate.Trust will be fine to get the top, I'm sure. And overall in drafts, by the way, QO. I mean, you talked about the Magnus spec, you seem to be a big fan, but Motivate.Trust, their draft, how's it looking to you? Like, does it make you feel confident in this Radiant side?
Only if Fearless gets what he wants. If he managed to lane well and then get a lot of last hits and like be really scary factor with early Orchid, I think he will go Orchid first item instead of Kaya or anything. I think just because Orchid got a lot cheaper.
That is true. So you reckon the game is basically just based on how Fearless does?
I feel it.
Okay. Mel's got his hands full here with Fearless on the Storm. Of course, Mag vs Storm seems like a fairly even matchup. You might argue the Mag might even have a slight advantage just for because he does have that power inbuilt.
I don't know. I've been playing a lot of like against like Abed Storm, and whenever you're playing melee hero, it's extremely difficult to play against Storm just because he can right click you, but in the same time, he can just use Remnant whenever the melee mid hero just comes near you. So you do a lot of damage. Otherwise, you just have to give it up to CS.
It's fair. Think Tim's ever get sick of playing Mirana?
I don't know.
No? It's, yeah.
Tim's isn't my boy here.
Sorry?
Tim's not one of my boy.
Not one of your boys?
Not one of my boy.
Why not?
Maybe he can soon.
Alright,
like,
well...
March and KP is... love these two.
We'll open the applications up to Tim's and see if he can join the group of the cool kids then.
Nah, I might not be eligible. Oh. It's not him. It's me.
Bot lane, there's going to be a lot of damage out onto Tim's. Mirana needs to make a run. Of course, still level 1. Can't leap away, and Jackie wants to chase. Tim's 2 more hits. 1 more hit would do it. Boombill, could he find a swashbuckle? No, it's 5 seconds away, but he's going to chase for this first blood.
I think he got it. He didn't...
I was going to say, if he misses that, I'd be very, very surprised. He does get the first blood, Boombill. Very nice kill for him onto Tim's. That's a good way for Motivate.Trust to get started.
Yeah, I felt like he was going to eat Tango before he run.
Of course, top lane. See Masaros up there on the LC. He'll be up against Gabby and March. Gabby might have a few difficulties up against this LC later on, but for now he seems to be just fine.
Just in the laning right now, if you can see the CS thing, LC Masaros have 7-4. Meanwhile, Spectre has 3-0. I think that's a big amount as well.
You were complimenting Masaros quite a lot before about his positioning, especially in the laning phase and the team fights. He just knows exactly where to be at the right time.
His laning seems like pretty solid, like throughout whole tournament. I haven't actually seen like him getting zoned out a lot. And it's not like they're giving him...
Fearless gets Armel in the mid lane. Just solo. Armel goes down.
That was what I was expecting. Just level 3 pull. If you're not be aware, like at level 3 with the Storm, you can just die.
First kill, or first death for Armel, but a great pick up there from Fearless. Look at Tims again, copying so much harassment out from this support Pangolier. Boombell doing a great job already, creating space for Jackie at the spot lane.
This is ridiculous. We have to see how like the last hit differences with LC and Spectre here.
4 to 16. I mean, that is insane. 16 to 4.
I don't even know how this can happen actually.
It's Masaros. It's looking really good. We'll see if he can keep this up. Because Armel, he'll make his way back into the mid lane up against Fearless. Try to survive this time around up against the Storm Spirit. This does seem like one of these laning matchups as well. Oh, Fearless actually falling quite low. He does eat a Fairy Fire up, but Armel's taking way too much damage again. Fearless might get this kill, and he does. Oh, that is pretty bad news for TNC.
Oh, Armel committed like full amount, and it wasn't even close to death.
Oh boy. And of course, just deny yourself off. Come back to the lane with full HP, full mana. If you're the Storm Spirit, it's looking like it's going to be a very, very good game. And he's top of the last hit sport as well, QO. It's not like he's not farming. He's getting kills and farming at the same time. TNC, they've just got to find a way to even out these lanes a little bit. Like, Gabby's still at 7 last hits on the Spectre in comparison to the 22 of Masaros. You look at Jackie, he's at 20 last hits on the Faceless Void.
This is like the first game that I see that early game early game's last hits like having like very favored to one side.
Tims, can expect him to try and make some rotations sooner rather than later and get a nice courier snipe for himself.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
She's going for the max arrow on this Mirana. Boombell. It's a swashbuckle. Arrow's still available, but he's just too close. Just leap away. I'm curious as well, QO. Do you think KP goes for the Midas build up on this? In fact, never mind that for a second. Cabby, very, very low, does walk away, but the Ogre. Do you go Midas Rush?
I think he should still go. He's not having that bad lane. And yeah, I think he needs Midas.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stupendous!
And even with the rune-wise, they're getting full control. 3 for 1.
It's a problem. Already a 1k advantage here for Motivate.Trust. Bot lane there appears to be a gank attempt. Fearless is around, but we do have a pause. They are making the jump. Fearless, he's going onto KP. Now this Ogre kill might be a little bit challenging. It's a bit tanky here.
Will he get it? They used everything, so possible. Probably not. They won't be able to get him.
KP should be fine. But Motivate.Trust guys sound very, very confident at the moment with all the voice line spam. And, well, they're going to continue onto KP, but he'll be all right. Fearless be forced to just back off. Just fine. Back to the mid lane. Armel probably enjoying the breathing room he had for about 30 seconds, but Fearless is back to it.
I feel like Tim's just gonna lay mid now, and Armor start to go jungle.
I mean, he's one full level behind the Storm, so it's
I'll stack first, yep.
Power runes are gonna spawn up. Boombell gonna try and contest this bot power rune. Armel does get a nice regen for himself. Definitely don't want to give that away to the Storm. Tims, great arrow. Boombell, just make his way out. They don't seem to be really prioritizing helping out Gabby here at this top lane, I've got to say. Gabby is still struggling a hell of a lot. You see Masaros just running at him, not giving a crap about Gabby. And he just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and Gabby, not just CS, I think he's delivering a lot of regen as well, so he might not have like enough gold to snowball too much.
Again, they just dive the tier 1 tower. Masaros now going after March. Q will also be there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Masaros into the tree line after Gabby.
He really doesn't care. I want to whack him. Like, Oracle's nothing.
March tries to heal him up a little bit. Gabby's still suffering a lot. Meanwhile, KP apparently kills off Boombill. Gabby will be alright. No, never mind, he will not. Fearless will jump in and gets a very, very easy pick off. March can't really trade as an Oracle, that is. It's just no help, no rotations from TNC.
At least they'll keep pressuring Jackie. He seems to be rushing on Midas, which is a bit greedy choice against Ogre. And he's not like bursting against the dot damage hero, like damage of the time heroes. He won't be able to time walk it out.
Right. What item build do you think you would have preferred for him to go on the Void if it hadn't been a Midas?
I was more expecting that Power Tres, and today's God King's build was pretty stable, stable as well. Like that, you get Mask of Madness and go jungle for quite a bit until some items.
We'll see Q take over the mid lane on the Wyvern. Top lane, looks like there's a lot of heroes starting to group up.
And there's one tower. Stacks.
Jackie has the Chrono. Fearless also going to be there. March is the only man around to try and defend this tier 1, but he could be very easy pickings for Motivate.Trust. They are rushing him now. Jackie obviously doesn't want to commit the Chrono and doesn't need to. They'll get the duel off thanks to Fearless. It's another easy kill. Another dual victory for Masaros. Rather, his first dual victory. It should be a T1 tower going down very soon.
Can they trade?
Looks challenging to try and make that trade. Armel's here.
Armel's here. Yeah, able to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So TNC will get a trade. Q gonna show himself on the Wyvern. There's not really much he can do to delay this. Splinter Blast. They are TPing more in. Masaros. Make his presence be known. Armel be able to skewer away in time. KP still trying to run. Masaros gets stunned up by the Fire Blast. But they do successfully defend that bottom T1 tower. It seems like that's all they wanted. I mean, that's just a very nice trade for Motivate.Trust, right? You got a tier 1 top, you protect your bot tier 1. Can't ask much more.
Yep. Spectre needs to get buff as soon as possible. We need, I mean, the TNC needs to get the Spectre back on the point. At this rate, I feel like the Oracle's not gonna use any contribution into the team fight because he needs Spectre to be walk front.
Jackie inching ever so close to that Midas now. So I do wonder what kind of build this Spectre goes for, but Tim's gets a nice arrow off onto Boombill. He does have a haste rune. Tim's still on the chase, but won't be able to keep up. Boombill will be fine to run out. Bit unfortunate the Spectral Dagger did not connect on the Pango.
I think even if it connected, I think he wouldn't have died just because he had the raindrops plus 5 magic wand charge. But it's always nice to hit spells.
It definitely is. Item build for Gabby this game on the Spectre, what do you reckon?
Well, I'm sure he's gonna go drums. Yep, just for the mana related issues and Manta style. Drum Manta style is very casual these days. And maybe Diffusal after.
So Gabby just gonna be working towards the later stages of the game on this Spectre. The ridiculous thing about this hero right now is you just get to a certain point of the game and you just don't die anymore.
This is one of the really smart moves from Fearless too. As I said in the early phase, I was expecting him to get Orchid first, but now he seems to be getting a Bloodstone first, which is a lot better sustain in the team fight, and they don't need extra damage. They're already winning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jump in. Armel, not expecting this one. Rolling Thunder follow-up is going to be out, and now a duel. It's just perfectly played by Motivate.Trust. And at least he got his Echo Saber before he died, but it's just such a struggle. With how good that mid lane went for Fearless, he could just keep doing that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now Tim's is a bit awkward in awkward situation. He probably is expecting
Dire's
a
middle
lot better
tower is
situation,
under
but
attack.
level-wise, like net worth-wise, it's lower than what he's probably thinking right now.
He can't really make many plays in the Mirana because nobody else can really back him up. Just going to take over that triangle. The rest of TNC heading up towards that top lane. They might try to make a play onto Jackie. Not going to be a very easy kill, however. Jackie will be just fine to get back towards his side of the map. Armel does have the RP, but just wants to farm some creeps right now. It's not really too interested in committing the RP. Trust. With the lead they have, they can just start pushing down the bot T1 tower.
They're like actually full committing, except for Jackie, to get bottom tier 1 tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Eventually, yeah, they had to just pull out. So I was wondering what was this meaning for. Maybe Storm could just be farming, like neutral, like jungle camp, instead of coming up over there. But it looks like they were just committing.
TNC. See Jackie for a second. He'll be alright. They are still just committed to this T1 bottom tower. Mel's going to try and pressure the mid tower. Maybe not even.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Just seems to be a bit of limited confidence here for TNC.
Dire's bottom tower
Just
is
got to
under attack.
try and get some more farm up here. It is still problematic though, and I realize the bottom T1 tower isn't really worth too much, but losing all these towers and giving away this much map control to Trust work against them. TNC can have a smoke out from Trust coming right at them. Moonlight Shadow out from Tim's. Might have just saved the day. Instead, they're going to run mid. They do spot out KB, bloodlusting that T1 tower. Fearless, going to show himself now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Fearless, going to jump in. KB, he will be targeted. Arrow will fly out. Masteros does cop it. Rolling Thunder is also there from Boombill. Now the Winter's Curse is coming out. He's going to be onto the Oracle. March does go down straight away. Armel committing the RP on the Void, but Jackie is not dying. Now the skill back in the Fire Blast. Jackie does go down before he can time walk away. The Cold Embrace out from Boombill. Not going to help too much. He'll swashbuckle and actually get Armel before he does go down, so never mind. Does work out. Masteros will continue running. Gabby committed to the chase. Tim's arrow won't land. With the drums popped, Mazeros just gets out of there.
It looks so good. We're like Motivate.Trust, like to open the angle. Then it all started from the Legion Commander to get arrowed. But even then, like they forced like Armor's RP, and then they March got deleted by Bitter Curse. And Void didn't die in that time. How did it go this way?
Who knows?
Anyways, it was really good defense from TNC.
I agree. Still Motivate.Trust. Not going to be dissuaded from this mid T1 push. Jackie and Fearless back at it. This is actually the final T1 for TNC. Can they hold on? Fearless going to zip right in onto that Ogre. KB just going to back out. Armel looking to go back in, but he doesn't really have the RP yet. Boombill. Rolling Thunder will end, but he is within safety. They've already gotten what they came for in that T1 tower. There's no real reason for them to stick around. Motivate.Trust just going to comfortably walk back. No punishment from TNC.
Fearless almost has Orchid, which means March and teams have to play really be careful. I think March, he's not going to aim for March, but more, I think he wants to shut down the teams for this one.
Gabby just trying to get that Yasha up into the Manta. Already has the Eye of Skadi queued there on the Spectre. You look at the Void. Jackie straight into the Silver Edge.
I've seen him playing this build like quite many times, and he has like pretty good succeed rates against minus Mask of Madness into BKB or MKB, or other way around.
Moonlight Shadow was popped, but does wear off. Silver Edge on the on Jackie's Void should be pretty effective here up against Gabby. In fact, Chrono does come out. Gabby alone up at that top lane. They'll have Boombill and Fearless just zipping in, and Gabby just goes down so quick once the storm's there. TNC, I mean, you see Tim's TPing in with March, but they are just too late.
Pretty clean kill. There's not many things that TNC can do. They just have to keep off the Spectre, and he needs Manta. Without Manta, he's not gonna pull out like a lot of damage.
So what you can do is just keep farming.
The reason why like Spectre has been like chosen like a lot recently, and then people skipping Radiance, is because that Manta style gives so much damage if the target is alone.
There's a big smoky QO. RP gonna go into Jackie with an arrow follow-up from Tims. They do eventually get the trade there with the pos once.
Without that ward in the Radiant area, they wouldn't be able to kill him. It was very risky play if they did it without him.
Fearless gonna zip into the backline straight onto March. They can just get him down. Now the curse out onto Armel. KP trying to survive the Rolling Thunder and the Jewel now. KP very low and does know. In fact, it was Armel that was low. He does go down. KP on the run. The rest of TNC just cannot continue fighting this fight. KP eventually does end up going down. I mean, Fearless does have the Orchid up, mind you, but it's just hard for them to fight.
Too many things that can kill Oracle and Mirana.
Into the Roshan pick. Motivate.Trust. I mean, it's just such an opposite of game number one. Such a dominant start here. It's Roshan. Arrow from Tims. Not gonna matter. They did. Is that? Am I seeing things, or was this? No. All right, I was seeing things. Never mind.
What can TNC do here?
That's what I was about to ask you, QO.
What do you think?
Well, I would say Gabby needs some farm. You might need a BKB on the Magnus. Even that might not even matter, but you may as well just grab it. After the, I really don't know. I mean, you're kind of just waiting on this Spectre. You know, the Spectre should theoretically outscale the Void later on.
Their laning phase, man, way too horrible. Like, I think it all started from there, but like, I didn't know the side effect could be this large, because it was just a laning phase anyways. On the other hand, it goes like totally different from how the first game is. That's where the TNC was last game.
It was.
And same route as well.
There, here we go again. Fearless looking to go in and just zip straight in onto KP with the duel out again from Masaros. It's just rinse and repeat. Every single time, it's a zip in for a Vortex, a Jewel, and a Rolling Thunder.
Need BKB. Armor needs BKB as soon as possible before he's moving somewhere or doing something.
Look off the tier 2 mid, MG.Trust. It's one of those teams you really just can't underestimate. That'll be the mid tier 2 gone. TNC currently only have one tier 1 tower that's gone down on this Radiant side. Mel gonna get cursed up by Q. He's just trying to find anywhere to farm. There is nowhere that MG.Trust are gonna give away. It's just perfect play.
they're gonna try to chase them down continuously. They have Storm, Winter Wyvern, Pango, also mobile heroes. Even Jackie's just looking for it. He's the one who wants to initiate.
Yeah, he still has Chrono. So if he finds the right target, it's an easy Chrono into a zip in from Fearless. He's gonna find KP and just commits the Chrono. It's your Pos 3 Ogre. Tries to survive with the Essence Ring, but again, another jewel out from Masaros. That's the 6th jewel of this game. Going the way of this LC. 60 bonus damage.
So free Sacroilic. He has 3,800 gold right now.
That's value. With a 6k net worth lead, Motivate.Trust, they just control the map. TNC, they are going to try and re-invade their own jungle. Motivate.Trust, just get out. Perhaps with a massive RP from Armel and a Haunt in from Gabby, I suppose that could be the big game changer, but it just seems like they've got so many ways to counter-initiate. Just like that, Q, throw out the curse, Fearless is just going to zip in. Tim's. He's going to go down again. Fearless now, his 8th kill on the Storm Spirit. Back in, Rolling Thunder, Boom Belt. Go on to Ogre. Essence Ring already popped. Masaros does not really want to duel up KB unless Fearless is there, but Fearless just coming in from a mile away. Back onto March, and now the duel's out on KB. RP, Armel going to try and fight for this with the Haunt in from Gabby. Do they have the damage output? Armel with a huge skew around, but it means nothing. There is just not enough damage.
They opened the team fight like 2v5, and Winter Wyvern was near, so 2v4. But still, like, they just got melted in like 5 seconds, 10 seconds.
They got the Aegis at least.
It was intentional, obviously, I think.
Right.
In my opinion.
That'll be the tier 3 tower going down for TNC. Very early tier 3, mind you. Onto the melee barracks. Moonlight Shadow pop, they're going to try and delay this. Jackie will be targeted here from TNC, but now the Vortex is out from Fearless, just backing off. Want to try and kite out. Q does have the curse. Masaros going to press the attack, turns back around, but who do you aim down? There's the Rolling Thunder out from Boombill, straight back onto Gabby. They're just trying to control KP while all this is happening. KP falling very, very low on the Ogre and does go down to Fearless. Now Gabby getting triple bashed out. Fearless still going, and now the Chrono comes in from Jackie. Perfect timing. They will get the Spectre. They found a jewel on March. He's also gone. They are just getting massacred in this space.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. They call it.
I think it's better for next game.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
That was... I mean, that was all MG Trust. It wasn't even close.
Surely, like, came from the early games.
Yeah. I mean, it was incredible. You pointed out the top lane, the LC was just going nuts. Gabby could find nothing. That every lane just went badly. Still QO. Game 3 is upon us. TNC versus MG Trust will be coming back up in a few moments. We'll see you then.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm out of fever, picture at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many.
You can't stop the sweep when it comes to these boys from Thailand. Motivate.Trust even up the score here up against TNC. Even if they don't complete this series with the victory, they've certainly won over my heart here for ESL 1 Thailand. Welcome back, my boys here on the desk. And man, these Motivate guys, they love to play from behind.
This is David versus Goliath, and when we're wrong, we were wrong. We saw the Marana and we were like, oh, that's it.
I was saying we've cast a cursed Timps. I mean, I'm not sad by it because Motivate, we were hyping them up on Thursday. We're like, these are the boys. They were so much fun to watch. Game 1 was a bit shaky, let's be real. But game 2, you know what we said? Anger gameplay. Fearless came in with that. He solo killed twice in the mid lane. And from then, it was just all Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, I think the big thing that they were lacking in game 1 was probably more forms of movement, and again, that really basic stun. Like, they actually had some pick-off potential now with the Storm Spirit able to rotate around. With the Marana, sure, you've got some escape with that leap, but you've only got 3, and Storm always is going to be able to catch you. So this time around, they were able to get that. They got the dual damage as well. I think at the, 20-minute mark, he was already sitting at 40 extra damage, so some nice extra bonus there.
Definitely. I mean, you can see these replays. Every single one of them started with a pick-off. You have the Legion Blink, you have Boombell coming in with the Pango roll, you have Storm zipping in from God knows where. Fearless was out of his mind once more. And Masros obviously getting these 3 duel wins.
Yeah, I think Masros was really the highlight there. He just made sure that Gabby didn't have a lane, essentially. And, you know, a few of those team fights, Boombell, he just was like on 10% HP, one more swashbuckle forward, and he just picks off someone else. I think he got 3 or 4 kills just from doing that from that position 5 role, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most fun POS 5 Pango I've ever seen in my life.
That's the only POS 5 Pango I've ever seen in my life.
I've seen it twice. The other time, they didn't make mech. They didn't make it in 22 minutes stop fest.
Yeah. Because they probably lost. They got creamed.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing here is making that audible by putting the Q on the Winter Wyvern, right? Just meaning that in that top lane we saw, just by the CS alone in the first 10 minutes, the fact that Masteros was, I think it was like quadrupling the CS that Gabby had. Gabby had like 14 and then Masteros had somewhere around about the 40 mark, where you can just tell that Q was putting quite a lot of emphasis on making sure that Gabby was shut down, and you can see that the entirety of the game. Like, Gabby never really had a game for that entire time playing on that Spectre. There wasn't really much they could get done, and then it was just all Motivate.Trust for the rest of that game, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Oracle, he's good at securing those last hits and getting some denies on the range creeps as well, just to make sure that too much of your experience isn't going the other way. But he's no Undying. He's not a lane dominator like the Undying is, and it really showed that time around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, on the other side, we're talking about lane dominators. We talked about Tim auto-attacking to an insane degree. You know what they do? They turn around and put a Pango there with the lucky shot, with the swashbuckle.
And an Orb of Venom.
Yeah, one of the few heroes I would say could actually take it to Tim's Mirana, and really did. But obviously, as you can see, Masteros, the MVP, and I don't think there's any question here. He played fantastic Dota.
Yeah, even getting to the point where he was happy to pop drums charges. They were in such a lead just to take towers, you know, get more of that map control going on. And why not? You know, they had the potential. They were able to snowball. And I think some of the areas where perhaps the quote-unquote tier 1 teams have fallen down is that they don't press their advantage, but Motivate, they definitely did that time around. They didn't give them any breathing room.
Well, like you can even see the scoreline here. It's not the most flashiest, but it was just the fact that he was able to get a lot of those clutch duels off. We're talking about it in the green room towards the end there. March was so close to getting that false promise off on Gabby's Spectre, but in comes Masteros with the duel, being able to get rid of that Oracle at that fight as well. And it just felt like every single time they'll walk around as this gank squad, him, Fearless, as well as Boombell were just running around. They were catching RML when he was farming creeps. They were catching, you know, KP as he was trying to Midas some stuff off as well. And it just meant that, you know, that they started out really strong with that Legion Commander Winter Wyvern lane, and they just kept their advantage, and that's always what you want to see from these teams, especially when they, you know, come into this series where they're one game down. You want to see them play their best.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the stat line wasn't pretty, you're right, but it just shows how much impact he had. Terrible GPM, terrible scoreline, still the MVP because of how much impact. That's an eye test impact for us. We just looked at him, every time he was in a fight, he did the work. It shows you don't need money if you have a team that's ready and willing to jump on dual targets every time.
Every single time. I don't think he probably didn't get any of the kills himself. It was all just giving them over to the Storm Spirit. Occasionally, Jackie would jump in. I think there were a couple of times where they're like, wait for the duel, but it was just better for the team to get the kill then and there, so there wasn't that turnaround potential.
Yeah. Jackie smelt blood in the water, and he just straight pounced on it. We saw it in the bot lane as well. Jackie just came in one shot, like a 25 health creep, effectively. That's how weak Tim's was. Didn't have a bar of it. He just wanted that kill.
Yeah, well, it does seem like the boys from Thailand have smelled blood in the water here, and let's see if they can take down the Juggernauts in TNC, or whether or not our friend here from Australia, KP, can even it up in a 2-1 series. We're going to go to a short break, and after that, Game 3.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done is why you sad. I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you forget it back.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Little sneak peek into the action there, but it wouldn't be a day of ESL 1 Thailand without a full best of 3 here. We are into game 3 of TNC going up against Motivate.Trust. And boys, are we looking quite scary here for these Thai boys? They are coming into this third game with a vengeance.
I wouldn't say it's looking scary for them. It's looking scary for whoever they're going up against, right? They did it the other day to Fnatic, and maybe is it TNC's turn this time around?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be, but I'm looking further ahead. We called Group A the Group of Death, and this is proving that it wasn't just luck that they cleaned up Fnatic.
Yeah.
This is proving that they're legitimately a top 4 team. I'm worried for Team Trust and Detroit that they might not be able to pick up games, let alone series.
Trust maybe, I feel like. Maybe they could, pull one out of the hat, but it's not looking good for Detroit. But TNC, are they going to be able to bring this one back? I think that's the big question because they're such an established name. They've got an established brand behind them and a playstyle that really suits them. But they just weren't able to get it up and running that time around. I mean, KP, he got that reasonably early Midas, but it never seemed to result in anything.
Yeah, definitely. They did look quite lackadaisical. They didn't seem like themselves. And if they're going to drop a series, I would prefer it be now, group stage, early on, find out which opponents you should be scared of, which ones you should be respecting. I'll view it as that because that TNC game was rough. Like, Motivate played close to perfect Dota, but they just ran over TNC like they were some tier 4 team.
But speaking of, dropping a series in this group stage, seeding does matter quite a lot going into these group stages as well. Obviously, top 2 does go into the upper bracket. And if you're seed 1 and seed 2, you go up against seed 2 from the other group as well. So if you come into this dropping a series, you drop down a seed, then you might not have the most advantageous upper bracket series. So coming into this, I feel like you need to try and win as many games as possible, right?
And I think what's really scary is that Motivate, they already have the win over Fnatic. Like, it's in the bank. So if you're now to beat TNC, I don't want to, go too early with it all, but that's basically top 2 locked in and an upper bracket berth.
Yeah, they just have to clean up what we would say are the more needing improvement teams. Like we said, Detroit, they haven't really found themselves yet. Team Trust, we haven't seen them enough to really warrant where they're going to place. So if you take out these 2 top dogs, these 2 established names, you've pretty much locked yourself top 3, most likely top 2 if you just clean up one of those other series.
And then Boom's really the wild card with the last remaining one there.
Yeah, definitely, because Boom's another one. This
there is a
group
big
so
scalps
brutal.
in this group, especially with Motivate looking as strong as they are, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to tell that because Motivate came in obviously as a Thailand qualifier. They obviously had 2 qualifier spots being ESL Thailand, and they've shown their worth, which is so good for Thailand as a whole, because it's always a worry when you run a tournament. If your hometown teams just get obliterated, it's really sad in the playoffs. But Motivate's definitely going to make a run in the playoffs. It's just how far will they make it? Can they make it to the finals?
And that's what makes me a little sad, with tournaments like WESG, WCG being cancelled. This is a full Thai stack. So if they had the opportunity to go on and play in those, they would have potentially swept the entire thing because it's typically like, a group of Swedes, some Russians, and maybe some Filipino boys that are really the ones leading the pack.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Russia always does. But you're right, they would have been top 4.
Yeah.
All right, boys, we've got a draft on our hand here for game number 3. Magnus is picked up once again here from TNC. They were the first team to drop the game with the Magnus. They're also first team to drop the game with the Mirana as well. But now, this does leave Motivate.Trust to get their Void Spirit. And we're talking about Endless. I mean, not Endless. Fearless. Sorry. He is one of the players that I think Motivate.Trust really does amplify their game-winning standards, right? Because he always comes in, dictates quite a lot of the pace that's coming across in all these series. And we saw in that last game, he's on his Storm Spirit, he looked extremely comfortable, got a lot of solo kills as well. And I think the Void Spirit can really, help them get towards this third game victory.
And I was going to say it's one of those heroes that Masaros could potentially play as well, but with that Timbersaw being picked up, it's obviously much less likely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, though, because Timbersaw could just run into whatever lane Magnus is in and just annoy the hell out of him. It's so hard as a Magnus to kill Timbersaw, because even if you skewer him back, he just Timber Chains back, and he's just like, I don't really care about you. Strength versus strength, although putting it into the Chen lane.
Even mid, like there's not too many trees to
mid lane's fine for a Timbersaw, honestly. I don't want to say it's guaranteed. Yeah, you are right. You need trees. But it's one of those things that's left it for open flex pick.
Also, Motivate is on the Dire side as well. So Timbersaw being Dire, you don't really have those trees around the edge of your tower most of the time as well to Timber Chain back to. So if you ever do get caught out, you're in a little bit of no man's land.
Gotten rid of the Mirana themselves. Wow, they've turned their tact on that one really fast.
It makes sense, though. It's quite nice against Chen. You just annoy that creep army. You can really delete the large camp near whichever lane the Chen is playing for. And like we said, Mirana is just a strong hero in general. The arrow's quite good. The leaps are fantastic. Moonlight Shadow is such an enabler. It's a smoke that you get for free. It's free real estate.
It's free real estate. I don't think enough teams, by the way, are buying smoke super early on into the game just to get that 7-minute timer running again just before it refreshes. I feel like you can get so much more active.
Yeah, we saw TNC do an early gank trying to throw that arrow on Jackie. I don't even think they used a smoke for that though.
No, they did. I'm pretty sure they did for the 5-man to get. They smoked around the tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
Either way, you're definitely right though. Not enough smokes in the early game.
It's only 50 gold now.
You can just hold them too. It's not like you have to use them.
No. Just hold it. Get that timer ticking because you're not really doing anything else in the laning stage. And better to have 3 smokes in the early mid game as opposed to the enemy teams 2. You can really catch them off guard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw last game a couple of clown picks here and there. Gabby having a rough lane, could never catch up because every time he tried to, they'd come in and just drop the goddamn hammer on him and the rest of the kitchen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, coming into the final ban of the second phase here for Motivate. Still a lot of carries are left inside of the pool here.
A ton of carries. It's a rare occurrence, this one. They've got a whole supermarket to choose
Maybe it's like one of those situations where you give them far too much choice and then they don't know which is the best choice. A lot of these teams have been pigeonholed into one certain area. And now if you leave a massive array of carries, everyone's like, oh, what are the good ones left?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was about to say 1 carry had been banned total, but obviously the anti-mage comes in at the last minute. But still, 2 out of 6, where it's usually 5 out of 6 are carries, or at least those heavy core roles. Like sometimes you see the Timber, the Queen of Pain banned a bit early. This is a whole new draft. Both these teams are really throwing it out there. Even their picks, their bans. I'm looking forward to see how they play, because this could be TNC, righto, let's start flexing on them. This is how we want to play from now on. This is how it's going to be in playoff Dota when each game matters. Because Game 2 is really a showcase for Motivate to just clean up.
They're going back with a Pango, and it's one of those flex picks as well. They've seen that Boombell can play it from that position 5 role. Not going to have the Wyvern this time with TNC banning it out early on, but I'm still liking it. He created so much space, and I was about to say I thought Motivate might go for the Void themselves, but TNC, they go with a bit of a block pick in my mind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Void's just so simple as well. You put the Empower on him, he doesn't need to buy the Battle Fury anymore, so you can rush that Mask of Madness +1 item. I wouldn't hate to see a Mask of Madness plus MKB up against this Timbersaw and just clean him up with a couple of lucky bashes, and obviously the MKB procs coming through are magic damage.
We saw the way that with God King and how he built it. He did eventually go into that Silver Edge after picking up an Echo Saber against a Timber, perfectly viable as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because usually when that Silver Edge comes out against Timber, they have a Yules, a Lotus, something. But it is a great item, just in general, because the Echo Saber is quite nice. So, Shadow Blade is just a decent item. So combining the two for an extra, 500-600 gold is the recipe? You might as well.
It's not bad. And they go with the Lich. I was kind of thinking maybe they'll go for something like a Witch Doctor, which is, nice and handy. You could still do a lot of casting during a Chronosphere. It's good against the Chen creeps, but plenty of stuff for Chain Frost to bounce around too. And then as long as the Lich isn't caught within the Chrono themselves, they can just toss that Frost Shield on, and you're taking a lot less physical damage from that.
Yeah, definitely. As a hero, we don't see often. It used to be all the rage, but it's fallen out of favor just because it's so boring in my mind. The hero's always been strong.
It's boring, but when you pair it with a Pangolier and he uses the Rolling Thunder, suddenly it's a Beyblade just, spinning around and making a lot of stuff happen.
Are we lacking a little bit of lockdown again here for Motivate, though? They've only got the Sinister Gaze, really, and the Aether Remnant, and as well as the Rolling Ball that they can get through as well.
I mean,
we
that's
saw in that
already...
first game, they didn't have that much lockdown for them.
It's a lot more than they had previously, that's for sure. And, with the Duel and the Curse, that's kind of like a one-off sort of thing. Pangolier, you can get 3, 4, 5 stuns off in a single team fight, so... Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine. They can go for... what are they lacking? The pickoff's okay. Yeah, they do need tower push.
I wouldn't mind them seeing going like a creep-centric hero.
Sven would be nice.
Ooh, Sven? I wouldn't mind that. I was thinking more like a Lycan. And really fast tempo. Force the Void to have to commit ultimates on him. Force the Magnus to try to RP.
Okay.
Oh, I really want the Sven now.
Nature's Prophet. Is this going to be
Sven's looking a lot better.
a Tim's Nature's Prophet? Because obviously March will play the Chen. Armel can play the Magnus as well. Armel can also play Nature's Prophet mid.
I mean,
KP can play both of those as well.
Yeah, I think KP is probably the one that plays it the least of them all, but I would say that this is probably going to be mid, Nature's Prophet, just because that's where it's most comfortable. And you do want to be able to put some early harass out. Like with a Pangolier, you don't want to be buying these things like Glimmer Cape or things of that nature. It's just not really in his kit. We saw he went for the mechanism that time around, and eventually he would have picked up the Guardian Greaves, which is good at getting rid of an Orchid if you're going this ganking style of Nature's Prophet. But, I mean, I think a Yule's is perfectly fine as well for a Pango.
Yeah, I mean, Yule's is just a solid item right now. Great mana regen, a bit of movement speed, which is never bad to have, higher mana pool, and then obviously the active is just fantastic. It's a cheap stun. I think it is the cheapest stun item that you can use as an activatable.
Sure, let's go with that.
I'm just thinking between that, Hex, and like technically a Basher.
Yeah.
So it is the cheapest, and it combos well. You can reset fights. You can set up, obviously the Void Spirit is going to go Yules himself,
Probably,
most likely. But why not just make a support? Use their Yules. Keep that Yules defensively for the Void Spirit, which I think we're all locked in will probably be a call right now. Probably won't be played in that offlane.
I'm sure that's going to be a Fearless Void Spirit. He was, quite high on the Dota Plus levels on that hero, and he just proves that he was extremely strong on that hero as well. It's also big dominant hero as well. Looking for the last pick here for TNC Predator. I guess this will kind of lock in whether or not Tim's is playing, the Nature's Prophet or the Magnus, or it's going to go into KP's hands.
Darkseer, okay.
I was just about to say, they definitely probably should go with a KP hero. I don't like KP Magnus that much in these style drafts because you're relying on him to both start the fight and be the aura initiator, like that aura player. So you don't really want him to initiate die and lose all those auras.
Yeah.
You want him to counter initiate. And I think Darkseer is much better for that because even if you get jumped on, you throw the vacuum, throw the wall down, and those auras will just start to be flying around. They won't target you after that as much.
I mean, I think when we're just thinking logical Dota, I completely agree with you that you want to tend to be the counter initiator, but that's really not how KP plays for TNC. He is this bait role. Like he plays
double auras,
Yeah, he plays double auras. He plays things like Legion Commander that's inherently tanky. You get some lifesteal. You've got a heal for yourself. You've got high mobility. Things like Brewmaster, Ogre, things that can just tank up a ton of damage and really be the bait for the rest of your team. So something a little different with the Darkseer, but I think it could definitely work. It enables the Void fantastically as well.
Yeah, definitely. It enables both the Void and the Magnus quite comfortably. And it's a hero I think KP is going to be quite comfortable on. Even with Ping, that hero doesn't require a ridiculous level of APM. Doesn't really require a lot of team comms either. You just search someone, they'll figure it out very quickly that they're running.
All right, well, we've got 30 seconds to go for Motivate. What do they need?
I want the Sven.
We're talking about them having tower push. Danog wants the Sven. All right, let's see what's going to run in.
Oh, okay. The water bottle.
All right, Jackie's going to hit up a Morphling. Okay, so that gives him a little bit of tower. Doesn't really have the best heroes to turn into on his team with an Ags combo.
On the other team, though, Magnus, fantastic.
True.
Void, pretty good. Prophet, TP to the other side. Surge yourself as the Darkseer. I don't mind it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you'll aim for the Void. Having that Time Walk, but also you don't actually have to stay as a melee hero is quite strong. And obviously the Time Dilation is one of those spells. It's ridiculously good against Void himself.
Yeah.
Because if you can't Time Walk out, you're in a really bad spot because that's what Void relies on so often in these fights. You take this damage, this nuke on top of you, you Time Walk, and then you ulti. And then all of a sudden they can't kill you twice.
So who's your tip?
Who are we picking?
I honestly like Motivate's draft way more.
All right, Motivate here for Poglet. What about you, Danog?
Motivate, sure.
All right, the boys are going to go with Motivate. I think Motivate have won me over too, so let's go for 3 for 3 here out on the panel. But it is game 3 between TNC and Motivate. Can the boys from Thailand take down yet another juggernaut with our casters, the Majesty of Liking Ponies, as well as QO after this?
For being so hard, it was the moment of too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 3 between TNC Predator and Motivate.Trust Gaming. It is MLP Dota and of course QO. QO, complete draft switch-ups between these two. Of course TNC, they lost game number 2. Does this draft look good to you for TNC, or do Motivate.Trust have it in the bag?
I think TNC's drafts are fine in my perspective. Like casters were, the NA panels were saying they were favoring the Motivate.Trust, but I think that only happened just because of how the laning phase went. Like even like last game's draft, I was like fine with it.
Darn panel boys always starting trouble. Still, we'll get into it. Game number 3. It's been a hell of a series between these two, I've got to say. Of course, Fearless back on his signature. Void Spirit, we saw that the first day that the group stages had started on. He put a real performance on that hero, and I wonder if he'll have a repeat performance this game around.
That's his signature hero, yeah. Void Spirit and DP.
He's very good at it, I'll tell you that. He does live up to his name as well. He really does not give a crap. He'll just jump into a team fight every single time on this hero. Little TNC.
The battle begins.
They'll meet MG.Trust at the bot lane. They'll leave them be. They'll get both top bounty runes anyway. Another 2-for-2 trade. Akio, tell me, because I was questioning the position for Darkseer a little bit, but you were saying to me it's perfectly fine. What's the concept behind it? What's the idea for Tim's here on this Darkseer?
So like if you see how the drafts are, how the lanings are going, like right now the Chen March is in the off lane. And bottom side, that like laning wise, there's not Timber. Even if you put Chen or Darkseer, nothing's gonna change too much. But like maybe later in the games, the team fight potential from TNC could be stronger because they have like better lockdowns with Chrono and RP.
Tim's actually just running at the side of MG.Trust with that Iron Shot. There's one thing you can do, just double Iron Shot level 1 and they can't actually harass you back because it's just too much damage. Asaros getting bashed up here, Gabby.
Can he bash one more?
No. No, he cannot. He'll go on to Q and there's your bash, but wrong hero. That's a lot of damage out on these two on MG.Trust. Like Tim's.
I really like how the creeps are getting pulled, is it?
Half of them.
Oh, only a few of it, yeah.
Gabby surged up.
He used the Q already. No more swashbuckles.
Time walk
bash.
forward. Can he get a bash? However, no. 3rd hit, no bash. 4th hit, no bash. He'll give up.
One full wave because of it. That was a bit questionable.
Unfortunate. Luck the draw. So we should have a look over to that mid lane. Our Void Spirit matchup, of course, versing Armel on the Magnus. Now, Armel had a bit of a struggle last game. Not the greatest performance, and you did mention up against the Storm, it is very, very hard for the Magnus. Up against the Void Spirit, is it any better?
Well, against Void Spirit, Mag doesn't feel anything. So I'm expecting not much pressure coming out from this lane. Or, yeah, Magnus might be able to outclick him.
See Jackie and Boombill up at top against March, and of course KP. Never mind, KP actually going all the way back to the fountain, but of course he could just TP as the Nature's Prophet. or march on the Chen. Gonna try and harass Boombill out. With this Chen, do you expect a very kind of aggressive push style strategy here from TNC?
Not really. Chans are not being used for pushing these days. It's more for just lane and just mag factor that he can heal everyone.
Gets taken out. First blood going out to Jackie. The gaze out from Boombill, just catching him by surprise and cancels off the TP. Nice pick up there from Motivate.Trust.
Last game, Boombill was playing Pangolier, right?
He was.
This game, Q is playing it. I feel like they're using Pangolier pretty well. Like, just have like strong understanding of like what they have to do. That's a really good rotation that he TP top.
So we'll leave Gabby down at the bot lane with Masaros, excuse me, by himself.
Masatos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of those days, Q.
Looks like he's gonna get really fast level 5.
Sure does. Fearless, very low in that mid lane. Armel really giving it to him in this third game here. Pings are coming out. We have a bit of a rotation. In from Tims. Q will also be around on the Pangolier.
Oh, the rune is bottom with DD.
It's a very nice one. Fearless.
Armor is gonna take so much advantage with this power.
It's always nice to get a DD as the first rune in the mid lane.
Yeah. Some hero doesn't get really get bonus by it though.
The Mag certainly does.
Mag certainly does. And he's versing melee hero too.
See at the top lane, KP and March trying to contest Boombill there. Just for that one creep that's still around.
I'm surprised that Morphling is not getting interrupted too much by Nature's Prophet.
He's farming okay. 22 last hits on that Morph. Just freely farming the lane. I mean, they are committing 3 heroes up at that top lane from Motivate.Trust. So it might be a little bit challenging now to contest the Morphling. Masaros able to take the bounty bot. Must be a 3-for-1 trade on those bounty runes again.
I'm surprised how Armor is not utilizing the side camps. Maybe they both all want to win mid lane so hard. But if you're playing Magnus, you have to play a bit differently in my opinion. You have to just think about pushing in the wave. Like you have to just let them farm, but you to be like most farmed hero.
He has been just more than happy to stick around in that mid lane. Just not really venturing off to the jungle too much. Fearless gonna go in with an Astral Stem, but he's just trying to secure some creeps. Q was there, but they don't really have the control for Armel yet. 6-minute power runes are up, however, and
it's a 4-stack. It's March, the king of stack. I know him for well.
Those are a lot of stack. That's a lot of stacks. Good old March.
I want to see if any motivated heroes can contest that stacks.
Can they though with the draft they have? Like you might scout it out, but who would even take the stacks?
Double ultimate from Fearless.
Yeah.
Oh, where is he going?
Running up towards that top lane, Fearless.
Oh. I thought he knew about the stack. That's why he's suddenly going there.
Armel might it may have scared Armel a little bit. He got started on the stacks as soon as he saw that. Better take them now than potentially give them away later on. There you go. This will really allow him to escalate, and of course the neutral items are now popping up. Give a nice bonus over to this Radiant side. Gabby bot lane falling very, very low to Masaros.
Eventually he has to drop out bottom, I think. But where can he go? Can't lane against Morphling.
Big group up in the mid lane from Motivate.Trust. mean, Armel is just farming neutrals now. He's not really bothering with that mid lane anymore. It's about that time. March does get some free XP there. But like you said, top lane, Jackie was uncontested, and they do eventually scout out that ancient stack.
Will they ward? Will they ward?
Massaros playing around with Gabby. Chakram forward, but does not really connect on the Faceless Void.
Oh, they warded the ancient.
It seems like they're just going to leave it though for Armel. It doesn't seem like they have any real intention to try and steal it away. Armel going to rush down bot lane with a haste rune onto Massaros, or rather it was just the surge from Tim's. Iron Shell's out. Massaros going to be okay, but Boombill may not be. Armel with the skew actually pushing him back, forced to RP for this kill. He does eventually get it. That's the first RP of the game. I guess you'd just say any kill's a good kill for the first RP.
Yeah, but like I was actually expecting these guys to go on Timbersaw with both ulti.
Fearless. It's a lot of damage out of Armel, but whoa, that's a lot of damage back. Fearless gets Gabby. Armel now needs to back off. Swashbuckle is there from Q, and Fearless is continuing the chase, but he does not have any more Astral Step charges. Armel will be safe.
That was a sick play from Fearless, but in the same time, what's the point of saving Chron? I think in some point, like, you had to just use it. It's not like they're like ahead, so they can.
Tim's also going down. Fearless again with another great rotation out, and this is what you've got to be a bit afraid of as TNC. You gave him this Void Spirit. This is what he does. He doesn't like to sit back and farm. He likes to roam around and just kill people.
Yep.
It's exactly what he's been doing this whole time.
I think Jackie's gonna be happy enough to not react to top tower now at this point.
Jackie's still at the top of the net worth board, even with all those stacks that were taken by Armel and the Magnus. Just the freest Morphling game of his life. Now Gabby actually going to be the one to take the ancient stacks with that Empower. Give him a nice little boost here as he is pretty behind in terms of the position 1. Still MG.Trust holding a 1k net worth lead. It's like Q's going to be working on that Spirit Vessel for the team this time around.
Vessel's always good against Void and Magnus. But in the same time, if you can't get it in right time, it's pretty scary.
Yep.
Like Void with the Empower, they're gonna be so ahead. What's the point of having Spirit Vessel like try to like just keep press on him when Void is gonna like hit him like a lot more harder with farmed items.
KP looks to be working towards that the Orchid build-up on the Nature's Prophet. It's pretty standard stuff from this Prophet.
I feel like TNC is gonna be unhappy about current situation. Not sure whether they're getting pressured by the solo Morphling, because Gabby's been like forced to got into the team fight for a few times, but Morphling, where was he?
Nowhere to be seen. Armel, bit of a DC here. I gotta say, this Motivate.Trust side, they are looking really impressive. Like, the way that Jackie's been able to avoid everything throughout this whole game so far, we're 11 minutes in, he hasn't been touched. It's not going to be too long before he gets that Yasha up into the Manta. It looks like one of those games where you may as well just rush a shotgun straight after that.
Yeah.
There's nothing really stopping you.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna get Aghanim, right? He needs Manta Step for time dilation. And possibly Eevee, yeah.
KP loves that mosquito buzz noise for some reason. I'm not sure why.
I feel really bad for KP, to be honest. Like, I mean, it is like his responsibility for having the ping like issues, but
yep.
I'm playing in 100 ping. Like, it actually feels really bad. Right?
It does limit you a little bit. You would know, Q. You've been in Australia for a while. You know what ping feels like to SCA. It's not very fun, is it?
Yeah, it's not.
Hey, look at the bright side. Back when Dota 2 first came out, We didn't. I believe we had to play with the NA people.
Yeah, Australia had to play with like 150 ping, 100,
That's worse than that.
180.
I had 200 the whole time back in those days. Wasn't that fun?
That was still fun, so for some reason.
Yeah.
Masaros.
Smoke up. MG.Trust on to March, and this Chen is going to be very, very easy pickings for Fearless. Astral Step, he will commit the Hand of God. There is help coming in from Armel. It's too late, the Chen is gone. Still Gabby gets involved now, kills off Boombill. They'd love to get a kill onto Fearless, and they will commit the chrono for this. Armel skewing straight forward, but it will not matter. Fearless does get caught out on the Void and does go down.
This time, like, lane is pushed, so is it worth it? 1-for-2 trade into chrono into...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's not. I think with Fearless, though, you just want to slow down the momentum of the Void Spirit. Just don't let him feel too comfortable on the map.
Really like how Fearless is rotating with one support at least. He never like rotates himself. Like he's not being like self-greedy or like he knows like what he needs.
Mel getting gazed up. He does have a haste rune. Still has the RP available on this Magnus. Just never needed to commit in the last engagement. And now with that Echo Saber, he may attempt for a quick kill with this RP. R3 heroes mid, but he doesn't want to go after Masaros.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Fearless showing himself. So 4 heroes mid from MG.Trust.
I really like how Jack is joining this team fight as well.
Make that 5. Armel jumped on by Masaros. Simulate out from Fearless. The Aether Remnant did not land. They found the tier 1 tower. It's actually
that's free tower.
It is a free tower. It's surprising to see TNC, they weren't willing to try and counter that tower push. Suppose without the chrono, they just weren't feeling confident.
Got spotted out. I feel like they just want to get all the towers. Like,
well, that's how you win the game, Q.
It's not like no one's dying, and like all the heroes in TNC side, like they have all the heroes ready. Oh, Q. Great smoke break.
Keeps walking around. MG.Trust continues for that bottom tier 2 tower. TNC, they are pushing the top lane, but it's only 1 hero up there. It's a very, very slow process. That tier 2 bot is gone. Tims does search his way in. In fact, no, the tier 2 is still standing. He'll drop the wall. Boombell commits the Chain Frost. Now Gabby trying to go after this Morphling. Jackie will just morph into the Void and just time walk away. Now Armel committing the RP onto Masaros. They do get 2 for their trouble. The rest of MG.Trust is able to leave the building. That tier 2 tower, at least it is deniable. So,
they probably don't want to deny it. The tier 2 tower.
Don't want to expose those outposts.
Yep.
Is there any specific item timings you think we're waiting on here for TNC?
More than item, I think they have to wait for the levels. I mean, obviously Orchid on a Nature's Prophet will be really nice, but it seems like KP is quite behind.
It's only level 8. His net worth is not anything to write home about. It's an MKB coming up soon on Gabby. Boombill goes down to Armel. A good pick off on the Magnus. Surge up. They might try to pressure this top tier 2 a bit, but mid lane, March is going to be in a spot of danger. Masaros on top of this Chen with the Rolling Thunder out from Q, but Gabby is going to join in and commits the chrono onto Masaros. Do they have the damage up, or KP going to come in with the Nature's Wrath? But Masaros does eventually go down.
It was great, Sprout. He knew that he was going to Timber Chain out over there.
Just surround him with trees. TNC now. Start a bit of a mid push. Armel to just slow down the push down to the pot lane. KP will secure the mid tier 1. And all things considered, they are ahead of net worth TNC. So even though all these towers have gone down on the Radiant side, that they are still finding some decent amount of gold for themselves.
I think big factor is teams. Like teams been focusing a lot of in jungle, and March is not behind with levels too. And maybe that's why like KP is not like really high in the net worth.
Speaking of Tims, he does go down to Q. Did just buy out the mech. Does die straight afterwards.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, I think this upgrade aren't gonna do so much here. He got it way too early.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You do also have the Orchid coming out on the Prophet now, but I believe we also saw a Manta on Jackie. Again, Jackie's just kind of been missing this whole time. He's not really showing up too often. Manta up, going straight into the shotgun build after. TNC don't seem very concerned about what Jackie's up to. They seem to be happy to ignore him.
And it's Aquila too.
Very nice.
Really nice item for a Morphling. Especially if you're not getting Lincolns for the hero, you're always gonna have a mana problem.
Tims just deny that tier 2 off, not willing to give some free gold away. Smoke up now, straight after the outpost is taken. Fearless gonna rush towards that mid. Q, try and bait them in, but Rolling Thunder will be cancelled off by the silence. Can they burst him down in time? They can. More heroes still coming in from MG.Trust, but I doubt they go for initiation here. Fearless is thinking about it. No, he'll just go to the creep wave instead. Now a Roshan play out from TNC.
Swoosh! Good play. They're doing it very quickly though.
Just have that Empower out, but Masaros, he knows about it. It's going to make it very well known, although RP out from Armel on the high ground, into the wall and the Chrono. But Fearless still gets his way out of there. Masaros going to chain out. Now the Rolling Thunder out from Q. They're just going to engage all the way. Armel will get stunned up. The Magnus going to be surged up and just gets out of there, but now March going to get jumped on. Still Hand of God going to fly out. Now the Morph needs to probably just back off a little bit. Jackie going to get skewered back in by Armel. A lot of damage coming out from TNC and a lot of control, but it's not quite enough yet. Motivate.Trust is still surviving, but Gabby jumps in again onto Fearless. He'll find one and he'll find another. A double kill for Gabby, and KP now back onto Jackie on that Morphling. Boombill trying to help with the Chain Frost. It is going to be pretty decent, but not quite enough. It does at least allow Jackie to get out, and KP now set to fall. Tims surging up Armel.
I feel like this Surge is doing too much.
Surge seems like a very broken ability right now, QO.
And they can't, because of that, they're just like sending one hero to let them play, force them, group them, make them group up, and baiting them.
Well, now, Motivate.Trust go back for that Roshan. Of course, they're not going to let this go for free, TNC. They're going to try and initiate another team fight, but they're missing a lot of big ultis. Masaros, however, falling very low, especially with that Spirit Vessel. Now a great skill back from Armel. He catches two again.
Armor is doing so much job.
Just a completely different story from that game number 2 performance. He's consistently hitting these amazing skewers from the Magnus. And he finds another. Armel able to kill Fearless off.
This is like a revenge of previous game. You kill me like 2 times, like make me look stupid, and I'm gonna make you look stupid this time.
Well, that's kind of what Armel's doing right now, that's for sure. In fact, Gabby gets another Q now going down. And yeah, TNC, they are not happy about what happened last game. Tips flying out from Gabby.
Game fell... I don't know. Suddenly, it got turned over like way too fast.
Yeah. Just after one big team fight, here we go. It was the skewer back from Armel, the Chrono. The Shockwave did actually bring Fearless back out of the Chrono, but it just didn't matter. They eventually caught up. MG.Trust, they took this team fight. I suppose because all these ultis and abilities were down, but look at the control out from TNC. They could just never move out of that small
Yeah,
spot.
like, you go out, I'm gonna bring you in. You go out, I'm gonna bring you in, Strat.
I love it. And first Roshan, very explosive from these two teams, ends up going into the hands of TNC. It really was the brilliance of Armel that time around.
Gabby actually went first item MKB.
Is that a bad thing?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think in terms of killing Timbersaw, it will help a lot. So, and he's getting a buff, so it doesn't really matter. Normally, when you go MKB, you see like Better Fury and like Midas or something.
Q, very, very cautious Armel, gonna steal back in, but Rolling Thunder is out from Q. Cappy just following the Rolling Thunder with Surge.
Gab is angry about the previous game. Pangolier, come here!
The silence is there from KP with the Sprout. Gabby won't be able to keep up with Q.
He's going, he's going.
Maybe he will. The Surge is going to be up from Tim's. Gabby's still on the chase. Just run, Q. This madman's after you. He's going to TP. It'll be all right. Fearless looks like he has not been spotted in that tree line.
Yep, I think he can successfully cut next wave.
Oh, actually, KP having a double check. Gets the Orchid off with a Sprout for vision. Does have help coming in. In fact, no, they just leave him. Fearless does have TP, so he'll be fine.
I think he's gonna try to cut next wave as well. I really like how Fearless is playing right now.
Dire's bottom
Does cut the
tower
wave.
is under attack.
TNC, 23 minutes in, 13k net worthly. Everything going just splendidly for them. Motivate. Maybe force into another team fight, but no. In fact, right now, you probably don't want a team fight if you Motivate. Gabby just picked up a BKB just on the courier. To mention, they have the RP, they have the Chrono, they have the Vac wall. Got everything.
They want to go high ground as soon as possible in this sort of situation, I think. And Fearless cutting next wave again.
Armel, skewer back attempt, not going to work out this time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Free T2 tower, no defense.
What is Jackie doing? I want to see Jackie in this game.
What is Jackie doing indeed? There you go. He's still, after that Manta style came out, his farm has just really slowed down quite a bit.
I think it's because the team fight went, like, yeah, favored toward TNC.
Still just trying to get that shotgun up. Maybe by this point it's a bit too late. Like, you've got the BKBs there.
Will shotgun change anything?
Gabby. Get an easy kill out onto the Lich. Look at 6 streak, 4 hour faces void. KB, he did spot out Q. Bounty placed.
I think compared to the net worth like KP took, KP was 4k net worth when everyone was like 8k net worth, just because he was sharing with Chen and Darkseer with the farms as well. But like, he's doing so well as soon as he got the Orchid. I feel like all the team fights like they won is because of that like Orchid on the important heroes. So yeah,
he's been very
I'm
influential
proud
this
of
game.
KP.
We gotta blink up on Tim's now on that Darkseer. KP, they're gonna run into Jackie. He'll waveform straight into the Nature's Prophet. Silence is there. They couldn't get the Sprout off in time. Jackie is still in danger. The bash is coming up from Gabby, but Jackie able to time walk, and now Armel's there with the RP, but Fearless gets in with the Yules, trying to protect his Morphling, and he does. In fact, has he? He's still on the run. They're just surrounding from every corner of the map, but he does time walk away. Armel, not done yet, but another waveform away from Jackie. He's got so much mobility. They are still chasing, however. KP TPing in with the Sprout now. Gabby going to the front lines. Jackie will matter. Another adaptive strike. Here comes Armel with the Surge, but he misses a skewer. Another Sprout. Jackie's out of mana. He should be going down, and he does.
Oh, that cleave.
all across the map, QO. They are not leaving them alone.
I mean, it worked well. It ended up not using a chrono, and then like now they're right in front of the towers. I'm not sure whether TNC planned this thing, but if they planned it, it's a genius sort of level.
It is, because now the tier 3 tower's gone. They have so much damage with this Empower. Not to mention all the creeps coming out from this Chen and Prophet. And that mid-Rax, 26 minutes in, might just be gone. In fact, a great skew round again from Armel. Masaros is just melting, but he survives thanks to the Chain Frost of Boombill. Still they chase it now. Gabby gets the chrono off onto 2, and they just disappear. Q just trying to roll. Armel with the skewer does not connect, but they could go for the top racks.
Yeah, they still have catapult, so
Dire's top tower is under attack.
that one catapult actually saved the game.
Q trying to delay things. Shockwave, wall is going to be out with the skewer back on Boombill. Armel again on a monster kill now, make that a double. He's godlike. Jackie trying to fight back. KP is so low, but he sprouts himself up. He can't get vision. Jackie has to waveform out, but the Spirit Vessel still ticking him down. Still Q coming back in, but KP, he TP's out safely. Now the skewer back onto Boombill, onto Q. They are just melting Armel. Can he get a rampage? Is there time? And are there heroes? The Morphling does eventually kill off KP.
In the rampage. Maybe it's too late.
Might be too late for Armel. Like Fearless goes in for the Aether Remnant. Armel, Shadowblade goes back in onto the Timbersaw. Now the vacuum from Tims into the RP. Oh, that is disgusting from TNC. Masaros does go down. Gabby the one to pick up the kill. Oh, QO, it's looking rough for Motivate.Trust.
It's looking very rough. And it had DD before. It got changed to Invis rune.
What do you do now if you Motivate? How do you get back into this game?
Keep killing KP. Yeah, let's kill KP.
Kill KP.
Yeah.
All right, I got it. Here we go. Fearless and Jackie on the mission to kill KP. They'll chase Tims instead. Gabby, TP, Fearless will cancel. Aether Remnant to lock him in. Do they have enough to burst him? They do.
They actually did.
The Aghanim Septum from Fearless.
We have to bring the Shifu guy from yesterday. The guy who bought the Divine Rapier and carried the game after Mega Creep.
Yeah. Bring him in.
Jackie can do it. Everyone can do it.
We believe in Jackie.
We believe in 10k Jackie.
Armel, he's up to something. Just shadow blading past Masaros. Towards that top lane, and it's going to be poor old Boombill. Life of a position 5.
Two hit, one shockwave, one hit, 2 supports down.
See you later. Still, they are not done yet, MG.Trust.
Not sure whether TNC will wait for the Roche or just go straight. I think they have enough advantage to get the bottom side of, ancient side of Dire Jungle.
There's your Roshan.
Roshan is up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They are going to scout it out. March will just send some creeps in.
Yep.
My thrift reward.
We saw how fast TNC could take the Roshan the last time. I mean, it just really disappeared quite quickly.
There's a leech again. They see him this time.
Boombill's actually baiting here. Armel has the BKB TP out.
See you later.
I mean, I said baiting. He was standing in his own base, so I don't know if I'd go... Maybe baiting wasn't the right word, but he had a sentry down at least.
At least that drew so much attention from Motivate.Trust, and it looks like TNC doesn't... They're not gonna get interfered by Motivated.
They let the Roshan go, however. There's a smoke out from Motivate. Counter smoke from TNC. They have the high ground. Fearless gonna have his smoke broken. He just jumps in. He has no fear. Straight onto March. Now he wants out. you've lost Q.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Fearless, Gabby, Chrono, not going to be used up. Now the Chrono will be committed, but Gaze is going to be... No, rather, Aether Rim are going to lock him in, but it won't matter. They just have so much damage. Gabby's out of control. So is Armel. He wants Jackie on that Morphling.
You just have to RP.
He wants to skewer him first, and with the silence out from KP, it's not going to be enough, but now the vacuum onto Jackie. He's on the run. Orchid is there, but unwilling to commit the RP here, Armel, or he is surged up. Jackie's still not safe. Skewer not going to be there. Waveform just in the nick of time.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They might just go for the final racks though, TNC.
Yeah, I think even though they're having fun, you know, diving tier 4, like they'll still want to get tier 2 towers, like go step by step at least.
There's your tier 2 bot tower going.
bottom tower has fallen.
Side the Vice now up on KP, and there is no buybacks left on this map.
That's the item that Morphling hates the most. Besides the Vice.
That final tier 3 tower now under siege. Can't afford to lose this team fight. They'll go in onto Gabby. Rolling Thunder is going to connect. Do you have enough control? There is no follow-up onto Gabby. They're trying to focus someone else down, but Armel gets a skewer up onto Masaros. They won't commit all the way. Now Gabby jumping back in. Boom Bill gets the gaze off, and now the side device, and Armel gets an RP off on the left side. Gabby goes in. It was onto 3. They burst down Jackie. There goes Masaros, and there goes Q. And that's it. They've called it. GG.
See you later, nerds.
And TNC appear to have teach Motivate a lesson.
Big lesson.
See you later, nerds.
What a series that was, QO. It was a fun one. TNC, of course, up against Motivate. They took game number 2, Motivate. They looked good, but game number 3, TNC were not messing around, and that was the final game of the night.
Game 2 was so favored towards Motivated. I'm just wondering how like game 3 turned out to this way.
Let's ask the panel. They'll be coming back in a few minutes, and we'll find out what they have to say about what happened. See you then.
TNC were able to get the LBW against the boys of Motivate, aiming for their second reverse sweep here of ESL 1 Thailand. Welcome here to our Game Fuel post-match. We break down our second series here for day 3 of ESL 1 Thailand. I'm Fluke. I'm joined by my boys here again on the desk, and as well as Polgat. That was an interesting series, to say the least. You know, Motivate, they had the heroes that they wanted, but unfortunately they weren't able to get the victory.
Yeah, just call me the kiss of death, because I got all 3 of those wrong.
Oh boy, I thought I was bad with 1 out of 3, baby.
Yeah, it wasn't good, but you know, we were talking about it while the game was going on. That seemed much more like playoff for TNC that was going on. You know, just these little micro plays that they were doing, like you called them sweaty plays, like using a Guardian Greaves on a creep wave just so a Timber can't instantly clear it.
I do have to give props for Fluke to that. He was the one to argue and annoy at that. It was just, it's some of those things, like, do anything to annoy. We were talking about agitators. TNC went all in on just annoying the hell out of the entirety, especially on Masteros and Fearless though, but the entirety of Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, and I think that game was... I mean, QO mentioned it at the start of the cast, right? He said, look, he didn't think that it was that bad from TNC last game. It was just how the lanes went out. And I feel like Amel had a point to prove in that one, because he came out swinging from minute 1 and hit so many great skewers, great RPs, and there wasn't really too much that Motivate could do about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, game 2, we said Fearless came in angry. Game 3, Amel definitely came in, if angry, depressed, sad, whichever one you want to go with. But he had a point to prove, like you said. And it was a completely different ball game, game 2 to game 3, for the same hero, no less.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's a big stark difference between game 2 and game 3 there for Armel, was the fact that he really put a lot of pressure on with that Magnus. He was able to get a lot of beautiful RPs, a lot of beautiful skewers as well, and that's not something you really talk about with that hero. Especially now in the meta, you know, it's more about, you know, just you're empowering your core, getting those RPs out. Not really talking about these 2-3-man skewers, pulling everybody into chronos. Obviously, he pulled somebody out of a chrono, but...
We won't talk about that.
They got made up basically a minute afterwards, being able to get that 3-man skewer coming all the way back into his team as well. So, you know, obviously Armel had a point to prove here, and I think they're proving the fact that these guys are sitting quite snugly at the top of Group A here, just being able to take down 2 pretty easy series here. Actually, you know, the second one wasn't that easy, but their third game looked a lot better from them here.
Yeah. Just more comfort, really.
Yeah, definitely. It's more comfort, more intensity is what I'm going to take away from this series. Game 1, they obviously did what they had to do. Game 2, they didn't perform as well. And then Game 3, they proved to us that, yes, TNC Predator is still the team to beat in Group A in my mind. Obviously, Fnatic dropped a game. We'll have to see what happens with the rest of the coming days. But right now, it's TNC top dogs. And Motivate.Trust, they're just going to have to try a bit harder for the next 3 games they have.
Yeah, they're the up-and-comers, and well, I'm sure that they've got some key learnings to get from that. I felt like with Boombell as well, just how he was playing that, he just didn't have the same level of influence as he did on that Pangolier in game number 2. It just felt like he was getting one shot every single time, wasn't able to even get off the Frost Shield onto the key targets. A couple of nice gazes early on just so that they got the first blood and things beyond that, but yeah, really not too much they could do. And Armel, again, man, they must have said something really bad to these guys before they took these photos.
I'm telling you, they took it after a best-of-5 series, and that's the only thing I can say about it, because look at their none of them look happy.
I want to see KP's one now, all right? We need to go into another series. We need to go into another game. We'll pick KP for that one, and we'll see if he's also quite angry.
I think KP's just got the exact same face in every single photo. You know, those people that you can, like, you know, make a collage of the exact same ones, layer them over the top of each other, and it's the exact same. He's got that one photo smile, basically.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I didn't even realize Amel didn't die that game.
Oh, yeah.
I knew he was playing well. I just didn't realize he went full-blown immortal mode. Didn't die a single time. A bit less kill participation than we were harping on for Tim's, but you really can't complain about 25k damage, 15, 0, and 10.
You say immortal. Back in Hon, 15 kills was like, you got immortal. That was like beyond godlike.
I did indeed play Hon back in the day.
All right, so you're not a full boomer, but, you know.
Was that like a sarcastic, yes, I played HOD? Because I didn't feel sincere coming from you, Polgut.
To be honest, I actually loved the game, but it kind of died very
There's a
quickly.
reason that Dota is like #1.
Oh, it was the in-between. Between Dota 1 and Dota 2 when we weren't sure they were going to make a Dota 2.
Yeah.
Shout out to the boys at Hon for actually giving us a little fill in the void.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the Void, unfortunately Motivate weren't able to get the series victory here, but let's have a quick recap about how these groups are going, especially for Motivate. Being able to get that first series victory up against Fnatic puts them somewhere in the middle here. Boom Esports still haven't played their second series just yet, but TNC Predator sitting nice and snug at the top there for Group A, then rolling into our Group B matches as well. We can see here that now Sparking Arrow Gaming, they're able to get their victory earlier this morning up against up against Aries, sorry, and then obviously Question Mark are still sitting at the bottom there, and Geek Fam sitting at the top. Neon T1, we still don't have their series just yet, but I'm super excited to see how those guys go. But obviously Group A already, TNC are looking to be quite good, and I think Motivate 1-1 right now. They've played against two of the juggernauts in their group, so they're still sitting quite pretty, right?
Yeah, two of the top teams, to get them out of the way and just be able to take a deep breath and relax. Boom, they're no, sitting ducks either, but I think they're going to be able to take so many learnings from this and apply them to the later stages.
Yeah, definitely, especially because they've both gone to 3. So it's not like they've been stomped. It's not like they've stomped. There is so much learning to have for these players and these teams. And after you're done, I wouldn't be surprised to see if TNC get a call out from these players being like, how do we improve from here? How do we do this? Because they've now faced each other, and it's all about, we'll worry about the playoffs. We might even scrim together while this tournament's still going. So it's so good for Motivate.Trust to get like you said, the 2 hardest games out of the way, and from here just work on that playoff form, clean up the games you need to, and then come in with a high seed for the playoffs.
And we saw with the previous interview when they took out the win against Fnatic, they had that team house setting where Fearless was being interviewed by myself and QO and Fluke, but it's great to have that setting still, right? They can immediately group up together and process. I'm sure, they might just do things to relax, maybe play some Fall Guys or something like that. But I think they're in the right environment for improvement.
Well, we were talking a little bit beforehand about MVPs, but as you are all aware, ESL 1 does have our Mercedes-Benz MVP part, and now our voting is open here for ESL 1 Thailand. I'm going to leave you guys a little hype trailer, and after that, we'll talk about the Mercedes-Benz MVP. Or that Mercedes-Benz MVP always gets my skin tingling. It's always such a good thing to bring into these competitive series, just being able to show these players a situation where, you've played so extremely well across this tournament, now you're getting rewarded with something as good as a Mercedes-Benz.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've never had my own car, so Mercedes-Benz, if you want to hook me up, I'm all ears.
Yeah, I mean, you will 100% sing their praises. I mean, you did it for Fall Guys, and they're not even doing anything for you. Imagine if Mercedes-Benz helps you out. But this prize is huge. It's actually going to be bigger as an individual prize than a team winning the individual prize pool you'll get.
I mean,
so
that's what you get.
It's a huge deal.
It's MVP. It's not like so-so player.
It's not that the average, he was a bit better than most. No, it's the most valuable player, the most important to the whole tournament, and it's a long tournament too. So we're going to have to really be strict on our policy.
It's a long tournament, and there's a bit of competition with the Americas side as well, which is always exciting to see.
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of MVPs, do we have anybody kind of who's starting to rise to the top here? Obviously, we've got quite a lot of group stages to go as well, and the playoffs as well to play in here for ESL 1 Thailand. But is there anybody that's like kind of hovering around in your mind so far, Matt?
I'm going to be pulling for God King. He's my boy. I've been watching him, go through the online leagues within China for a fair amount of time, and I'm great that he's going to have this larger stage to be really prevalent on.
Damn, I was going to go with God King too, to be honest. We have only seen
I've claimed him.
A small bit of God King, but so far he's been living up to the name, like you said. But if I had to choose someone else, it's obviously going to be the TNC boys. They've been doing some God's work.
They don't have 5 Mercedes-Benz. There's only 1.
I know, but I'm going to have to give it to Gabby. He's been the most consistent for that team, in my eyes. There's never been a game where I can solely say he played the worst. There's more often than not he's in the top 2. But I think God King is winning out right now.
Well, we definitely do have a lot of time left here for ESL 1 Thailand, so make sure you guys do get your votes there for Mercedes-Benz MVP. We're going to have a quick look at our schedule for tomorrow. So T1 as well as my boys from Neon. I am super excited to see that. That will be the conclusion of Group B there. Hopefully that my boys from Neon can start to get something going there, because obviously they came through our closed qualifier. They look extremely strong being able to qualify first. And then later on in the day, we do have Fnatic versus Team Trust. Fnatic starting to lick with their wounds right now. They really really want to try and get a victory on the board. They're going up against Team Trust, who obviously did lose their series as well. So they are looking to also try and get a win on the board. But, you know, if Fnatic needs to start rebuilding, it has to be in this series, and they have to start getting stronger, especially for the rest of the groups.
Yeah, it's a pretty dire situation to be in, to have to come back from a 0-2 start for either team. You know, who knows? Team Trust could come out with some bizarre strats, catch Fnatic off guard, and it's a hard road to come back from.
I mean, the best part about it for Team Trust, the roadmap's been given. Fnatic have been taken down by, I would say, the other underdogs of this group stage. And the best part about this is it's effectively, we got the winners bracket today where both teams had won, and then we're going to get the losers bracket. So it's so much to play for, and the teams are going to really separate quite quickly. So it's so crucial. You don't want to be that 0-2, like you said, because if you're coming into that third game, you're 0-2 down, and you lose that third series, it's pretty much over for you. You're not making top 4.
The doubt starts to creep in. That's
Definitely,
the big thing.
yeah.
Well, that will have to wait for tomorrow. But boys and girls, that is it for us here today at ESL 1 Thailand. It's day 3 done and dusted. Had some great series today, and we're going to have some great series going forward as well. Our Americas region will be happening in a few hours after this, so make sure you join our friends at the Malaysia studio to get that underway. That is day 3 done and dusted. Please join us same time, same place tomorrow for even more ESL 1 Thailand action. And for tonight, good night.
Still breathing, standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel light lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man, just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces,
something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. And we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel lightly, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making.